And it's just going to be a quick conflict. Work the stack successfully. Man guard defense, that's going to be the Monty gets back. It's going to shortly overrun. It only takes 3 to take him down this time. And that's pistols from back 10. Not a lot of hope here. Tried to bait and switch. Makes sense, but knows he got this time. Because that is going to be 2-0. Nicely done. All in all, you only lose a Mac 10. You're happy with that one. But first gun round. This is the real interesting part of the game. This is what we've been waiting for as well. So let's find out exactly how this one now does start to play out. Because obviously, the right first gun round of the game does mean that we do need to figure out exactly how we'll find the game and how this one will continue from here on out. Who might take the lead, or if there's going to be a little bit of pushback as well from other side. Plus the answers coming right up here either way. Again, a bit of focus outside. This time not as much with the utility, but just a little bit. Just probing around. Now a couple more smokes do come to fill that. You are switching up the pace from the last round immediately. Still figuring this out. I do like the caution being shown by Zero Tenacity here. Take the time yet again. But Namadia, the only one toward the stairs, should mean, if I would wager, that they are going to be going back toward the A site here, though. Ooh, your frag. They've heard him going back. There is a small timing they could get here, and they might. He's now escaped the initial assessment, but time is starting to run a little bit low here. You got to start moving here. This kill could be all it takes, all you need. There it is. Haven't seen it. Spotted it. Damage down 10 seconds. Gonna get on that bomb. It's not gonna be all too successful. Birdie, however, still stands. And that is the end of that. One too many CTs on the side. That is kind of the issue. You take a little bit too much time off the clock, the CT side, they will start to stack toward that bomb site. You knew there was going to be a man in heaven. You got that double entry you needed. You're thinking that that's it, surely, but not going to happen. Mia Frag as well. He had a fair bit of control outside, even if he didn't have it the entire time. They didn't hear any utility toward the lower side. There were no molotovs that really went. No flashbangs, nothing of the sort and such. A slight gamble, I say. 3 players toward the A side. Not a gamble, really, but something along those lines, and works out pretty damn well for Unity. So pushback immediately coming out for the CTs. They don't want to let Z10 run away with this early start. Again, a little bit of caution comes out. But I do hope they might want to speed things up a little bit. It seems like it as well. I think they might use a bit more utility toward the lower side this time. Currently keeping the attention of at least one that is neo-frag toward the lower areas of the map. 45 seconds, making their way toward the A site. 2. Trademark. There's the opening. There's the trade coming out as well. Now, how much do you want to challenge this? You still got 30 seconds. You are looking to get Nemadia into position yet again, but Vida has caught him this time. The site, one up close, taking down by AVN. Molotov toward the upper side of the map as well. On the site, but it doesn't matter all too much. Neofrag just swings up. And Birdie will live to tell another tale yet again. So, a 2-2. A quick and a good start now for Unity as well when it comes to the gun rounds. Those seems like the initial battle of the game has now been won. Well, that control you want. You have a chance to take that third next round again. Instead of done for C10. But as of yet, again, limited size, 2 rounds. But the slow round isn't really working out for Z10 to start off. At least not the initial game plan here. The outside exploration, trying to set up Pneumagia. Or the lurk may not be the absolute best as of this moment. Well, Counter-Strike. Well, switching things up, adapting. Currently chasing. And all dealt with. Clean! Unity very well could use that. A little bit of extra money in the bank for them now as well, coming from this one. Cash looking pretty damn decent. They've got that rainy day fund if things were to go sour here as well now, so they'll still have a buy in the next one. Like that we see Zero Tenacity immediately again changing things up a little bit more. It is still outside. Seems to be part of the game plan. But they are still exploring more toward the outside. And toward the lower side as well, seeing that they've had a, well, less than stellar success. They've had plenty of time and respect given to them so far as well. Why not see all that the lower side does have to offer? Maybe have been heard, may not. Joffo still finds the kill on the ramp, but that is a quick deviation away from A. Put himself toward the ramp, and in they go. This side suddenly belongs to Zero Tenacity. It's a retake we're looking at with a man deficit. Big rotations, though, for Unity. 3 players, now all 4 going in for the same position through single. That is a tight attempt. Now they've got Brute Monster right before he gets himself away from danger into an A instead. This one kept alive by a couple of the T-side's efforts. AVN having found one that might be just enough. One dash around. Simke alone and not able to take this one. A little bit too much to handle, and it is so nicely played by Unity. And well, excuse the pun here incoming, but they did really play it in unison. A mass group headed toward the single door. Purdy did, stray away, but hey, he gets him, what, 3 kills here toward the end? An absolutely beautiful round coming out as well here from him. So, round number 4 on Unity's board. Early part of the game, I'd say now looks to be getting decided, but I am going to retract that statement because I have seen way too many Tech 9s and pistol buys like this work out. Well, they have absolutely no right to. Pretty great position. As he did go through, at least go past him, but he does get 1 for 3 back. That's going to be Purdy down, and there's AVN finally finding one of his own. It's a 2-on-3. Added to this one as well. Okay, next one found, one up top, however, and suddenly it's the game for Simke to try to find the correct position. Currently behind his tiles, they know that as well. He's found another one, and now it is really a 1-point game. 1 shot to decide it all here. I'm telling you, these pistols are a threat. You cannot count them out ever. Make it once, lets Woozy know he's still toward the side. Hasn't slipped down the vents. He hasn't had that time.
Bomb has been planted.
Planted. Blind spot. Not seen him just yet. Simke has to take this one still. Check it. Not quick enough. It's from Woozy's off that this round gets decided. With 9 HP, 1 bullet to make the difference. And that right there is prime nuke. Pistols and A-pop explosion coming out and nearly stealing the round away. Two, but the cost fairly high. You see feed out, Arbor, pretty much no money left in the bank, or pretty much no money left in the bank. But 3 out of 5 still have at least something there, so nothing to worry about as of just yet. Great entry as well, Woozy. Goes aggressive, I like it. Z10 so far have been given a lot of space, especially starting outside. Take a little bit of that away. Coming inside instead, Demadio will find it too. Openings out of the AK-47. I like the pop here again. After the first 2 rounds, I really do like the changes that Z10 are making here. Whether or not they're working out or not, still to be determined as well, but they do seem to have a very deep and varied strategy when it comes to nuke already. I say already as if they haven't played together for 4 years, but they are showcasing a lot of it at the moment. Just different pacings, ways they do approach it, and where they approach. Off the bench, noise been made. Short. Cut in half, Brute and AVN, they will still finish this off as well. And finally, after 5 in a row, Z10 decided to strike back. And it's off the entries here for the Demadio. Half a second really makes the difference there. Purdy is not caught turning, or with his back turned. I think at least that was Purdy. Quick timeout as well for Zero Tenacity. It's back-to-back A plays. This one it does work out. And now, again, now that Z10 gets this round on the board, I do want to know if they are trying to go back toward that outside play. If that is kind of the default-ish sort of thing, or the one that they're more comfortable with to go for. That is the question I do have. Now, give me the answer. The timeout hopefully tells me that no, but then again, if you're not taking it outside, you really have 2 options, and you've already gone back, or toward the A side back to back, so wouldn't surprise me when you're not seeing an initial smoke, or immediate smoke at least, I was going to say, but there's one bit more toward the A side as well. There's not catch Unity and perhaps out of position. With all the attention spent mainly toward the A side, with a single smoke top of Mini that's blocked off Neofrag's vision toward Silo as well. Fairly basic, so we are going to see them go back toward the outside. There's a little bit of pace to it as well, especially now when you've already spent so much of that utility. They only have so many options available. As into back away or not. Opening frag. On the Joffo this time, and your frag is found successfully outside. Simke as well, he's still going to be here toward the A side. He's mainly only has one objective. Get rid of Purdy. Done. And done. From ramp rotations coming through, Demadio does have a decent position. There is no Molotov to get rid of him, but he does have AVN now to support as well. A bait and switch. 3 CTs this way. That's 1 and 2. Third and fourth, not completion. But the round itself just get decided from this alone. The 2 players do the work. That is all they'll have to do. The FAVBET is having a hell of a game, by the way. Didn't want to mention it just yet because, well, you don't want to jinx it. You never know what's going to happen. But 16-6. That all started from the pistol ace as well. 3v5 converted by him and him alone, pretty much. And he is continuing that. Here as well will be the change you want to see. A couple of frags being found. Nearly that third as well is very impressive. Great transfer, almost there. There's a run boost. And missed. Cheeky. But who's going to find the shot? There's a mat boosted up as well on blue. Or credit. And Amalia. Down he goes. Some shenanigans over the doors toward the lower side. Seeing what's up. Purdy. Up the vents. Shouldn't find a kill, but yeah, no, will not. Simca was guarding for it. ABN is taking care of the site defenders, and all is a-okay. And I think the first, well, second save, but out nonetheless now for Unity AWP to be kept alive yet again. I don't think Z10 really want to hunt this one either. You look at their money, it's not perfect, it's not amazing, so makes sense you just want to let this one go. Worry about a number 1, i.e. yourself. As a 5-5, this T side, if it ends with 5, I think it's still in the eyes of most people a respectable half. So you're going to let an AWP survive. Dealt with it once already, dealt with it twice, 3, maybe even 5 times. Not really, at least 3. At least 2, maybe 3. So, quick timeout, and back to it. So, fast outside yet again for Z10. So far, fairly basic. There's the change. This very small decision they can make that change up how they play these rounds. Ooh. My god, that's beautiful. And so many of them are the same. It's a small outside. Ooh, try to take a little bit of control. Hold on, however, there is a chance that we might just have a Master Chef Uzi. Might think about it again, but no. That nade needs to hit the mark. Simca should have been an Edman if Uzi was gonna try this, but just not in him right now. And so, round number 6 of G10. Not bad at all.
Terrorists win.
But as I was saying, it is the outside play that, well, on nuke pretty much is the meta for a good reason. And here's well, you are kind of seeing it as well. Z10, they're just making these changes. Initial plan was to try and get Mirage to heaven, get those long flanks and lurks in, play down the clock, immediate change up as that didn't work, go a little bit faster, try to take the A site. Almost worked out, and then it did work out. You also added a couple of rounds where you do go outside, and then to B, next to that again. And now it is instead, last round, into mini, take the straight up duel, see what happens, and it's worked out pretty damn well. It's looking good, but Unity as well. Looking pretty damn good at themselves. 14 with pretty much 2 weeks of practice. 2 brand new additions. One of them is the Opert. Actually, no. Sorry, never mind. Woozy's been here for a couple of months. Now I'm just misremembering. Op has been here for a while, but Darber and Purdy. Both of whom performing fairly a-okay. Neofrag this time does get caught. There hasn't actually been a whole lot of that outside so far. Ramp as well. I like the setup. Peter and Woozy, they've got some sort of an idea on how to play this one, but that smoke does kind of force them to reposition, move around it a little bit. 30 seconds, you don't know enough about outside. Neofrag's been taken down about a minute ago. Maybe Amadia's in the position already, looking to punish. Now he does it. Down. If the train being down, 1, 2, 3, they started to fall. 2 more remain. 15 seconds on the clock. Darber needs to be taken care of. And CK delivers. Brute with second round for Z10. They will still turn this half around toward the end of the day. And they will come back from that 5-2 to take a 5-7. Only fair, right? Unity gets a streak of 5 as Z10. Go ahead and do the same. And so, the second half, I'll commence in a moment. 20 seconds. Quick break. Time for all of you guys at home as well to maybe get yourselves some water, coffee, whatever else you might need. It is morning for pretty much all of Europe, or Asia, Oceania, maybe a little bit later in the day, and for the Americans, if there are any. Good luck, I guess. Prime gamer hours, though, I will say. Anywhere from, I would reckon, about 6 a.m. to maybe even 4. Not sure, actually. But either way, what a time of day it is. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Unity right now, down 2. Don't let the hype fool you. That should update in a second. As we continue. Second half, T side. This is where we'll see what Unity is made of, because we did get a good T side from Z10. One ramp they go, Madia apparently catches the first one, walks away, he must be trained for the next, then a couple of players still do come at him. The spacing is a bit awkward, sorry, that was not the body. Shot though, that's the Madia. 2 more for him. Total triple full house between the 2 of them as well. As that will be 0 Tenacity. 8th on the board. Both pistols as well now. And you do imagine, right? If this game gets close, say double digits range or even something like a 13-9, you do wonder, what if one of those pistols had been won by the other side? What if Yuri had picked up either one of them? So, 1 and 2 make it 3. Hello, AVN. Apparently, swapping halves is nothing to him. 22 and 8. Almost a 3 KG. Simke will be taking that and Chuck with a finish. It's the MP9s. And an MP9, the only thing have been lost. So, nine to 5. Start officially continues for Z10. But this is again same time, same place almost. Well, Unity did get a couple of their own rounds on the board, and it's going to be decent, but not going to catch him. Nemalia, though, he will. Going around at her, just one man running, took a chance to gamble. No kills, not even the monster. Shot will find it this time, but advantage regained. Z10, 4 on 3 with the lower side now under attack. Nemalia in a fantastic position, however. 1 guaranteed, 2, not so much, 3, all delivered right by his AK. Total of 4 for the round, and Z10 8 letting this one go. That is goddamn beautiful. Such a sneaky position. And the crosshair placement may not have been perfect, but first bullet absolutely was. And if I a little bit of respect on the outside, or disrespect on the outside, for both sides apparently, because Neofrag has decided to drop in and say hello. Bye-bye. No 3. But job done. Herbert running back, bomb drops, however, at an MP9 up close. I know this gun is the greatest in the game in this range. Worth it. Taken down. That as well should be the round. Pretty. Driving. Ooh. It's on his side. Has found the first they need. Well, it's been contested. Gets away with it. Tech 9 still has a chance with the running headshots, but UFO sitting pretty, and with that instant headshot, the round will go to Z10. $11-5. Things are looking real damn good. And now we'll get to find out exactly what Unity is made of as well. This is kind of what I almost talked about. We'll see if we get there, but if Unity were to pick up a couple more rounds here, make it a little bit more close, you start to wonder, you have the what-if scenario in your head. Maybe they pick up a pistol or two. The game could have been so much different, but hey, is what it is. Looking to make a game yet out of Nuke here in the second half. Limited time, limited rounds. Getting in position, Woozy atop of red. 2 players near him to take down or punish, but not expecting the second, thought he could have stood on it. Suddenly it's a 3-on-5 now. position is all that matters, because Neofrag has got himself down toward the lower side. Dan Brute, a monster of his own awaits him. Darber with a quick headshot. A shot missed. And a 4 versus 5 now. Versus 3, sorry. Now versus 2. 4 versus 2, there we go. Neofrag as well, I think. Joining Darber toward the... Not Neofrag, Fida. Joining him. Addison left below. 3 more to find, in some cases no more. And Z10. They are looking to make Nuke now a pretty damn convincing one. And the what-if scenarios, I do think, are kind of being played out right about now. I don't think there is a what-if scenario that they want to talk about here. I said, what if we didn't lose 5 rounds in a row? What if we didn't let him get a couple there? Could have been so much faster. Right now, it's Unity to prove us wrong. Then we're wrong as well here. Get a couple more rounds here. Make it, let's say, 7, 8. At that point, you start to be a little bit more happy. About how things could be, but to remain, and it is not looking great for Unity. And there it is. A very solid game coming out of Zero Tenacity here. I don't think there's much else to say. They play an insane game individually. AVN, an absolute standout. While Demonia, right initially, he did kind of get bullied with the game plan not being there, not being allowed to be what they kind of wanted. But nonetheless, they do bring out exactly what they did still pretty much want out of that. So I'll say, well done, absolutely. And we get ready for our second map of the game as well here with that. And now, should be Mirage. It is Mirage. That is one where Z10 have had a couple of struggles, couple of issues, or at least that's one thing we'll have to keep in mind. Last couple or 3 games not being victorious, you know, 13-11, 13-9 sort of score lines. But they have been playing against Monte, Passion, and Ends, so they're pretty damn decent teams in that regard as well. So I'm hoping to see that we do get to see still more out of Unity, right? It's still a fairly new team. So you do got to give them a little bit of slack, but nonetheless, we will find out exactly what it is going to look like on that second map shortly. So, ladies and gents, don't go too far, because we will see you guys in a little bit with Mirage. Unity, time to strike back, yes or no? We'll find out. Alright, hey, how we doing? We're gonna be back now with our second map of the series. We're gonna be taking a look at Mirage, how that is gonna be going. It is still a bit of a mystery, but I'll say this one. Zero Tenacity, they don't let down on Nuke. They give us a good game. They give us exactly kind of what we wanted. A hell of a game, a banger of a game, really, from them. AVS specifically drops an insane game. And now we go toward Mirage, because we kind of had an idea, maybe an inkling that Nuke, so far, right, with 1 out of 3 games won for Unity on that map before we headed into it, and now 1 out of 4 was not going to be the best. With Zero Tenacity, that's kind of been the swap to them from Anubis recently to this one instead. So they are now looking pretty damn good here, and I'm hoping that this will be a different sort of story then, because Unity have put a little bit of practice onto Mirage. They've found a fair bit of success here. Currently a 4 winning streak as well, with Portuguese Family, Eclod, Eternal Fire Academy, and Eclod again. So we are looking at a fairly decent record for Unity, especially just, right, of course, considering the last couple of weeks, they've changed a couple of players. So with the additions of Darber and Purdy so far, they've yet to lose on Mirage. That's pretty good. That's exactly what you kind of want, and it is slightly weaker, yes, for Z10, but it's still a map where they've been putting up respectable numbers, or respectable enough numbers, even when they've been losing now in recent times, where it doesn't feel like they're out of their element. And if anyone has a life game, or I say a life game again, a good game, a great one, like AVN, you're still looking at Unity in a little bit of trouble, maybe, but you never actually end up knowing. Because we still have the question marks that need to be answered when it comes to Unity themselves, right? We know Neofrag is putting out those numbers so far, but who else actually is going to be there to step up and match some of those numbers, even to a degree, right? Currently, he is the standout. He is the one that you do need to look out for. And if I were to guess, go by map 1, I would put Woozy up there. And would hope to see that is the case as well here for Mirage, but that will have to not wait, actually. So instead, we can go toward Mirage. We can see what it is going to be like. So, ladies and gents, thanks for sticking with us. Mirage coming right up here. So let's get to it. Zero Tenacity, CT side, the start for them. Not a surprise. Get to choose which side it starts on 9 out of 10 times, if not even more. The CT is where you do find yourselves. And thus, started off, AVN, out of the pistol ace, perhaps? Maybe not. Absolutely not. This is Unity instead of cleaning up toward the B side. However, give it a second. This is not done. Mirage still stands. Last man. 1 versus 1, and still taking a shot. 1 headshot is all they're looking for. There is a headshot, but not an uninterrupted one. Not a clean one. Neofrag is still toying with this. Tries to do his best. And that's exactly what DiMaggio will get. Neofrag's best. Looks a little bit shaky toward the end here, but you can't fault them still for actually coming out victorious here to take this one. So, where do you move on? So, DiMaggio, opening found, quick trade, CT side of the full spy for the second is interesting, right? Recent times, I've not been a fan of this. Now, asking this question for myself, I'll say yes because I'm built different, and I don't play that difficult of games. Play with people who are not the highest of ranks, so you know that's kind of different, but I'm built different. Zero Tenacity also seem to be built different at the moment, because that is one hell of a hold immediately. Namadia having fought at the first one, that's A-OK, gets traded, that's good for Unity still. But Joffo fighting 2 toward the ramp, and that seems like Unity not really in unison anymore. The only thing you can hear them say is, at the same time, what went wrong? Bolted on ramp. That's gonna be as well the signal for, I think, is that monster in spawn? No, it's not. Where that is. In gate, most likely. Now the option, and monster in CT. So they are gonna be sandwiching Unity here toward the A side. There's a slight timing that could be taking advantage of. Try to plant the bomb safely. They will be able to do so. Purdy is thinking about this, going around this as well. They'll find him. Neofrag hunts him. A 2 versus 4, it is complete Unity. They won't let this one go. It looks so dire, it looks so bad for a moment. More than a moment, but standing out. Strong show from Neofrag. Beautifully done. That'll do, that should be 3. There you go, that is 3. In quick succession. 4 and 5. There's the final one. That's all you need. Would you look at that? Unity off to a, now, great start. But here's the fight back from Zero Tenacity. Like I said, the only thing we really need from them is someone to have a good game. As we did on a nuke, and you never know how this will go. Because they've not been blown blown out of water on this map in a while, so... something pretty damn good here. There's at least the opening now found for more brute wants to make a second as well. With the A site, the defense seems to hold this time. You've got a man like Smoke, you got Dolben now dead. Woozy. Feeling woozy. And now he's feeling a little bit dead. Deceased, even some might say. That is 3-1. Zero Tenacity, welcome to the game. Round is on the board. Pistols and an AK. I'm on board with this one. I like this. Hero rifles. Oh, such a sick investment, I think. It's just a good one. There's very, very little downside to a hero rifle. Especially if it's an AK-47. If you're buying a Galil or a FAMAS, maybe you should rethink a little bit of those choices you've made. But an AK-47? I'm on board. Right, next round we're gonna be down to a Desert Eagle and you're gonna pick up an AK-47 or anything else someone drops. You're good. You're not losing anything. Unless it's the other Matador and utility playing supportive, there is pretty much no downside. And you've got yourself a chance to deal some damage, maybe even steal a round, right? This one here is a good start to it. Then AVN has a good shutdown of its own. Mid held, but it's not clean for Z10 either, so they've got 2 casualties, right? It's not like they're immediately flying off with the economy game either, so Unity's still in a pretty good position. although not perfect. Like I said, down to, I said, a dead vehicle, but down to Tech 9, close enough for Neofrag. Purdy and Vita, though, down to Galil's. That is slightly worse, and Neofrag as well, he's choosing to go aggressive here. Well, AVN, he's going to be floating in the air for the opposition to see. They'll be chilling up high in the sky. There's Util. Flash for connector. Bit more utility as well. I've also jump spotted to Neofrag. However, he's still fought. Not even the man on short who does that, but... Right, the Tech 9 is down. That's fine. Rest of Unity. Make themselves a place to what it is like to call home, but there is a man who's going to shot them down. And Maria, 1 and 2. Headshots delivered. And suddenly it is just scraps remaining off Unity. They've already completed 2 and 4. How about you one-up the challenge? And, ooh, how about you add even more to it? 1 man remains. Purdy, Galil, no utility, no health, and no chance. This one kept clean and flawless for Zero Tenacity instead. And there's that economy game. Now you're finally starting to see a little bit of that pop out for them as well. Not sure if I'm the biggest fan of walking through that connector smoke. It is a gamble. It is absolutely a gamble, right? You are gonna take, but one that in this case does not work out. A flash from Rand from top connector, anything I feel like could have helped out here. Obviously, hindsight is 20/20 and all that. As people say, what are you doing? I could have done so much better. If you want to be like that, but risk and no reward for it. Instead punished, and Z10 up against pistols. On paper, nothing too crazy here. This is not the sort of similar situation like on Nuke where you had a buy like this for Z10 where they made it a 1 versus 1. Just the map layout and build is different. You add on top Unity, they've got no utility besides 1 flashbang. This one shouldn't be much. First one is Brute Monster taken. No. He's squiggly dealt with. What is still happening here? 2 kills, a bomb plant. That is a success in its very own right. Wow. Goddamn. Okay. Now the retake. They're waiting. Trying to goof up. HE goes out. Dauber is dead. More remain, and now just 1. It's not going to take a rocket scientist to figure out where Ruzi's got to be.
Counter-terrorists win.
There you go. 4-3. Absolutely a well played around for Unity as well. It's a couple of Desert Eagle shots you needed to get, or needed to hit for things to start going well, and that's exactly what they did. Right, you have your what-if scenarios, or, again, hindsight speaking. But there is the, I guess, option that Brute plays a bit more passive and waits for, was it, no, Simk? Jofoot, no, Nemadiga on stairs? I'm not sure whoever that was, but they were covering the cross for CT at least, so there was not that amount of pressure on him immediately, but, hey. Remember they cover risks? Try to find the bomb and yada yada yada, all that, right? You've got so many different things to factor in here, and right now, Woozy, not being factored in by AVN, taking a wide stance and being caught out in the open. Response for Z10, or game plan for this round as well, is to go aggressive, be a partner. Take a fight, take a stance, shot missed, and now they've got Simk in a position instead. A flashbang deployed at the same time, but on the other side of the map, Woozy, more of his own, a collapse on the off. And I'd say this round is done. That is decided by an AWP. And a lock on swap. Nicely done. Already, they're giving us that fight we wanted. And here as well, this is where Zero Tenacity and the one flawless round that they did have will go to. That extra money they enjoy now has to be spent here to fight for round 9, take back the lead. If not, you're looking at 6, perhaps 7 and 8 at that point as well for Unity instead. It's going to be a fast opening from mid, cable to feeder. First one found, Brute Monster, not allowed much. I do like, though. I do like this. He's switching up his position. He's not just going to be a ticket booth turret. Not going to be sitting in CT spawn. He's chilling this time toward a short and now under. Now to the side. 1, 2, 3. It is all too easy. 5 of the board. Unity. They are going to be taking this first half now by storm. A very beautiful set piece from them. The first opener they found toward a shot, that was the up down. Things became a lot easier from there on out, and now it's all alone out of 3 players. On the death cam, he's saying it. Boys, I could have just gone A. I could have had that, but hey. Not meant to be. This is just a very well played round. Right, the reactions as well for Z10 are almost correct, or I say correct, there's not a single correct answer in Counter-Strike ever. Unless it's called Rush B, because that never goes wrong. But that is a very well played round as well for Z10. I think in just the ideas and the traits they had in mind, they tried to help, they tried to be supportive, but it just ends up being expertly competent for by Unity. So I like that round. I really do. And now, the next one. Unity should be running away with a couple more here. Head of the smoke again. I do like as well in CS2 that smoke has become one where teams will just peek in front of it even more so than they did in Go toward the end of it. I think maybe am I misremembering, or is that just Counter-Strike 2? I feel like I was throwing that in Go. I don't know. Honestly, time flies. Gonna be mixing things up. Would be sight. Snack waiting by Z10 out of their forces. Utility is 4 6K on 6 HP remains. Now it's dead, now it remains. And the defense is very lackluster, but it's put up a couple of kills here. Maybe even a third one. See that out of 22. That's really all there is to it. That'll get 2 thumbs up from me. Same amount of kills that Z10 managed to get here. Full 6. Like I said, this is what could have happened, or did happen if Z10 had ended up losing that round at number 9. Now, the guns, and there's the chance as well now to make things 7 and perhaps take even 8. No loss bonus now. Also, for Z10, so next round they should be a little bit better than just Amigo. And the half, they'll have at least something. And we'll see as well how this one plays out. And well, the start of it, at least we have an answer, because Demalia is dead immediately. I don't know how Unity have been so damn good at this mid-entry now in these last, what, 5 rounds. I don't think they've lost even a single duel here. 5 versus 4 immediately, and now they're just going in full force toward that A side. So if you're thinking about this, knows he has to take a fight at some point or another. Will take this one to at least 1 for his side. But still playing it at a disadvantage. AVN, the murder hole, is called this for a reason. Do not walk through. Flash goes, blinds him, perhaps even saves him. Simk does arrive to assist in the duel. Not finding a way in, however, and we are looking at a save. And at that point, yeah, B-side, they are absolutely cooking. Of course, as well, now that lost bonus I did get mentioned, so I'm very happy. Zero Tenacity, try down Simk as well into the flames, but not gonna get a chance to be reborn. He'll keep his life. Both will in this fact, or in this case as well. Lost bonus stacking up, 3 players having saved. There's gonna be weapons for everybody on the CT side. But here's the thing, man. You need to start getting these rounds on the board, and it all starts with mid control for Z10. Or the lack of it, in this case. You already have mid. I guess is how. This time, it's the perfect change as well. It's all of Z10 at middle, saying enough is enough. They are gonna take this one no matter what. FAVBET taken down for one entry, but this B-side completely flying over the business. It's one-range strike coming back, and Simk still loaded. Short smoke in his face, but a nade coming through. A second of foul, he'll keep his life. The final run and a half. The balcony. One more for the balcony. Woozy left alone now. 3 to find, and knows at least one short, one market. Where's the last one? That's still something he has to figure out. He's spotted now a couple of them. And then it's too late. 7 to 5 is the halftime score here. And that is a beautiful defense as well for Simk. It just stays alive, buys a little bit of time. Despite the B-side being open, despite the initial entry as well being found, it's very well played by Z10. Even if Unity as well, even if they had that timing toward the B-side, that kind of works still towards Z10's favor in the sense that they had everybody in mid, so you kind of offset the time there. Imagine CT's on ramp, default CT spawn, right? A couple seconds faster for the rotation, and there it pays off as well. And it is played pretty damn well. So it's not going to be a complete blowout of a first half. I say complete blowout. 8-4 still would have been manageable. But 7-5, respectable. Nonetheless. And impressive. With how much Unity were able to get away with that mid control, the entries they managed to find from it as well. Very, very sick. Now fast short. Onto the B side they go. Spell away to the USP. Neofrag needs to assist his teammates, but apparently they don't need help. They got their trusty USPs in hand. And Mongo loaded in 1v3. Down through smokes. And down through yet another one. This time, Trepanation. Unity. They are having that good game. It's not like it's just an individual game as well that I kind of said they might need. Or someone might need. It's a full-blown team game coming out. On the Czech side, and it is really paid off pretty damn well. One scene palace. But it's just exploration. Or zero tenacity as well. Around like this, it is completely fine if you do want to just spend a little bit of time when it comes to just going all around the map. Let that CT side use that utility. And then, what, 40-second mark, 30, I don't know, whenever you want to go. As bum rush goes together. Try to take down one or two, overpower them, and then you've dealt a little bit of economical damage. Utility alone that needs to be reinvested into, and on top you might get a couple of kills. So, even at this point, even if you end up with 1 kill alone here, most players, they'll have to almost everybody will have to reinvest here with about, what, 900, 800, if not even more. So, that's still economical damage, and on top of 1 weapon that needs to be bought back up as well. So, hey, it's pretty good. It is pretty good. But is it pretty good enough? That's a good question as well. We're going to find out. Map 1 ended fairly abruptly when it came to that second half. It was a clean half from Zero Tenacity after a 7-5, similar to here as well. Now for Unity instead. 7-5, 13-5. I do reckon most people kind of know how this one is already going to be going from here on out. Time to make a change. Z10 as well. Both teams putting a fair bit of focus toward mid. And yeah, that's Mirage. That's just how the game is going to be played, mostly. There is a reason it is the meta. It works. Although, they backed off. They have managed to leave Nematica toward a connector. He has that position at least to work with. We might get a flashbang over. He might take the duel against the He has done exactly that, but lost his life. The process, MK, however, is making sure 2 CTs lose theirs. Neofrag is straight as well. His second. Bomb to be planted. 20 seconds on the timer. Now making it 40. And a third for Simk. Ace is on perhaps as well here. But no. Not gonna give him a chance to get an ace here. They're instead gonna back off. And there you see. That's the full eco kind of coming back as well to bite Unity in the ass almost. It's the equipment they had to reinvest. The utility, the 1 weapon taken out. And now it is a save that has to be called simply because FAVBET and Darber, they don't have that money. The Reds kinda do, but they're still teetering on that edge of should we fully invest back into this or not, right? Woozy can buy an M4. Purdy maybe Canada and then Neofrag if you're really going crazy by the FAMAS. Hopefully not, but an MP9 could suit him well, but he's gotta be getting an M4 instead. Think someone drove that over? Must have. But either way, you've got fighting weaponry on the Unity side. You've got Zero Tenacity now as well to make sure that this game does not end the same as Map 1 ended their way. The fight on the second half is required. How do you go about this? So far, we're not seeing the same sort of individual game from anyone that we saw from AVN on Nuke, and that was kind of the prerequisite almost of Zero Tenacity showing up and surprising in a way here. With that not being available, with no one stepping up to the plate as of yet, that'll be, or will have to be carved the difficult way, so to say. Through mid, Molotov on a short should fade any moment, and Neofrag still in connectors. Well, he'll linger there for a little bit. Smoke might fade, could give him a little bit of a sight line or challenge or two, but he's been spotted. A leg, a kneecap enough for Brute Monster to take him down to make sure he will not limp away. 3 remain. Uzi still stands. 8 is close to business, but Brute Monster still on short. Drawn in by the attention, the noise made out of that underpass, and an easy kill comes out of it. With only 2 remaining, it is down to the Darber to give us one hell of a defense if this was to ever happen. First one, positive. Second, not as easy. Brute Monster takes him down, and that is going to be the round as well, surely. Not one Fido will look to attempt that. We're looking at 9-7 instead. Here's Tenacity. Fighting. Coming back into this one. And that is what we do want to see as well. Gotta say it as well, by the way. Great round for Brute Monster. Opening kill he'll find in the connector. Continues that as well. He's just there to trade and bait his teammates. And when you're doing it that successfully, and you're the one who kind of decides the round, I think go for it. No one's gonna blame you. Or even a little bit. So. What else? Pistols await. I like the stack here as well. I like to play on the balcony. It's simple. There's a lap to a singular second. I'm getting away from this. There, however, is a nade. Neo frag exposed. Oh! Hello? Fully blinded with me. Takes 2 arms and will find himself just one. But hey, that's gonna be feeling good. Fully blinded, you swing for a quick headshot. A full eco like this, you're still gonna be smiling about that one. Nicely done. Both teams, especially Z10 now as well, right? They build up their bank quickly. Team K, AVN, and Shuffle all got that bag in the moment. Brute Monster as well, he's got that up. And now, to make some damage. Do some damage, come on! Let's see what we get here. Unity, you're slowing down a little bit. You had an insanely good first half here, with mid control being such a key part of it. You flip halves, you flip sides. Z10. They're catching up here. Again, take your time. Ivania trying to lure in a rotation, or at least get a player out of position towards A. It's a nice setup as well here for Unity, by the way. Gotta mention it as well. One in CT that's playing it passively. Pretty smoke in his pocket, so he's ready for that. If any pressure hits way, a Molotov. Or if he just needs to deploy a defensive smoke as well in front of ticket booth, as a fair few people actually do tend to do. Smoke breaks open a connector, Shuffle is caught. Plan maybe give it away a little bit as well here, especially if they spot anyone here. Now they do. Utility is heard, it's been seen. Neo frag. Side, he's all loaded, dead, and so spammed as he gets caught just at the end of the smoke scene. On the TD side, now all the way back to it. Set up quickly made obsolete. Fighting their way back to it, and 3 remain on each side. Brute Monster as well. Stuck in a not great position. Looking all too hot at the moment, but what else? First one. Oh my god, still finds him. It just takes his head out. That's enough. They don't want that smoke. They don't want to touch this A site. Away they go. That's Z10 to take 9.
Terrorists win.
They were lulled into a sense of security when they found a Chofo and connector. It's a great opening. It is a fantastic opening, but Neofrank caught alone on stairs, taking the fight alone essentially, and then just letting them out toward the site, especially with that second kill on the Purdy as well. Just barely a shoulder, seeing as he walks back behind a triple and just get instantly spammed by, I think, 17 angry people. Serbian militia of Zero Tenacity came at him. So, well, game has been tied up here. We're looking at a 9-9 scoreline. CT side ain't looking too hot here either, and unfortunately, I don't think they got this round in them. Seems like there's a couple of issues to be dealt with. What a B site. Yeah, there you go. Darba finally finds one. Still dealing with the B site as well. He's challenging, he's fighting. But eventually, away they go. That is a second weapon. I say second weapon the CT side are now picked up if they do as well wanted the AWP available somewhere on short, I think. And so, a save it is, a Zero Tenacity to double digits they go. And we are looking at a pretty good comeback. Now, officially so. Right, this is kind of the flip side of what could have happened from on Nuke and now here as well instead. If you really had won even one of those pistol rounds, mainly that second one, you imagine things could have looked kind of similar. They picked up a little bit of momentum. Don't have their backs against the wall the entire time, and here instead, Z10, they're kind of showing us what that can be like. Or what that could have been like, and all the credit right now, I'd say, goes to Brute Monster as well, right? I said no one's been a standout. As soon as I did, Brute Monster kind of takes a round or two by storm. Now putting out 17 and Zero Tenacity to 10 first. But here's the thing at least as well for Unity as well to keep in mind, right? This is the first stage still, I guess. If you want the first game, it's the opening match, right? You've got a couple of chances here in the play-ins to make your way through. Lose this one, you're not out immediately, but you are going to be at the brink of elimination at least, so that's one thing to keep in mind. They're 3 rounds away from making sure they at least get themselves a step closer to that main event. Good utility. Miss. Support isn't infinite here, but it does go both ways. Couple of CTs, couple of Ts, both taken down. Brute Monster suddenly alone. 1-on-3 required. He just said he's been taking a couple of these rounds by storm, and now he'll have to do so as well, but go Purd. Vida takes him down, just walks up from short. And that's Unity to fight back. They want to get a third map out here. They want to see Anubis. They want to give us a game. Mid again. I like that we have now, by the way, changed it all from this mid control for both teams. They just kept going at it again and again and again. Even true to Mirage, pretty much. You have mid control, you control rotations at least. Even if, right, as we've seen before, Unity were ready for one of those rounds, they still ended up losing that one. They have these ideas that mid will be a big part of this. However, here we have lost Neofrag, taking a duel through window, and down he goes. One too many players in mid for him to take care of. It's just damage. Now, an unknown factor, and a rotation to be made by Woozy. It is a big gamble they're willing to make here as well, it seems, and I don't blame them. The left, I think that's, yeah, Purdy toward the A site. Played from CT, they'll just play CT if they have to. If not, toward the B side, they'll have stack and to go. Woozy already here. Does mean Darber has a slightly easier chance, but he's been spotted. Woozy's dead, and now not at all. The A1S to take down 3. He's flipped it and put it to Purdy. One of us is too high. Seeing smoke, blocking his vision. Easy way in.
Bomb has been planted.
Guess what? There is no easy way in, but he has at least managed to get position. Surely this has to be expected as well. Smoke's faded. Okay. Brute. The monster just has to turn. And that's exactly what it does. Walked into kitchen, checked it, sees nothing. And a 0 tenacity to 11, inching closer and closer with this one. This one's gonna hurt. Especially after Darber puts up such a beautiful 3-piece. Give it a chance to even make this round possible. Fantastically played, but unfortunately, it is not good enough this time. Z10, 2 rounds. Creeping closer to it. Woozy finally back to grind in mid. Another opening found. I say that in mid, but actually round. So my apologies. Hello! Goodbye! But no, that's bomb. And that's 5 on 2. I think we're saying a goodbye here very quickly in round 22. And with Simke guard that all but confirms it. Whatever side, the only thing Shuffle has going for him, well, is time. Second thing I was gonna say, the element of surprise, but now 4 more needed. 2 watching him. There is simply put no chance, and his life is forfeit. God damn, yeah, this is just a great round. I really like that. You go for a play like this, where it is pretty much all or nothing. Well, not entirely, but still. You go for a play that requires so many resources as putting 2 players on their pass. If even if one team player is watching for it, if they have an AWP watching for it, whatever reason, or if they have to try to challenge you as well, that could have gone horribly wrong. At that point as well, T sided with rotations being cut off, 2 found an underpass. It would be feeling really damn good. But instead, with Unity to find those, find the bomb, find that round so easily. Really is no other way forward here for Z10 about 2. Except that Unity, they do have what it takes. Push them toward map number 3. This late in the game, pulling out a game or play like that is ballsy. Impressive. But that's unimpressive, as apparently Z10. A pistol is what gets them the entry, a Galil is what gets them the second, and the bomb down. With Unity financial troubles, they're going to be calling this one quits. Z 10-12 with a half buy. Sorry, not a half buy, but an investment, a force buy nonetheless. But it is an absolute robbery. Sure. Yeah. That is quite something.
Terrorists win.
One away. Taking this entire map and series. And it could all be due to a force buy. A P250 gets them the entry. Not the ideal scenario at the moment for Unity, but hey, if you want it, this is how you'll have to do it. This is how far you have to go to get it. Nope. All or nothing. Overtime is needed here for Unity to stay alive in a map number 2. If not, you are going to be done in this match. No issues. Unity is supposed to be good here as well. Now they need to look perfect. The frag doesn't win the second as well. Importing mid into connector, however, just barely. Woozy with 14 survives. The CT side. 5-on-3. You don't want to throw this away. You lose this, that is going to be heartbreaking. Feed up, perfect position as well. Overtime. Oh, one confirmed, and I think that's it. We're not done here. We're not done on Mirage. We're not done with the game. Okay, at least a chance to clean up 1 or 2 here to get something more toward the end. Stats pad, but even that is not happening. As Unity, they're in the game. And it is a round far from perfect. But it still plays out in their favor. And we are not done. And this is what I wanted. This is what I wanted to see. Also, my question as well, right? Who else besides Neofrag is going to be showing up in terms of the statistics here? Darber, 20 kills on him. Woozy, 17. Good sign for the future all with the team. Right, mainly due to, still, right? Darber, Purdy, Mosley as well, being very unknown. Right, if you've been maybe following the scene, maybe you know of them as well a little bit more, but to one such as I, who hasn't been following the local scene of the Czech Republic as much, unknown to me. But you give them a little bit of time, you see what they'll come up with. This is a good sign for the future. Here, though, seems like we are going to be calling a quick restart of a round. Something that has gone wrong, but not exactly sure what. Or maybe? A lot of things in the chat, but we still got one man very proactive. I don't know what's happening here, but I think we are playing this one out. Seems like it at least, and so we continue. That sounds not always great. Everyone did kind of go back for a moment, but all is good. Whatever it was. And a minute left on the clock, we're going to play this one out now. Into mid for Zero Tenacity. Double smokes in window. Maybe anticipating a Molotov or something, I'm not sure. We're just miscommunication. It's like the correct answer in this case. Opening found. Woozy's been really good at these openings, by the way. The actual openings that he's taken. He's now 5-0 into them. Your frag. One found toward the A side. That's all they'll get at the moment. But okay, that's awkward. Feet up. Not able to get the job he started. For the meantime, he's found a Darber and Brute Monster. He's still playing. I'm toyed with death awaits him, but he's managed to escape. Just barely, and Woozy down. Okay, wouldn't feed her. It is unfortunately time to call this one quits here. The round needs to be forfeit, especially if you can't finish off the killing connector. 1 HP. Or, well, actually, it's 19, but hey, close enough. 1 bullet would have done the trick. Not able to find it, not able to get into position. And no assistance. We'll get to 13, so... At least something now there for them as well, yet again. Haze's Law strikes again. Maybe. I don't know if this actually counts. With those unfamiliar as well. That is referring to Haze. One of my colleagues. Right, who's kind of dubbed this as well, and we're just going to be going along with it and following the Haze's Law. When a team gets 12 first, don't close down OT, they win that first round. Most commonly seen in games where it's one-sided and a big comeback, and or you would call it a choke, and as soon as it goes to OT, then you get 13. And here as well, proven it correct. But the CT side, they've actually found themselves a couple of kills back into this one. Uzi yet again being very active towards the start of the round. Mid, however, now forfeit with both teams kind of backing off of it as well. Or you say backing off. One is taking space, one's backed off, actually. Jofu and AVN. The latter of whom added an incredible map 1, yet to be seen on Mirage. The perhaps detriment of his team. Ooh, this is a good position as well to be in. A freebie. Woozy. Whitey senses, not tingling this time. With the noise been made, but here, question, Unity, which way do you want to go? Both sides wide open pretty much. A, even more so than B at the moment as well, but... Gotta choose A or B. They've chosen to go toward the A side, plant safely as well, expecting Purdy to be somewhere around the palace. This legs being seen, and bomb plant known to be here as well. And around to the side, as he goes, AVN now down. Purdy wins the first one. Where's Jofo? That's the question. They know ramp is not going to be yet. Jungle CT, those are the two options you have. Line up almost perfectly as well, but Purdy trades it. He'll take 3, he'll take Unity to 13. Well played retake as well here. Even considering they had a really good idea and a read on where Purdy was going to be. Right, it's Jofo play here as well that kind of lets them know, okay, CT spawn, clear, Purdy's not going to be here. He's probably pushed. They plant safe, but they just missed the timing. And 13 all yet again here. We keep tying up the scoreline. This time, not as much of a focus toward mid. Instead, you've got plenty of util drop toward the B side. We're going to be changing up the status quo of the game. Respectable. Right, considering how much of a, or how deep of a tactical side we saw of Z10 when it comes to nuke alone. Haven't been seeing as much here. Granted, Mirage is a bit more run and gun than nuke perhaps is, but it still goes to show differences between the maps as well, and between how Z10 approach nuke and Mirage here as well. This one has been a bit more of a brawl. But for the opening, Nemanja has been lost. Hate to dog battle on the mat as well, but not been doing all too great here. 13 kills. Definitely missing compared to his usual performances. Woozy taken down, traded by Chofo. I think I'm gonna wear this mat on the A side. Neo frag. On Tetris will find himself Chofo. Alone in CT spawn. Simk finds himself in the crosshairs of trouble. And that 14 to Unity at the end of the half here. And 16 is the magic number. So that's right there below the timer as well. That is what we're looking for to end this map. If it's 15-15, if you are unfamiliar with how overtime perhaps works, we go again. Magic number changes to 19 at that point. But for now, we're looking for 16. Unity, they're looking for map 3. We'll see if we get there. Now, here's the thing. Unity and mid on T side was a match made in heaven. So I'm looking at real interested to see if they've got they've got what it takes here. Oh, we gotta see a change when it comes to zero tenacity as well, right? Last round of it's the last round, second to the last round of regulation, right? They had that whole mid stack going on, 4-5 pretty much there. But it seems like we are going to be focusing a bit more toward mid, but it's just the default, it's nothing crazy. Resistance toward the A side, and this Molotov toward the Manga. Gonna hurt, that's gonna hurt more. As out toward the A side, the Chuffle alone, standing, one and done. Not half bad, but that will hurt them even further. Bad. Shoulder spotted, bumped and planted. Got a 2-on-2. Inside this one, flip connected. Takes another shot, but gotta reload. Brute Monster now waits for backup. Simk shows up. Oh man. Well, your frag is low, but a QSP will not do. 25 frags on Neo Frag, and it seems like most of them have been just impact. With Unity now to 15, it is 1, and you head to Anubis. It is that easy. 5 kills separate them from map 3. Gotta see. Zero Tenacity, do you got that dog in you still? Brute Monster definitely does. Ladder punch at the CT side is when he did, or T side is kind of when he did step up here, so gotta keep that in mind. Initially, didn't have the greatest of starts, but he's still been somewhat active nonetheless. It was just the way that Unity kept going mid over and over again, finding that entry. Woozy, big part of it right now. He's been dealt with, so was Purdy. And a 5-on-3. At this point, you don't need to push your luck any further. Just keep playing crossfires. You got all the advantage you could need here, pretty much. Wouldn't be the first time in this map to see Unity pull this one off. A 4 versus 2 in around 2 or 3. And now, a 2 versus 5. A Neo Frag? Well, and down he goes. It is going to be a 30-round game, if not further, it seems. We keep going. And, hold on, what's that, by the way? The first time, maybe? I'm not actually all too sure. I was not paying attention if Woozy was the first one to die, but I think that was the first time. If he was the first one to die, that he's lost an opening in this game. Up until at least that previously, he still is 6-0 in his opening duels. Maybe 6-1 right now, I'm not entirely sure actually, but we'll see if anyone actually does care. Nonetheless, one B-side taking in defense. Joins 1 and 2, make it 3 from Brute Monster. And overtime number 2 seems like it is coming through. We're not done here. not deciding this one just yet. It's just utility right now to keep Unity at bay. Respect the side hustle that is present on the site. An impossible task will be dealt with, and that is double overtime. Secured at 15-15. This is the global offensive overtime, we call this one. Oh, now it's just double OT. And apparently, yeah, I was correct. Woozy did die first previously. So, 6-1 in his opening duel as well. Pretty good. Pretty damn good. Very impactful. But here's my counterpart to that as well. On Zero Tenacity, Demonica, 4-9. He's been part of so many opening duels. 13 in total, so almost half of what we've had here. He's not really been the breadwinner that he normally is with Zero Tenacity. Making the game a little bit more difficult, but you're not going to be on your A game every single time. It's just about how you can bring up that floor. Not about your peak condition, but also how consistent can you be, how high can you bring your own floor. I think in the long run will matter the most. Right now, not the absolute greatest, but we've been finding impact every now and then. Here, however, we found ourselves 1 and 2 opening kills with Zero Tenacity. Through B, through A, and now yet again to B. Or sorry, mid. We keep finding ourselves in this sort of a cycle where Z tended to get to another overtime, or an overtime that they fought at the first round here seems yet again. Still want to see what Unity's got here. Woozy. He's been good. Been a pleasant surprise. Frank as well has been consistent. And 1 man remains. You know, this is sort of round where I don't mind anyone stat padding, right? You've got 20 seconds, 1 versus 5. Woozy's actually trying to... Yeah, but there's some sort of an attempt here. I mean, I respect the hustle. Absolutely. But in overtime as well, you've only got so much money, right? It's 10k, it's not of it here. So, if this round as well ends up being a loss for Unity, they may not have an AWP for the final one. But we'll see, obviously. There's a lot of moving parts here, right? If anyone's gonna save, is there a bomb plant, and whatnot. There's so many different things here. Wait, again, I'll just mention it. Shout out Broom Monster. He's waking up at the end of the game here. Or seeming end, at least. I don't want to say it's done just yet. An Avian, while a slow start for him as well. Opening found here, Simk. Just see the hand and shoulder of one Neo Frag. Definitely now knows he's there. The body is sneaking up short as well. Gotta get active, being held, taken down. Not allowed in. Double swing, perhaps, being cooked up by the T's here. Edge of the smoke, Darber. Looks to edge it. There's the swing. There's the trade. And 3 remain on both sides. Time is ticking. 20 seconds. Get back toward the bomb side. 1 smoke. That's the smoke. That's what you need. There's a quick trade as well. And this shot from the AWP. And smoke's fading. Gotta pressure this. Gotta put it on. The board if they want this, but they will not be allowed back in. This is, well, a very, very good swing from Darber. Here's the nade bouncing. Knows the swing is coming. It takes time around the edge of the smoke, and it's beautifully played. Boy, Unity all in all there as well. So, again, we're just going to repeat what we had at first overtime. Z10, first round of overtime, yet again, check. And Unity, they tied up right after. Check again. This dope. Great change-up. It's aggressive, top of mid. It's worked out for something, but there's still one remaining. Oh, keep an eye on him. His name is AVN. One more foul, a 3-on-3. Top mid, pressure dealt with. Underpass, one more. You can expect this much. But everyone is going to be slowing it down for a little bit as well. The apartment's Purdy's walked back. Monster's taking sideline instead. Three-man unit headed his way. Can't afford to miss here. You find the opening. You play this one from the advantage. Molly goes down. They will respect it. Well deployed. Couple of flashbangs. Looking to go in. Trying to make their way towards the site, but Brew Monster, he's on for a 30 bomb and he wants it right here, right now. Uzi won't let him. 1-on-2, still doable. 40 seconds, making a lot of noise, jumping around, but AVN will drop one in. Kill will find the round. That is 0 Tenacity, another half won by them. Great change for Z10. Right, it was the early part of the game, right? It was that regulation. Again, I'll just keep coming back to it because it is still relevant. But Unity, they had such good mid control. Zero Tenacity, only toward the end of these halves did they actually start to change of their own approach to it. So you do got to keep that in mind. They've been doing pretty damn well with these things. And there, they change it up again. Because it felt like there hasn't been enough pressure maybe toward mid. Not enough from Unity in some of these rounds, so take the fight to them. And it works out very, very well. Stops their initial play, and it's just, at that point, holding the line for Brute Monster. And 17 picked up. Magic number, 19. Under the clock, you can see that as well as who's actually won these maps so far. You can see that little yellow box that takes under 0 Tenacity, 17. That means they won map number 1. Uzi, nice openings, good trade, however, as well from Chofo. Not afraid of a fight in the mid here, it seems, and that is nice to see. Both teams confident. AVN crept up B. Lita waited here if there's any sort of noise to be made. If he hears the drop, he'll quickly turn, but can AVN still figure this one out himself is the question. If you're a Counter-Strike nerd, I think you do know there is a very, very tough silent drop you can do here. You can fall onto a pixel, silent your drop down, but I don't actually know how that lineup is done. I don't think AVN knows either. Does not. Feed up. First shot needs to be hit, but it's AVN instead. Headshot, delivery, and a return as well from Uzi. Next up, in for the Palace? B-Palace, I'm calling that. Apartments is Jofo's AWP, 4 HP remains, and Purdy in a 1 versus 2. Been effective so far in a few of these rounds. Usually a B anchor problem he's being dealt with, but now A anchor problem, so all that, and the clutches he'll need to win, but it's not going to work out this time. Brute Monster finally gets his 30th. The dirty 30 comes through, and that is going to be 18-16. 2 match points for 0 Tenacity. Flames obscure just enough. Forces of Unity up mid. You've got Neo Frag taking a fair bit of space already, edging around a smoke. Well, you still deployed. 0 Tenacity though. They're just chilling, waiting. That is 5 kills. 2 chances. Or 2 more, I guess. All 0 tenacity. Now go to the A side. Perhaps this is it. First fight is from Darber, but it's not successful. 1 more to go. The pressure building is rising. Demanding up. The smoke. Light is there. An opening as well. Purdy trades. Keeps his team in it. Still doable. Still possible. What more can you do? The retake. You've got the time at least, but the problem is that setup the T side have here. It's very passive. You've got the other brute monster waiting for contact, waiting for stairs, then eventually he will have to peek his own head out as well at the same time. For the first kill, you'll find it. Second one as well from stairs. Tetris, and finally from the site and balcony as well. 0 tenacity will be taken to series in 2 maps. It's a full-blown battle and a warfare that comes out from Unity as well to try to get this toward map number 3, but into the end, there's just that extra push from the Z10. Takes him 3 tries, and hey, eventually close things out. And with that as well, we do have the end of this match, but not at the end of the day, because there's still more Counter-Strike to go. So, with that as well, right, I think that's a very well played game for Sinners. Not Sinners, sorry, Unity. Despite the loss they have here. Not too, well, not too good for you, the 2 teams from the same country or region, but nonetheless. Right, I like what I saw from Unity, right? A very new team still, right? You've had a Woozy and a Neofrag there for about 4 months. You've had a Nobby and a Purdy now for... Darber and Purdy for a couple of weeks now. I think we're seeing good sides out of them. They played some of those rounds really well. I like the foundations and basics in terms of just how you want to play things together. You're playing things very basic and making sure that you do stick together. I think those were very nicely put down and put out. And showcased in these rounds for them. But, unfortunately, just not enough for the actual, well, for the actual win here. No map number 3. I would have liked to see it. I really would have liked to see it. But, that not being done, not happening, we are going to be looking at a little bit of a break, I think. I'm not exactly sure how long, actually, I am. About 55-ish minutes, 50 minutes or so. Pretty much to the next hour. Central European summertime, that will be about 1 p.m. That'll be coming back with Yana versus Amcal next. An interesting match. I haven't seen Yana in a while. I haven't seen Amcal in a while, and they've just recently added Offrost as well, who I do think is pretty damn good. But that is a game we'll be taking a look at in a little bit. So until then, be safe, be well. Maybe get some water, coffee, a snack maybe if you want, and we'll see you guys in a little bit. So don't go too far, or do. Not your father. You can do whatever you want, and we'll see you guys after this break. So, don't go anywhere. Or do you? Alright, how you guys doing? We are back for our next game of the day. Now, it is, well, 2 o'clock here, and also for our next 2 teams that we are going to be taking a look at here as well. But for the rest of Europe, it should be around, well, 12 or 1. For anyone else from other regions of the world, I'm not going to try to guess, but for the European series, we've got European teams, and we're going to be taking a look at 2 that I don't really know what to expect out of. Well, either of these teams at the moment. But let's kind of take a look at that as well. So, the teams we got to be taking a look at Yano versus Amcal. This is going to be a very intriguing one, mainly due to the fact that there is a lot of unknowns for me at the moment for what do both these teams want to get done today. Now, Yano, they've been qualifying for they've been, I say qualifying, they've been pretty damn good when it comes to Finnish Counter-Strike. That's one thing I'll say. That's been a very good thing with them. But now internationally, it's still been some issues overall where they haven't really been up to par with so many other teams that we kind of would like to see them maybe be better. Just the names alone of this team, I do think probably should be better as well, but it's just not been clicking. It's been a bit of an issue, but I do kind of hope, just maybe a little bit of showing my Finnish bias here, but do kind of hope that we get to see more out of Yano in the future as well here, but that kind of, well, might be a prelude from today. You know, I say today, you know, fresh season of CCT starting up. We'll see how they continue to do, but as of right now, we will have to find out. Now, I've been talking about them. Let's actually take a look at that roster. Let's see who do we have on that team. And for the Finnish side, yeah, Yano. You got Alu, Ariel, Henu, Smile, and Yellow on that squad. And I seriously think this is a good team. I do think the pieces here are pretty damn good. The results, however, just not amazing. And that's the issue I do kind of think they at the moment do have. It's not been as good as it should be. It's a bit unfortunate, but it's still true. So, I just really want to see this team kind of live up to that sort of level that I do expect from them, almost. Also, we've got Twist as the coach as well, so you've got a fair bit that this team can or could do. But it's not there, and that's the problem. For the other side, though, that's an interesting part as well, because Amcal, I think they've just been in sort of weird limbo almost. They've been having some roster moves every now and then. It just is an odd situation to be in. You've got the longest standing members as of right now for this edition of Amcal being AW and Kalash and SFAVBET. Right, they have been playing together for a good while as well, even before this is a DMS. They were together for a decent while, I think. So, you have that core. You've brought in Stenix. And then now, just for a couple of days ago, you've brought in Artfrost, who I do think is really damn good. Underrated almost. And it is really hard, I'll say, to stand out if you are from the CIS region as well. Right? You're an AWPer in the CIS region, good luck. You've got a lot of competition. So it kind of is tough that Artfrost has been overlooked for a long time as well, but there have been so many good teams. And there has been, I think, a conversation that Artfrost also, I'll just keep going at him for a while. He has been inconsistent. That has been, I think, the biggest issue we've had for him in past editions, past teams that he's been part of as well. So there is that to go off of, but he still puts out those numbers, and that's the most important part, almost you could say. But I really just want to see that promise of what he can do being delivered consistently. I think he's really damn good and someone who could elevate almost any team in the CIS region, especially in Tier 2. I do think he deserves another shot at Tier 1, right? He was with Spirit for a while as well, for like a 6-month-ish period. And they did alright, I mean, not amazing, and then you just had a couple other changes on that team as well, but you know, that's different, that's something else. But for now, right? We've got to lay this one out. You have the core. You have a couple of new players added to it as well with Stenix and Artfrost. I hope that they do well. I really do. But at the same time, you also got to consider Yano as well and what they will be doing. But I do still think the Finnish are facing an uphill battle here. So, good luck. I do hope we get to see the best out of both these teams. But I do still have my suspicions that even with this sort of lack of consistency or lack of practice, let's put it that way. Right? Stinnick's been here for a month, off Frost a couple of days. It's not going to be perfect, especially with a big move like an AWPer as well. You do got to integrate him as best as you can. Probably got to be a bit more puggy, a bit more free-flowing as a playstyle almost for a while. And for that, Dust 2, I think, does fit into that fairly well. You do have a lot of... Or it's a very simple map, but it's a lot of these engagements that just early on decide these rounds and how they go. If you get an entry, you go that way. If you don't, you probably decide something else. You've got your defaults that most people kind of already get as well and understand. It's nothing too complicated for Amcal in that sense. I think it's a great start to the series. For Yano, it's been a map they've kind of flirted with every now and then, but it's not been really amazing. Right? Their most recent game, I think, what, 2 weeks ago or something like that, against Nexus, a 13-1 loss is not... It's not the greatest results. Before that, against NIP, they lost 13-7 in the Astana qualifiers as well, and GTZ they beat. So they've had a tough time on this for sure. And going against Amcal, who I do think they have a firepower. And what is a great AWPer as well here in Frost, the Dust 2 kind of sets to that as well, but even more. It's not going to be a great... Or it's not going to be the greatest of opportunities to start over the series here, I do think, in that regard. But there's a lot of things overall that we do get to still as well kind of keep in mind. One of those is, while the stats may not be great, you have the players and the names here as well. Delivered so damn well in the past. Hopefully they can keep delivering as well, but Ariel, the highest rated at the moment for Yana, 1.01 rating for the last couple of months. That is not ideal. The amount of games as well, I think there's about 31 maps he's played in the last couple of months. But believe it or not, that is actually more than a couple of these plays when it comes to Amcal as well, right? AW, he's got about 40 as well. So neither team has been all too active. Both have been taking it easy, as it were, in some regard, but statistics-wise, you absolutely do favor the CIS squad here. That is one thing, but there's a lot to it. One thing is that opening map, the Vito. Afterwards, how we're going to train. This bit of very finished map for a long time. I do think in that regard as well, the other going to be happy with it, that Amcal do kind of play it. But they've also had good results on it, on train as well. So it's not... It is still not easy in any regard for Yana, right? If you look at, again, what have Amcal, or who have Amcal played on train? Well, first one was Cubics, then Fnatic, a 13-9 loss, a close one. Then they beat Yano 13-3. Again, that was about 2 months, or 2 weeks ago in the Astana qualifiers. Then they lost to NIP, then they beat Zero Tenacity. So it's been a lot of this, or it's just been up and down for them. But they do play the map. They have had Yano's number on it before as well. So it absolutely is a tough situation when it comes to the Finnish side here. And I hate to be a bit of a doomer, but just know I'm doing it out of from a place of love almost. But reality can be tricky at times. And here right now, I do think it just comes down to getting those individuals that we've seen previously in the past. And while that might be to some people as well saying, well, that was past that was years in the past, that's been, you know, some time ago, it's not their heyday anymore. You still know what these players can deliver. And thus, I do need to see more from some of these players as well. I think Alo needs to deliver. He's not been the most active in the last couple of months. Ariel, I think, can be a very active player. I just kind of wish we get to see that today as well. Smilla, I think, in some maps as well, right? In the past year when I've gotten to see Yano as well, they've been really good when it comes to playing together in situations, but it's just not been enough, and it's like a piece was missing. So I do hope to see that. I do hope that we get to see them click today. Just to. It could be a good start, but it's not gonna be the greatest one, and that's kind of the end-all of that. Now, we should be getting started soon. Don't you worry, I think a minute or two maybe, or something along those lines, and we will be getting started with that first. When we get the reminder, it is going to be Dust 2, then a little bit of train out of map number 3. I've sadly forgot, but let me double check that. It's going to be Inferno! And we can see here as well how the veto actually does go. Nuke Anubis gets banned. Ancient Mirage as well, and with Yano given the choice, Inferno was what they decided to go for. So, hoping for the best, but I do have this sort of sneaking suspicion almost that we might be seeing a similar game as last one. Where I do have this suspicion that Amical will display a better game. And I think history's kind of proven that as well, almost with this team, because they have been surprising, right? Even when the core was still DMS, they were really good. Like, they were pretty damn good. So, I do want to see what they'll do in that as well. How they now kind of added the talent that Offers has and Stinix as well. That is my my biggest question, but upgrades seem to be the case nonetheless. So that is what we're looking for, to see how quickly this team kind of gels together. Obviously, I'm still expecting hiccups to be there, but nonetheless, firepower-wise, it just feels like Kalash and company do maybe have a bit more currently proven to be on record. And while I sound like a broken record here, seems like I don't think actually, we might actually have to go to a bit of a break. So, instead of sounding like a broken record, I do think it is best that we do throw it to a short break. So, ladies and gents, I think map number 1 should be getting started hopefully shortly. We're not exactly too sure. It could be a couple of minutes, could be a couple more. But if you keep an eye on the stream, we will be back fairly shortly. I'll let you know if and when we find out a bit more as well in the chat. But until then, don't go too far, and we'll be right back with the first map of the series. Alright, welcome back. I'm so sorry for the delays, but unfortunately, not much I can do. We had some connection issues, anti-cheat issues, all kinds of problems, but those hopefully now have been solved, and thus we can begin our second game of the day. Continue on with the day. So, I'm Colin versus Yano. We're about 40 minutes late for this one, but hey, it is what it is. It's online Counter-Strike, it has issues every now and then happen. But we do get things going either way. So, thank you for sticking with us, and we'll see how this one now does decide to go. On the CT side is Amcal. Yano were allowed to choose which side it started, of course, with this being Amcal's map pick. Chose T side. And we'll see how things do get started here as well. Although it's pretty slow. Not a whole lot happening. It is going to be a B hit here. Amcal have guessed correctly at the start of this one here. Smoke deployed toward the B tunnels as well, means Heno has to go through it. And he's not alone either. He does have two CTs on the other side waiting for them. AW1 there it is. Oh my god, a couple of issues. Well, that's not how that's supposed to go, but AW is making up for it as well. 4 kills for the dual Berettas. And Ace coming up perhaps as well with Yellow, the only man left alone. Well, the barrels knows AW is close and still is. Sitting toward the tunnels as well. Taking duel, trying to make this one a more possible situation. But unfortunately, it's not happening. Instead, it's a shut down toward the B side. And Amcal, I'm honestly surprised. They stuck toward that B stack the entire time. Smoke as well is beautifully placed. Here's some issues for Kalash, but hey. It is what it is. And so, we continue. Sticking with the dualies. Respect the hustle. I think he dropped... Yeah, he dropped off. Know that the AWP can come out next round if he so wants it as well. And here he waits. He awaits. And keep waiting. Bad advantage for Amcal. There should be very little that Yana can actually do here. Heno's deadly here, at least in a position. But the MP9 up close, you know how that's going to work out as a shredder. You cannot really get past that, especially with the pistols. Actually, no, I take that back. With the pistols, you can. The MP9 just has that aura. Either way. Just the greatest gun of the game, man. I love that. I love that gun. Here's a bit of util going out. Alu and Smiley are the only ones left. And this one. So far, the tally is a whopping 1 kill. That's not a lot. And I don't think it'll be any better than that either. No, it will not. Frost 2 kills, and he's got plenty in the bank. Thanks to AW just dropping him that M4. That's going to be the M4 dropped back over, and I'm assuming... Ooh, I assumed incorrectly. Not the AWP yet. They did recognize the force buy here for Yano. Eco comes out this time. Frost wants to farm a bit of cash as well. A couple of MP9s there for the side of Amcal, so this should be a 3-0 fairly easily. I don't think there's going to be too much a eco like this can do. P250s, 4 of them, and 1 Glock 18. Only so much Yana could really do here, and the positions they really have here, it's not going to give them much either. You've got 2 players on short for the CT, or 1 player on short for the CT side, however, look behind a smoke, so can't trade off Frost immediately. Still gets 1, S8, spam the smoke a little bit, there is that trade eventually. And that is going to be Amcal to back off from short, Stenix to push up long instead, add a little bit of pressure on the Janos backside. And one remains. It's the MP9. Not a massive loss. After I've still got one from it. Right, fairly okay. Now he can get that AWP out, and he'll have plenty of money in the bank as well. All is good. Well and handled for the start here of Amcal. 3-0. And if you do look at Dust 2, right, T-side is usually where you get the streaks going on. As soon as you break that CT side economy, I'm going to keep saying it until this map is out of the pool. It is cheeks. But as soon as you break that economy, you're looking like Prime James saving on the CT side over and over again with 1 or 2 entries being found. The rotation times, the rotations and retakes, they're not great here. So if you add on top of that economy as well, CT side can be so goddamn annoying and awful to play. And even more awful to watch when you end up saving half the game. But that actually does still rely on Yano getting these rounds right now and breaking that economy. Which I do hope that we get to see something, right? I did say that I'm expecting better things from Yano. I think they have been slightly just lacking in terms of what they're actually outputting to what they can output. And that seems to have been the issue they've kind of had for a while as well. So I really hope that we can see something better today. And in the future as well. But they are still up against a pretty stacked team of just raw aimers. You know, this is the Russian 5-stack. Not really Russian, but in spirit, the CIS 5-stack you don't want to run into on Dust 2 matchmaking, so hoping for all the best. Shoulder given eventually. Our Frost decided to give a bit of a tease, and Aloe will take that, saying no thank you. Away he goes, now 6 feet under. Less than a minute remains now on the clock to make a play. FAVBET. Gotta make a decision as well here if he wants to push the smoke and continue playing aggressive, or just back away as it ends up in the open. However, will be taken down, and suddenly there's no help toward that ace side. Heard of the rotation? Someone went down toward the CT side. It's going to be fairly easy to take over this part of the map now. And I believe this one is going to be one of very many saves we'll get to see here as well. And so, that is first round on the board for Yano now. See you later, Kalash. Actually, no. Is that Kalash or is that the Coach Exiver? Because there's the kill feed and the HUD are actually different, so I'm not sure.
Terrorists win.
I will try to get to the bottom of this, and I will let you guys know as soon as I find out. But in the meantime, that's first round for Yano. And here we slowly saw a save from Amcal as well. They kind of recognize very quickly when it comes to Dust 2 and economy how much you do need to be in control of it. That round looked a little bit lost. It was that rotation away from the A side. FAVBET caught in the open. Fight lost it, not much they could do. In a 3 versus 5 with no presence toward that side at all. And no in. Again. Seems like we are going to be taking a little bit of time here off the clock, just defaulting for the beginning of the round for Yara to see what the CT side are up to. And I don't blame them. The biggest real change I or changes you can really do on Dust 2 is just the pacing of the rounds. Beyond that, you've got pretty much... Well, I mean, you have 3 avenues. They say three-lane map. That's easy enough. But you don't really have a lot of variables in that either, right? You've got your default you can do to take shot control. You're still going to be taking here as well. Long. You're going to do an 8 T side, hopefully working out, but they've just been dealt a real rough hand for the start of this one. One remains, and it's just Alu. They've been completely shot down, long and a short, both. 9 looking to save. That is going to be last round save. Now to a flawless conversion this time. Alu as well being snuck upon from the backside. It will be seen and will be taken down. And there you go. 4-1. Immediate trap of CT side losing economy does not seem to be happening here in Dust. That is, in my eyes, already a really, really tough situation. Because if you can't do that, I don't really think you have much of a say in how Dust 2 gets played out. I'm just an avid Dust 2 hater. To the day I die, I will take this map and slander it to the best of my capabilities. Quick trades as well. It remains. Yeah, at least they've got long control here. Right? For CT side as well, you've really got a couple of options here. You take long, you take short. Good utility as well coming out, but play down to flash, doesn't let it go free, will trade it back quickly, keep it a 3-on-3. 40 seconds remain, making their way toward the side. A couple of players up the ramp, a couple of CTs still stick around themselves. And trades seem to be going the entire time both ways. Close to smoke is AW. He does have the drop on. Yeah, well, at the moment, but Alu with car. Gotta get past him first before we guarding for this one. Out for straight and one of the squad. It's Alu coming out on top at a second round for Yano. Hard fought this time. And just barely getting away with this. It's a good start for Amical, but Yano are not going to let it be an easy one either way. And suddenly, I've been talking about the economy a lot. I mean, it really is just because it does make the map play out differently here. And right now, the CT side, not a lot of money in the bank if you lose this one, or if you don't lose this one, make it close, Yana can still punish you. It goes both ways, actually. Well, here and now, we've got a very heavy B lean. It's not even a default. Nobody's really going toward the underpass. Lower tunnels, that's the one. Gotta try to remember some of these call-outs here, because it is a map that I really do not like. No play at all. Sometimes you get them mixed up, but the sentiment is there either way. And PSA, if you are ever, or if you ever end up forgetting a call-out, the best one is, he's over there. That's pretty much universal for, he's over there. He's somewhere. Just remember that in your own games. Well, for right now, decent utility does take away a little bit of time off the clock yet again. This also gives Amcal as well a little bit of time to figure things out toward the A side. Smoke is well placed yet again. Minus that Molotov fades, I think as well. We're looking at S-Fade 8 pushed up short. 25 seconds on the clock. Yana gotta decide how they want to do this. And it is going to be a B split. 2 plays on the site. Not an easy setup to get past, especially with AW also guarding this with Kalash. And we have confirmation. It is Kalash. Also, SABRE. Here, we gotta try to get that fixed as well. But in the meantime, toward the site, Kalash is dead. Now, getting caught between the two. It's a couple of trades coming through as well. They'll be taking this one. Man advantage toward that post-plant position. SABRE all picked up, but taking a shot, taking a gander toward that site, and AK picked up next. But up close. Figure this one out. Dance around. Ariel. All he has to do is wait. Don't give this one up. You don't give him that opening. There's no real easy way to go forward the street at that point. But he finally decided to fight. I've already won this round. That is going to be 4-3 now.
Terrorists win.
I know he loses his life, but surely the T-side don't mind all too much. Quick flurry here for Yano coming through. Too long. Yeah, leave me alone. Spillay's not gonna try to back up here either. He's just gonna wait. A flash comes through, but a head pulled again. That is not ideal. I think that's what it's called. Not ideal. We've got two weapons in this round, and FAVBET has made the AK already sink for two. Another weapon looking to be picked up as Longstinik's got that AK now in his own hands, and suddenly it's a 3 versus 5 where Yano have to come back out of this one with no map control to speak of at the moment. Hopes and dreams toward the B side. Kalash toward the back of the site. Whack-a-mole perhaps, or just wait for any sort of a sound cue. Well, in the meantime, Yellow lost his life. And now toward the B site, Ariel shows himself at least, and Kalash can just wait and wait and wait. And call me crazy, that is easy. Give it a second. Oh, it's not. Not that easy at all, but it's a round called Steal Away. Starting from that very poor attempt at long control. AK at the corner, just dueling it straight up. Flashbang's late, is disjointed out of Yada to try to come back for that second as well. No double peek, nothing of the sort, and it's just a round that they let go. When this was supposed to be the chance to make sure that you've got yourself back in the game, you get a chance to pile up a couple of your own. Instead, it's been apart and left with pistols. Movement out of FAVBET. I like it. Set up Stinik toward a long first. And toward a short offers as well. This is very nice. It's kind of just keying in where this T-side are. There's small gap toward a short they know about. Where's the utility? Where's the blast? It is freebie. Nothing but easy out of Amcal in this round. Again, Aloe finally at least gets one, but that is all too easy. And one last time as well, I was confirming it as well here. It is not SABRE, but it is indeed Kalash playing kill feed, that is correct. Hopefully we can figure that out, but just to note. On Frost. Quick tag. Again, it's so clean. Like, the Nix is on 14, he's chilling towards base. And yeah, at this point I do think we're kind of seeing what Just 2's coming to. Yano had a chance. Lost to a saved AK-47 and some pistols, pretty much. 3-7 toward a long foresight of Amcal. Quickly as well, our first spotted them toward the lower tunnels. Nade goes out, chip damage, and that's only Heno. Maybe aerial as well to headshot range, depending how lucky one gets with an M4. Or depending how unlucky he gets on who he faces. Here, however, SABRE tagged down, even lower now toward half HP. Throaty goes out, but Yano down a man already. Not even a flashbang works. Down. 5-on-3 turns to 5-on-2, and I dare say it is yet another one that Amcal will take with ease. This time, making it flawless. They're just not getting a single way in. The Nix 14, SABRE also 14 on Artfirst now as well, stepping up with a couple of his own, but let's be honest, hasn't really needed to. AW, by the way, 6 kills, and I'll remind you guys, he had a 4K in the pistol, he's had 6 kills since then in the last 10 rounds. This has not been to do much here. Full control's quick. Got themselves in position. This time there's not a full frontal assault coming out from Amcal. Instead, they'll play this one more passively. Let Off-Rolls take the angle. SABRE goes to the short instead. Being proactive around the map. One's already in T-spot pretty much and wanted to push toward the lower tunnels. The first one. Whack-a-mole. Never mind. Assistance from the weapons up close. One more, but the assistance from SABRE now cut in half. Themselves retake to be complete, and Alu now down. It makes it easier. Control completely got, and there it is. The completion 93. Sometimes you have halves that don't exactly reflect how the game has gone, but this one absolutely is. Not a single thing is really going the way of Yano. It was round 7? Round 8? Lost the pistols. Saved AK, and that was the downfall. Not a single one since then. That is a tough one. And that is kind of the worst way I could imagine Dust 2 going. Amcal show up. Decided to give us one hell of a game out of individuals alone. Stenix died twice, by the way, in this half. AW also, but he's not been in as many active positions. It is just kind of crazy. All in all, and so a miracle's kind of needed here, right? Usually I would CT side to be the one where you make the comeback here, so Yano now the CT side, that is definitely going to be a bit of a tough one. But you can always also have that same thought process of, if they can do it, so can we. Just need to see it. for long. A duel comes through. Owl takes the first one. And with the second USP headshots looking good. 2, now 3 for the side of Yano. Hello. Little bit of life coming out here. One man remains. And content. First to reach double digits on the side of Yano's Alu. Now 10 kills on the board. That is equal to 1 Tomato Town. And 4 rounds on the board for Yano, finally, after what should have been ages ago, that they get here. Eventually, they'll get it. Now it's a chance to, again, get a couple of rounds here. Right, at this point, you're still thinking it is possible. You got the pistol around. You gotta get this one. And don't lose to a force buy here. And get that first gun around. It is doable. Right? 9-3 is kind of the old 11-4-ish. It's just kind of in that same range. You can do it, but it's not easy. But you've got the pistol out of the way. Just make sure you now don't fumble this one, no matter what. But one thing I will note, I do like, by the way, Amcal, again, they've decided to let Offrost just build up his own bank to a degree, right? SABRE drops the scout instead. It's only 700, right? Offrost does my armor, so he's got a little bit more money in the bank than the rest. For a potential AWP or some utility, depending how things will go. But I do like that little detail, because both sides as well, first half you had SABRE, or was it AW? I'm not exactly sure. I think AW. After the pistol drops him an M4 or an MP9, I'm not sure which one it was, but they are kind of letting Offrost build his own bank, set him up, which I do like. Right, with only 3 official days in the team. Makes sense that you want to play a little bit more loose, let him play how he wants initially, kind of. Then integrate him into the system. It just makes a lot of sense to me. And that kind of sets up Frost as well from the very get-go and how he might look as well in this team. A couple more weeks, months or so, maybe he'll get a bit more structure as well around it. But for now, UMP needs to fail aerial this time. It's a weapon of choice for a long time. Next one for Heno. Important kills to be found here as well. That does take away Amcal's resources away from... well, going A. More or less forces them to head in this direction. A little bit more noise being made, and... in A. Utility back and forth. One to one around. As we've seen, second one as well. Offrost with a scout and looks to take this one, but... not possible. Not doable. Stinix. 3 deaths. Trying to make a clutch out of this one. Trying to avoid death number 4, but that won't do. Maybe a little bit too close to comfort here as well again, but what matters at the moment is that the round is won. Yano will take that 5th. They do deny that force, but it now forces them to an eco. But even this one's not a full eco. They've got some investment here. 3 Deagles, a Scout, that is a dangerous combination in itself. Because Alo's already been tagged. Now a Desert Eagle can potentially spam him as well with 1 shot, maybe, depending on range, who knows. A Scout can also take him down by that 1 shot. So the Deagle Scout combination works in tandem very nicely here. Amcal, if you do want to chip away slowly, and Yada, see what you can get, probe around the map, respect the utility for now. There is a world where this goes sour, and it might be this one. Not the ideal beginning here, with Henu losing his life. I go to Alu. I do like this again. I do love how Amcal is just playing this one slow. No jump spot for Ariel. He does not really want that smoke. Doesn't want to face the heat. Oh, okay. Now you got trouble. Real issues perhaps started to build up here. Second one, aerial. Okay, baby, that's more like it. Jumping third one, out off Frost, down he goes. A W, could be number 4. Go back, I like the bait and switch as well here. Jump from Kalash to see what's up. Second challenge, might still give this one another go, but they'll back off toward the B side. There goes, Mille waits. Needs to hold here at least one. Maybe drops bomb, probably drops both. And that is the round secured. And that's more like it. Individually, that's what we needed to see as well from Yano. Kind of go back to the pre-game talked about as well. You need more from these players because you know you can't get more. And that's just a glimpse of it. And 6-9. We'll see how the game now continues to go. And for Henu, not well. Last round, first to die. Again. Frost on a bit of a rampage. Smells blood in the water, goes for seconds. That mid is weak and now continues. Take up even more space. Quick patch-up job as well for Yano here. The bandit toward mid to try to focus on this part of the map. Smoke's now perfect for the T side, to keep that in mind. And Ariel looks to go through it as well, see what the edge of it holds. And the T side players that can't be found from, but he'll back away. Both him and Yellow. Away they go. Playing towards A, and that is going to be round of 10. As soon as they decided which way they want to go on Amcal. Bombs on short. 4 players there. Looking at a 6-10. And it is 2 kills from Artfrost that decided this one. Both towards mid. And both with no mercy shown. Welcome to Dust 2, ladies and gents. Sometimes it is that easy. An entry or two. What a bomb site they go. And the CT side, they have gambled and stacked elsewhere.
Bomb has been planted.
Prime VP save simulator here. But guess what? Amcal, Prowl. Ariel shuts down number 1. Kalash gone. Frost. Next up to the plate. Shoulder should be seen. Yellow and tag goes out. Nade goes in. Trying to keep them at bay. There's Ariel. Down he goes. There's still the drop if they want to go with this. If Frost actually tries to double down.
Terrorists win.
Him, but eventually someone goes and everyone gets taken down. Yano not allowed a single saved weapon. That is gonna hurt. This game, but unfortunately for Yano, it was not a positive result. And so... yeah, I hate to really say it is the last chance, but it kind of is. And this one as well, it's the economy that is so scattered across the board on the Yano side, right? Ariel could buy some things, same with Smille. I wouldn't hate to see an AWP here, weirdly enough, but oh my god. He's just bullying Heno, he's not allowed to cross, man. Just let him live around. In a row, he's the first to die in a minute. Henner's alive time is not great. Brother is not allowed to have fun today. And as long as that keeps working, Arford is just going to keep peeking it. No reason not to at the moment. He's hitting every single one of those shots. At least one good thing here for Yano, they got a kill or two here. But that is very little consolation at the moment. Hey! Edo lives. Smoke had to be deployed for Yano to make that this time. Shot from Alu, not connected. On the CC side, now find themselves in the 5 vs 5. The first time in about 4 or 5 rounds almost. More than 10 seconds into the round. Goal control taken. Pressure from you is not all that much. And so, well, there we go. Up from short, 40 seconds, and Ariel just holds the line. Now, this shot not really helping with the defense at the moment. Molotov's in util as well. Ariel needs to wait south, and perhaps util to make this viable, but Afro still chopping after one. Second from Hedo. Trace is still coming through with one plant needs to go down as well. He's just a menace at the moment. Down in CT and another one. There really is not much going right for the Finnish side, and that is sometimes the harsh reality, especially now. It is an individual dominated game. You look at the scoreboard, you've got Stinix on 20, Frost on 19, and SFAVBET on 18. Yeah, that is a tough case. And another one. Arfrost barely missing. Good push for Head up the first time to get sacked again. And that. 4 kills. Separate Amcal from round or map 1 being in their pockets. And what the hell? Sure, I guess. It really is just, I don't know how, but Offrost was barely really, he was just hanging in there, but now for the last, what, 6 rounds, he's been taking on 2 or 3 almost every single time. It's the mid doors where he dominates. The turret in spawn won't let anyone pass. And the only thing that we do look past is this first map for Yano, because they don't really want to remember this, I imagine. And map number 1, ladies and gents, that is that. It took us no time when we initially or eventually got started as well here for this Amcal side. It was quite the game coming out. And like I say, individually dominated and powered up. And that is the difference. Kind of mentioned in the pre-game as well, if Yano don't step up individually, this is the probable result here. We got a couple of rounds, yeah. But then we get Yano playing a 4 vs 5 almost every single round toward the end of the second half here. And Frost, I mean, that's him, really. You make a difference like that, and you already, right, as well as mentioned, you play that CT side with very long rotations, very horrible retakes overall. You add on top, you're playing a 4 vs 5 almost every round with somebody getting picked up after doors. The result is way too deadly and dominant, one that they could not overcome, because they had that chance in the first half, and simply put, they fumbled it. It's tough situation to be in, but it's still a reality, and thus it is all there is to map number 1, beyond an individual showcase that I think most people just want to see from themselves, and this time we get to see it out of Amcal. And they look good. And kind of setting us up for map number 2 as well, because Strain, it's still been one where Amcal have been playing a little bit as well. They played Yano on it as well 2 weeks ago or so. Kind of smashed him 13-3, so last time they had their number, but this time I'm hoping for something a little bit different. I do want to see what Yano really can cook on a map as well. They are more comfortable on, and Train is that. Historically as well, Finnish map, yada yada yada. If anyone, or all the Finnish people probably know that. So you are expecting something a lot better out of them here. And so am I. But you just have that much of an individual showing. If even a little bit of that is carried over above the normal that people can deliver, it could very quickly delve to be something really dangerous, because it's a map that I think Opers do really well on. Offrost as well, obviously, starts off really damn well here. They set him up very nicely overall with the economy as well, I kind of mentioned, with how quickly he rotates into positions, how they patch things up for him where he leaves. It's very solid for the start of this team already, and I'm hoping nonetheless for a better show on map. And number 2 is Strain, Yano's map pick. It has to be better, and if not, we are looking at a quick 2-0, so don't go too far. We'll be right back with Strain. Alright, ladies and gents, welcome back. Slight delay, but all is good, well handled here at map number 2. Coming, well, right up right now. And so, okay, there we go. We're officially back in business. But number 2, Train, Yano's map pick. Last time they played, not all that amazing against each other here, but continuation. Start of this one, actually, let's put it that way instead. As Mila and Al have responded with a couple of their own, turning this one to 1 versus 2. Clash. Sharp on the USP, spotted at the top of the ladder as well. Alu gives up his positioning, and just around the train he goes. Trying to catch where Kalash is gone, and he is looking around trains, but not the right one. And thus, pistol goes the way of Amkal this time. Farming with the MP9 as well for FAVBET. Enjoying it right about now. But there's the next one. SMGs. Cash. And it is all 5 to the SMGs as well being fed. But there you go. Gun around coming out as well right about now, and I am loving the aggression. 3 MP9s up Pop Dog. Interesting. Ballsy. Pretty much 4 players committed to the fight that are now back to where the A side they go with a couple more. Still Pop Dog control is theirs. Yano, in the meantime, they've too long. They've got all that under their control. They've got themselves a double entry to work with as well. Who's still stuck? AW has to get out and will be able to just barely.
Bomb has been planted.
5-on-3, you don't give this one up. So, first round on the board for Yano here with the first attempt as well they'll get, and thus looking pretty good.
Terrorists win.
Moving on. Those well who are just tuning in as well, we do apparently still have some issues with the HUD, but to those wondering, we do have actually Kalash playing. It's not Coach Exgiver or Exiver. It is Kalash. hearing, so not let that fool you. Just know the truth. No. Flashbang being set up. Pop dog challenge for Henu. Gotta take this control. Not really getting on the MT side. Or CT side of the challenge. This exactly. I like them all of them as well. It's very nice. Kind of fight or flight response. So you want to go into the flight, in between. Or back away completely. Stinix choosing to back away and into a main instead. Want to close this area down. 9 takes out the first duel of the round. A minute left, and now on the clock as well with the second coming through. As FAVBET to deliver even further. Putting Yano down 2. In the meantime, running out toward the B side. Alu and Henry waiting here, while Smille far away at the moment. To go down, Alu covers for another one. It's a man advantage taken away for a second. Smille in the meantime has finally got himself a little bit of action as well. A W down in Spawn, and one man remains. They know he's not going to become that way. Makes things a bit easier, while Stinix now lets them know where he's coming from. Molotov as well is perfect time. Smoke out. Have to go through. No other choice for Stinix at the moment in time as well as running out. Doesn't even have a kit. This one, sadly for him, will have to be forfeited, and gladly for Yano taken back a 3-on-4, I think? Not half bad at all to get themselves back in the game here.
Terrorists win.
Into the game, not back into the game, but just into the game in general. And that's what we need to see from them as well here. A good T side. Need to see the game actually deliver from them as well, and individually again, that's what we're looking for these players on the Finnish side to actually stand out as you compare 1 to 1. Did not look all too pretty. I'll get those numbers in a second. Seems like we've got a little bit of action. Stinix man to get the action started. Henu to continue. HP not really allowing for that second, but he still takes it. Now coming through long as well. Smille, the timing is pristine. He's managed to sneak himself in. Onto the scout and needs to nail it quick. Headshot, that's what he'll do. Down he goes. Trades coming through, however. 2 remain on either side, and now toward the A sides we go, and that's the final destination for Yano. We're looking at a full-on retake to come through for Amcal. They both decided to go through the same position here. Back to respawn it in toward the site through long. Or Ivy. Long. Whatever you want to call this. First one down, however, Kalash has got and left alone is AW. At 1 round on Dust 2. 4k on the pistol, 4 kills for the rest of the game, a total of 8. Now, a chance to showcase what he can really do, but it's going to be shot down instead. It's Henu, 14 HP, and will still take 3 with that HP. Total of 4. A massive round coming out. And I think well earned as well after Dust 2. The ending of which he did not have a good time. 4 rounds in a row, the first one to die, and I think in all of those he lived a total of 5 seconds. Or sorry, a total of 10 seconds, pretty much. Tried to cross the mid doors, Arford was there. And did not let him have even the time to play. Let's put a payback. In the meantime, again, he's back to a side control that Yano is going forward. It is quite successful for the most part, but it's not free. They have been put down to just 2 here. It is a little bit of that too quick for your own good here. Sort of mentality and pace. Kalash has heard that. Step. But he's not going to buy into it just yet, thinking they might still want to come back. Lazy patiently. Takes a shot, but it's going to be yellow to chop him instead. And I think at this point we can officially say Yano is kind of in the game. D-side starting off fairly decent now. But this is where I kind of want to go ahead and look as well. For 2025, looking at trade. Yeah, I looked at this toward the start of the year, like February or something. To see how much. There were like maybe 100 or so games, maybe 200, I don't remember exactly. It was like 6-ish% CT side, but it's actually evened out a little bit now. All of 2025, Trade's played almost 500 times now. Trade 53.3 win rates on that CT side. Just makes sense, right? Early month or two when people still figuring things out. Makes sense, not everything's set in stone, but now you've played it a little bit more. Started to see things even out just a little bit, but... How about a, what, 6% margin difference between CT and D side. Trade is not strayed too far from its past. Well, here, D side, down a man, got some issues. Still one they'll have to get rid of. They got rid of him. Not the same guy, and now it's suddenly just down to one. Back of all, Ariel is down. Won't get splendid, but that is the end of his own tale at the same time. Tenacity doing a pretty bang-up job as well to stay alive. Rotation assistance came in. Thought they got him, thought they did enough, but unfortunately, not the case. Still, a bomb plant goes down for Yano. They're going to be happy about that, but at least they'll have a bit more economy to work with. Al's going to have the AWP. Everyone's going to be all well equipped, bar for Henu, missing a flash and a Molotov, or an H and a Molotov, depending what he wants. Nothing major is missing, all is good. Now we'll get to see what round of 8 will hold. We gotta tie things up here. It's looking pretty similar to map number 1 here. In a similar scoreline. Amcal trying to come back into this one now instead of Yano instead. Last time we had the scoreline on Dust 2 with pistols and Yano fell against them, and that was kind of the end of it all, not really picking up anything afterwards, so... There's that. How very different. Opening comes from Stenix. Ariel is down immediately. They try to enter out one of that A side. Around red, and SABRE waits for his own chance and opportunity at the same time. Not going to be alone either. They've got a nasty little double setup, maybe actually a triple one with Alfrost joining them. Stenix, next one found. Still one away to the corner. You got to keep an eye on Smilla in the kill. He might go up for one. There it is. There's a second as well. Not expecting a W in the open instead. Quickly punished in 3-on-3. Up close. Again, I love the way they're playing this together. But initial double setup at E-Box holding forward. Now instead of Doug and Train both covered forward as well. And it's down to one man. Finnish Godfather himself, but can't do much here. Coming to their A side, coming to Amcal's side, and thinking that you can take this bomb site from them. It ain't happening. It's a good attempt. You gotta give them that at least, but not gonna be enough in this case. Got a 4-4 scoreline. One good thing here as well here for Yano at least. They can eco once, they've got to buy an extra round, and Al's got enough money as well for the orb, I'm fairly certain. But you are gonna have to give, or you will have to give this one up, most likely. A bomb plant, sure, maybe. Considering how easily as well, I'll say, this Yano have been able to get through Ivy. It feels like there are some gaps to be exploited that Amcal needs to fix up quickly. That is what we're looking for here as well. Just pistols, hopes and dreams. What do you got? early util. Just pretty much the basic greetings at the moment. Watching for Ivy as well, offers us that information. But we're going to be entering out toward the B site. No one is here except for Kalash playing up above, and he'll run. Pistol's headed his way. Beautiful one. Plenty of damage. And there's the bomb plant. Get away with that. A little bit of extra money. And now to take away some of that from the CCTs. Smille the Dig is decent, but not good enough for two. One more there, looking to take him down. Yellow is gone. Bomb planted, 2 kills. On an eco, absolutely a success. Now here's the question. I kind of pointed towards Ivy. The question is, do they want to try to continue with that? They've been able to get themselves out from a main fairly successfully, I'll say. The smokes are down, and Amical do kind of pressure them a little bit, but they don't always completely challenge you immediately through those. You've added that, and on top of the Ivy pressure, you can try to lurk through as well. Maybe you got something there, but it seems like they've got different plans this time. Early util, really nice. Push as well. Alright, but FAVBET is not expecting one opponent already. Gets caught. Advantage early to Yano. From this point on, you just play the default, you play however you want. Legs, however, spotted. That is a rookie mistake. And Kalash will deliver more than one. The all just coming out at full force, apparently. That is quickly turned on its head here. Yano had that start, now they don't. Separated, couple towards B, few towards A, and now less remain. On the orb, gotta be kept an eye on as well. AW is not thinking about its back, it's not tingling. Doesn't have the clue, doesn't have the idea, and now it's just out of Stinix. His map 1 nearly immaculate.
Bomb has been planted.
22 and 5 he was on Dust 2. Him and Artfrost both on 22. As the AWP of Artfrost. 10 deaths, that's the only difference. Ratings of 1.85 for Artfrost and 1.84 for Stinix. FAVBET are not far behind as well with 18 kills and 1.73. They really did dominate them. This game was one hell of a game. Ariel is A-okay, I think.
Terrorists win.
Bomb explosions not that bad here. And so, 5-5. Already a better half and a better game than we did end up seeing on Dust 2. Total of that as well ended up being 13-6. As well, a little bit of noise. Utility base in and out. That is going to be Kalash immediately with nothing in his bat belt of utility. But I do like this. Full force. In tandem, they'll go out from upper. Kalash will be checked. For a second, had to be worried. They do get rid of him. 5 versus 4. The B side now looking to overrun. Quick and deep positions to be taken. Smoke down. Aloe next to what found. And that is going to be them as well. Quickly. Falling away completely. FAVBET should give himself an upgrade here at least. An M4, is that an AK? I'm not exactly too sure, but whatever. There's a weapon. Bit of a tag as well. Stinix, back off. D9. And that is Stinix as well gone. At the same time, does not have enough time to run away and want to survive.
Terrorists win.
This is better. Match matching their result on Dust 2. But guess what? We got plenty more rounds to go still. Let's see. Last round of the half. Number 12 coming up here. Yeah, that would be nice. I really do think we just need to see more from Ghana here. We're kind of getting that in the pack tactics department almost. They are playing a lot more together almost than on Dust 2, which feels weird to say almost, considering how Dust 2 kind of is supposed to be played, I think. Pack tactics, double peaks, and all that kind of thing. We don't really get to see a lot of that. At least that's the feeling I get now. Post Dust 2 and in the train instead. This one feels a lot more coherent. It makes sense. This is the finish map. And it is one where, well, the country of Finland has been pretty damn good. Made it their own, so to say. Here though, for round 12. Utility finally goes out. FAVBET goes in. Might catch the back of one. Yellow's got a turn. Come on, Eva does turn. Does check it. Someone finally got their sixth sense working. A couple of kills already coming from their position. It's not checking behind you. This time they do. 30 seconds. Bomb on the back of Smiley and back to the side. They still go back to B. Kalash waits. The Desert Eagle is good. They know he's here. There's two remaining on both sides, and Kalash currently all alone. Oh my god, Smiley is giving him more than a fair few chances and opportunities. That is way too much respect given it. Or disrespect in this case. Smiley up close. Could have a look at the key, although maybe not. Quick miss! Oh, what Frost! Made of! Second spot at a leg scene. No kit. Might be doubtful. Time is ticking. That's the big issue. Hano, all he has to do is check that he's not the bomb. Off-Frost will find a shot, but no kit. That's his downfall. That is one hell of an attempt, though.
Terrorists win.
Only makes you think, what if the kit was there? It's goddamn, that is stylish. That is what I love about Off-Frost as well. He is style. He's got that flourish to his game. But this time is not good enough. 7-5, however, for Yano is a very good half. And starting off with the second half as well now, Amkal. What do you got? What do you got? Already, though, we can say as well. The last game they played just 2 weeks ago. 13-3 for Amkal. Now we're already seeing a different result. Completely different sort of game. And we are all the better for it. Now towards A. First one. And he delivers on the Silver Reddit. Coming through as well. Apparently we've got a little bit of a battle going out here.
Counter-terrorists win.
God damn. There is a blood on the battlefield. And it is one where Yano are going to be very happy now. Because this one is very different now. Chance to see map number 3, and I will kind of note this as well, right? Just how much I kind of put into the statistics of map one, how dominant that was from Amcal. We're not really seeing that same sort of game at the moment, even from Yano, who are still in the lead, right? It's just everyone's kind of performing to their best as a team. Kind of what I put out as well as those pack tactics, play and trade together. That seems to be working out pretty damn well. Even if Ariel is a little bit missing. I think it was 0-6 at one point, now at least 3-8. He's kind of stepping up a little bit. He's got his UMP. He's ready. Only and oh damn, but he can't catch a break. Even with that UMP, point himself Umpilas Jani, but even so it doesn't work out. No results. MP9 to farm them and Aloe just to pepper them down a little bit. Let Giggle have an easier time to farm 3. Pretty good. 9-5. Got us on that grind. Trying to get us to Inferno. Here come the weapons. Already as well, if you look at Yano and Amcal. The start of the half at least, Amcal's not going to be running out main immediately. That is going to be carried very quickly between these two T-halves. We've getting to see at the moment. But I do like the push for Yano. It's pretty... I honestly feel like this is fairly basic and safe, but nothing wrong with it. However, now there might be. Because Heno can't really assist Ariel in any way. Just has to wait in the smoke or get out of there. Choosing the latter one, he'll walk away. Aloe will trade. Stinix down. Got 50 seconds on the clock. That bomb that needs to be still picked up as well. At an entry, space to work with on A. Last second as well. Eyes on SABRE because Heno's gone. No vision, no sight. He is simply gone. Next victim will be Aloe as SABRE yet again. Headshots coming through. Elevated angles above the smokes and not ready for that. Is going to be 9-2-6. The grind will end here apparently.
Bomb has been planted.
9-5 is done. Yellow with an MP9 to be saved. Just, you know, not the greatest haul, I'll say. I don't think he'll be getting that AWP either. He should have heard offers, just pick it up. Maybe he gets whatever offers that had. I'm not actually sure. I didn't look. No, not a FAMAS Galil. They have an AK? I don't know. Yellow's probably got to take a look around either way. See if he can get a slightly better weapon than an MP9. The bomb's going to explode. He'll be safe.
Terrorists win.
That is... Ooh. Oh god. Was the FAMAS. Better just drop that over. Here we'll get to see the real friendship test on Yano. Whoever he drops this to, if he drops it, he hates the most. Though I do doubt he'll actually drop it. Timeout. Most likely we're just gonna see a half buy coming out for the CT side, right? Desert Eagle, Kevlar. Nothing crazy. There's a slight investment out of that should be that. Although, this is the first round loss murders they're gonna have. So if all players still eco around this, they will have a fairly decent buy next round. Only thing that really is gonna change that is if Yellow or Aerial don't get any kills, they might be down a little bit of USL right with only 1900. Oh, that loss bonus, but beyond that, right, I don't think anything's gonna be too bad. And yeah, we don't see any investment. Yellow will be sacrificing himself with the FAMAS. Very good weapon. FAMAS Slander is very much approved and necessary over here while I'm on the microphone. Any defenders, I do not welcome you. You are not a real government plant. Or a French person. So, starts off fairly slow for a moment. USP will trade off the first one. It's the next couple of his own. Yellow through Pop Dog, though, might get a timing of his own here.
Bomb has been planted.
Give it a second. There's S8, gone. Not forgotten. Yellow with the second. 1-2. 1-2 is not what this round should have ever been. And it's already more successful than it, well, ever was going to, or should have been. So, props to Yana for that one alone. Alu keeps this AK alive. Obviously, at that point, you negate whatever economy issues I mentioned for either Aerial, who did get a kill, or Yellow, who is still lacking a little bit of that money. No. Second? No. Tried. Just not succeed. Both last players will survive. Kalashnikov Frost will walk away with their weapons and heads held high. And there you go. 9-7. Now, we did mention, right, weaponry might be a little bit scarce for the CT side with that full eco. Right, one AK here definitely would have come in handy, especially looking at Yellow. Actually, why is there a moss, man? What is wrong with you? That is... He's reserving himself to work in case possible. Having the defense well, and this is his fate. He'll find himself Ray. As of yet, there's a second. Find it. An opportunity is given, but also taken. Yano instead will be forced to retake until it's down. They're going to try to take a little bit of space away from Amcal in the meantime as well. Through the smokes they go, and Kalash is down. Space taken back towards CT. That'll just let Yano walk out of the smoke in peace. To relative safety for a moment, but out of the smokes they emerge, and Art Frost will deliver Aerial. Next one, AW is sharp as well. And a retake that starts off giving you a little bit of a chance, and then, no. Denied. Finish team hit with the, giving them a little bit of seam on then the Matta from Alda, you know? Just a casual. Should have seen this coming. They baited you in, and then you fumbled it. Quick shot scout coming out of Amcal. And that is going to be the round. 9-8. Catch up. And now the time, or time as well, to tie it up. Only the AWP here as well. Maybe at this point you do invest a little bit of weaponry, just pistols, Kevlar, or anything over the sword, because you have 2.9k lost bonus at least, so... Not the absolute worst, but... You still need to deal some damage. Only Molotov. Alan has to smoke that off to get himself into Pop Dog. Takes the next fight with Aerial instead, guarding main. The CC side is hoping they'll be shown a mistake from Amcal's side that they can punish. Eagle. Sharp position. 15 for Yellow, counted up to 16, not yet. Into Alu. Patiently waiting for a minute here. Fully out, and he doesn't even get a chance, man. Or not crazy enough either to start peeking back into it. No flashbang, no utility to set him up. And the idea will find 7 up close. Still deciding which way they want to go, but FAVBET just seems to be mad to draw them in. What do they decide? Here we Well, yellow's been caught. The play to be has happened already.
Bomb has been planted.
Just bait them in. Leave them wondering in the unknown. The question of which one are they going for. You could argue that Molotov is really what makes the round as well here for Amco. Alu waits there for a minute, doesn't want to stay in the flames to await the impending peak coming his way. And then with that lack of information, a little bit of a bait. And a free B-site awaits Amcal here. We'll lay down. And it was well if he continues to go further, probably will be, but Alu will be fine. That orb is the big part as well that needs to be saved here either way. Opening for Alu. I mean, it remains a man advantage as well for Yara. This could be as well is the most impactful round to date. Which honestly could be said for every single round you play. Every round becomes more impactful than the last one, but here you're pretty much looking at it, Yano needing this one. Otherwise, economy down to nothing. They'll have to half buy, then buy, and the damn call may already be on 11 at that point. So the best. SABRE really did. Bait of flashbang. Alu awaits down below. Ready for a fight. Flash is great. AW also good. Aerial is down. And Alu is oil. He waits for his own opportunity. Down he goes. Swing is found. A double comes from it as well. And one man remains. It's Artfrost with not enough time to play this without an Alu. He's just picked up a 4K here. Hunting for the ace. Artfrost awaits, however, to deny. Won't let him get the ace. But the round is there for Yana to finish side and not Johnny. He has a double digit. Will still be reached by them first. That is that. Fantastic round for Alu. They just kind of forgot about him as well. Finds the first one, flashbangs are there. AW seems like he has his number already, or almost, but I don't think it's looked at it, right? If he just fell down from heaven, walking anywhere near the direction of oil, he should have seen him. I'm imagining that was not the case, as allowing him to get to there as well. And with that double digits, of course, Yana now get a chance to extend their game and life here as well into the series. The last 3 rounds still need to be picked up for them. Flash is poor, Aerial punishes. The CT side, yet again, with an opening. Same as last round. Just close this one out. But it's a different approach for Amcal and Smille. Gotta be real damn careful here. Although they've left Stinix alone. readjusting themselves. Some utility thrown as well back toward a spawn. That should indicate Stenix will leave Ivy, head back toward T-spawn. Is he gonna fake towards A, I wonder? We have already seen this worked out once or twice. Ooh, actually, not even gonna be fake, just straight up from Pop Dog. Flash from Stenix. Smoke somewhere perhaps, and that should be all they gotta need here as well. Head of place off angle as well. Wait for them to exit. Perhaps anything. 1 and 2 coming through. Third one. Notice it's straight side. Stenix alone. They know where he's coming from. It is going to be Yana to take this one. They are going to be extending that lead. And not going to let Amcal get too close instead. To 11 they go. And Amcal, they are slowing down here. Decent flash, I like it. Haven't really seen aggression out of Yellow here at all toward the B side, so I do like that change, even if it is just a flashbang. You see the slight hesitation Colossian S-FAVBET do have, just with the X-ray alone. Have to spend a couple of seconds clearing this out, being cautious, doing their due diligence, and for the price of one flashbang, it's, I mean, hey, pretty good. Few more seconds taken off the clock, and even more so, bit more utility from Amcal early on, give information back to Yano in that regard. But with a minute left, this one looks like any basic terrain split toward the A side. Stenix smoke has been dropped over toward him as well. Is that gonna... Was Ivy or Connector is my question. We'll see. Some utility has been deployed. A mist smoke towards Ivy, I think, or green, whatever that is. I do forget. Nonetheless, trains coming through. That's 1 and 2. Had more fights. AW will take the next one out toward the B side. Timing is great for Kalash, and suddenly that makes Yano wonder, have they been bamboozled? Simple answer, yes. As with the observer's eyes, we do know exactly what's happening here as well, and it is Yano hoodwinked. Jebaited. Other words to describe the exact same thing. I really have the three. Really? I don't remember if your shadow is shown here, if your gun gets spotted. I don't remember. I think there was something about this position, or maybe I'm just thinking about the car there. I don't know. Terrorist. Check it. Kalash will die. And Smiley will live. 11 to 10. 1 round game. Great cover as well there for AW. Stenix came out with a flashbang in hand. Slight overextension. Right, that's why you have to be on your game, on your macro game. Or micro, sorry, I think. Like your decisions of how do you move your player, how quick are you with the jiggle peeking and all that, how much do you expose? Flash Ivy, no swing from the back of it, but it is giving them a little bit of a sense of security in Ivy. Now they should have heard that at the same time. And Ariel, hello! Instantly to the dome. Time to wake up, Grandpa. Get something going on here. Smell over the second one as well. The youngster will show you the way. 3 remain on Amcal's side. Yano, this might be robbery. Might be payback from Dust 2. Towards the A site they go. Pack tactics. Trade yourselves out. Make sure you do not go alone. First two. Into aerial. Now spotted. No kill from it, but a decent Molotov in return. Takes away a little bit of space from aerial. Has to play in hell. They're still finding one head over the second. They are just juggling with getting punished. And Frost. Sorry to say, this one is not your round. It is going to be instead Yano with a save. It is a jumping AK to finish this round as well. That is a perhaps game-winning 5-7. The instant headshot. Better than an M4. Close range to 5-7 will dominate. That is looking a little rough at this point. You got pistols, 2 AKs. I mean, already done this once or twice. Now we've seen as well Yano get on the same track here with these sorts of buys. Maybe they can do it again. Melee. 3 head his way. There should be a quick trade here. Headshots might be needed. Oh, second he comes. The USP fights for his life. He might have just done enough. They're allowed to dissect this round. They know where Frost is. They know where he still lingers. Still remains in main. Smoke deployed. Out he goes. Aerial looks to give chase. The trade is gonna be there if need be. But alone. So many chances in these clutches that have been impossible. But right now, this one has to come through in a 1 versus 3. He's gotta let them know he's here. They didn't know, now they do. 20 seconds though, this is done. This is Inferno coming right up here. There is no time for R-Force to do any of this. Ladies and gents, we haven't seen the better side from Yano that we so desperately required to need it. With the 13-10, they are going to score a victory on train. Revenge from the last map. Revenge from the last time they played on this one as well. And it is a team-wide effort here for the Finns. And a well-earned one at that. Inferno is where this one does get decided. So, we'll have to go to a little bit of a break here. It's going to be an intriguing one, I will say. I was not fully expecting this. I really thought we were going to see a little bit more out of Amcal here. Just in firepower alone. But it kind of did fall off on that second half, I will say that much. While Yano, they just played a pretty damn decent game. I do think a lot of this was kind of coming down to what we saw from Yano and didn't see on the other side from Amcal, which was that fast, aggressive control of outside of A side. You know, that whole thing, the smokes toward or between the Red and Ivy. That whole control, I think, was missing from Amcal when you compare that to Yano. How much they were able to get from those sorts of situations. But they did kind of make up at the same time for that with how many times or how often they were able to get that B side bamboozling and just walk it toward that site. With essentially one man to find only, or finding those timings, and then switching late round as well. They had a decent tactical side in that regard as well, that they were ready and willing to make those changes mid-round. They had a flexibility, but they did not have enough in this case, and maybe that is down to the practice as well. Only a couple of days with R-Frost, maybe even a week, who knows how much they've actually unofficially had if he's joined the team, but they have not had the most time here on this map. But they do look pretty damn decent either way, so I'm not really too fussed. I think Amcal played a decent enough game. Wasn't the greatest, but Yano, they did stand up and give us that game that we kind of did want as well. Showed us what they can do. Alu, great game with, well, like 19 kills toward the end of end of it as well. So did step up as well and start to deliver. But right now we're going to be taking a look at Inferno. However, before that, a short break. We'll be back in a little bit, so don't go too far. We'll try to get the map number 3 underway as soon as we can. Alrighty then, we are back for one last map here. Between Amcal and Yano, Inferno is where we decide this series. So, ladies and gents, thank you so much for tuning in with us, sticking with us for the series as well. We've had a very quick Dust 2, very dominant. We've had a close trade. And now we're gonna have a perhaps hectic Dust 2. I'm just guessing here, we'll see how this one Dust decided to evolve. But for now, the pistol, Alu, make it all three. Apartment shut down. Bomb dropped at Yano's feet. Now the pistol pretty much to be secured with this one situation alone. A minute still remains, however, and Art Frost perhaps could get his hands on that bomb, but he's waiting for his team to join, or teammate to join with him. Deployed dually for a while, Ariel. I like the little offset timing he's got. He's waiting to see what he's got. Well, Art Frost, he gets away with the bomb for now. Oh, but that's the smoke, or one of the smokes they had deployed to get that, and what AW still has his. I don't really see this one working out here. Yanov taking the entirety of the map pretty much under control. Can't go back to B. You got 3 players in mid. You've got Aloe to assist from balcony. And now you've got confirmation. And the finishing touches. Headshots 1-2. Spiller takes it. Yano will have a flawless pistol. Dual Beretta Mirage coming into the apartments. And sometimes, life is that easy. First round of the board. So far, I think Amcal, whenever they have lost the pistol, they have force in each and every one of them as well. No different here. Right, Inferno is one where economy and what you have available utility-wise specifically matters quite a bit. PC side most notably, right, of course you have your banana control, retakes, do you want to fight it immediately as well, right, that's where utility mostly goes. So, let's say there's a world where Amcal, maybe they'll win this, they've got an entry already, that's good. They get, let's say, 2 more kills here. Yano's economy is going to be a little bit scuffed, maybe. Amcal, they decided to buy up like a P2. Next round again. 2 kills. First gun run potentially could look really bad. But I will take that sentiment back for a moment, because a double entry for the price of 0. And 9. Spray is wild, he'll connect on 2. More 3's impossible. Kalash removes him. You've got 3 kills, a bomb plant, and a man advantage. First gun run might have to wait a little bit longer for Yano to arrive instead, because this one is not looking all that great. Alu probes the smoke. Ariel, you have far. He's looking to find it. 1 more bullet needed. And Stinix gets away. It's like a suspect. Needs to be found quickly, but Stinix is nope. Alu denied himself. First gun round to take a bow. That's not coming up anytime soon, because Amcal will steal this one instead. Holy hell, that is Inferno for you, ladies and gents, and that is around with the support of sub FAVBET, not even affected by the flashbang, supposed to assist. I think that was Smile there. That is a little bit rough. And the force buy, hey, can't blame it at that point, it works out. I try to set up theories for what we might see in a little bit, but that is completely different. The reality we are stuck with, not ideal for one side. I don't let the HUD fool you, by the way. Amcal there on the T side, not CT. We'll try to get that altered in a second or so, but nonetheless. Smoke deployed. There is still another one. couple more pieces of util. Fairly well timed on the first one. Ender with the FAMAS. Flashbang as well. Might just have to jump in the pool or just bounce it off and see what happens. Ready for the best. 1, 2. Round is done. And that is that. Not much to force by Oviano. Away they go. Pistols in hand. And that is flawless out of Amco. Converts the force buy, make the next flawless. You've picked up weapons from the CTs as well. You don't even need to invest pretty much anything with these ones. The only one who had to apparently was Kalash.
Terrorists win.
And that is a lot now given to Amcal's side. I'm holding out hope for pistols to get a couple of kills here, but round wins does not really seem plausible, as much as I hate to say it. Collapse into the apartments, then a little bit of trouble. Some heat heads his way. There's one. Expecting another. Smith down he goes. 3 will take him down eventually. That is the magic number for a reason, you know, 30 times the charm and all that. One more removed in the A side. It will fall. Alu as well, and that is that one wrapped up. It's pretty simple, right? It's pistols. You're not expecting them to win. A couple of kills, maybe. Not this time. And bada bing, bada boom. The round is done. It's just boring old Inferno right now, right? Yellow all the way still on B. Waited to see what was happening, what was up. DW eventually gets him. Bomb plant not going to be allowed, but that is going to be still 3 and 1. With guns coming out. I want to see what Yano's game plan is going to be like then. Right, you kind of talked about the utility and how that matters as well. They've mostly got all of it. Early smoke would have been out from a CT. Spawn coming out. Really basic. Greetings, double nade. Half of SABRE's HP is gone. Still with the nades of their own. And Molotov extinguished in the smoke. Thrown preemptively. So, slow round. First minute is gone. Control here for Yano. They've got 3 on to be expecting a all a turn back from Amcal to have set themselves up for a split or some sort of an idea back still to what to be sight, but now with 40 seconds on the clock, they do seem to head towards that A site still. Might actually be still looking to see who actually gets themselves into positions. Kalash in the apartments, maybe gets an opening. Could also be looking at FAVBET, I think. That is Banana. Looking for a kill of his own, maybe not. Was that AW? I'm not sure. But Back toward the A site. It's 2 players here. Balcony is a fairly simple setup. Pretty basic, but success could still be found. That's 1 and done for Aerial. Balcony. It's a roll spray. Smilla gets caught under this one.
Bomb has been planted.
Suddenly, with 3 to retake, down a man, Inferno A site. You know the plan. This is going to be a save. Site might have changed. Might have opened up Graveyard a little bit to make it easier to retake, but you know, down a man, you don't have the useful. You don't have a way or a real way in. Mostly unconfirmed damage only. This is going to be Yano just backing off. Save what you can. Fight another day. Four to 1. That T-side start is looking really damn good from what was a force buy. Not letting up immediately either, but the guns come back out.
Terrorists win.
Definitely causing some worries. Half investment around the saved weapons, a UMP at a P250, or is that a fight? No, it's 5.7 actually. Or melee, so they've got something. Let's fight another day, and next round should be that other day, mostly. This one is just seeing what you can do. Catch them by surprise, perhaps. Apartments is the play for Yano. In the meantime, Amcal just setting up nicely towards mid. No presence to what have been at the start of the round. It's just let him think they've got all this control. The second smoke comes from one banana as well to block off Amcal. But they do want to respect it a little bit. Molotov down, but they are still going to be taking that space, and it's worked out for SABRE. He's got himself the opening onto Henu. Returns coming through. Ariel still thinking about his own duel as well against the have teammates support him as well. They'll take him down. It's 2 confirmed now A. If nothing else gives you alarm bells, lets you know you're shooting you fast toward the B side. That is it. Aloe now spotted in CT as well. The site is open itself. AC not half bad. No block off offers with just a moment or two. Respect him. Aloe, try to play the lack of information for Amcal. Make him scarce. Don't let them know where you are. Never let them know your next move. With the Cynic, there's Aerial God, and Cynic will get rid of the final man as well. Sharp shots, Amcal, 5 to 1. Well, this one, right? It wasn't supposed to be the round you're going to you'll end up winning, but they did have a chance. It was just Cynics toward the end there who kind of put a little bit of style in the works. Just kind of ruined their plan. This is where the real defense and the real test will come. We ought to see if we're going to have a competitive first half. It is going to be give and take, if they are going to be giving us more. Still, I do like Amcal the pace they've got going on here. Currently, they've got no issues when it actually comes to the pacing of the game in these last few rounds. First minute or so, it's just utility being thrown back and forth. This is the basic greetings, really. First and second wave of CT utility is faded. Fallen off, and now we'll see what we get as the final result of it. Banana being tested, Yellow forced to back off. Henno's come back toward the B site as well to assist. Most information, there's at least one here. Probably 2, but you never know. 20 seconds of the clock, and it's going to be a fake back toward the A site. Just running a little bit, some noise. Henno's going to be walking away as well, but that's not the case. Swinging in from C as well, but it's going to be keeping an eye on the man by the side. Now, And a spray from yellow that goes far, far away. The bomb plant to be denied at the opening chance. There's no time for this. Get the bomb down, but it's half a second too late. Why do you wait? Oh, boys, that is not a round you should be giving away. That was too easy. Even in my categories, apparently. Fumbled it. Drop the ball. Unfortunate. You barely have any time. You're not supposed to start contemplating where do I plant the ball. Should I plant the ball? Just do it. That is given now Yano a second round. Perhaps lucky, but mistake nonetheless for Amcal, and that's one of the other going to at least capitalize upon it to create a couple of rounds of their own, perhaps a streak, something from that. At the end of the day, you take those. Take whatever you can get. A little taps through banana smokes. 45 at the clock. Here's the thing as well for Amcal. They seem to pretty much every single round have gone far back in spawn. Just not doing all too much with it. Until that clock has been run down. Here toward the A side. A test. Seeing what's up, and it's not going to be a positive contact for them either. So back inside they go, where Yellow waits quickly. Yellow with 1, 2, 3. Flurry coming through for the T side. Wanted to succeed in getting them a bomb plant, but now it's on to Alu. Here's the steps behind him in shirts. Tap of the bomb gets off of it, and not Frost. Just about to trust, trying to buy a little bit of time. Collapse to get close, but swinging for his own glory as well to kill Alu down to close. Had a lucky break previously, but not twice in a row. Yellow really having a hard time as well here. The defense is not all that. Makes me wonder, right? What's the change? Like, how aggressive do or should Yano at that point try to go then? Amcal is playing slow. They're playing default. They're not revolutionizing anything on Inferno. Is the answer to go hyper-aggressive? To kind of throw them off their game? Or is that exactly what they're anticipating? Is that what they're expecting to do? It's the mind games. And if you switch things up here and then you just get slapped across the face, that's when it hurts the most as well. So, hey, you never know. Counter-Strike can be kind of funny in that regard as well. Well, for now. Perhaps a bit more aggression. SABRE. Dealt with or not? I lied. It's Yellow and Hedo both gone. B vacated in the first 20 seconds of the round. And a 5-1-3, this is just looking very much like Dust 2 over again. Quick shot. Important to keep the CT side somewhat competitive in this round as well, because Aloe maintains now the B defense. All by his timing could have worked out beautifully, and it does in the first one. Another one close has been heard. Aerial deals with it. The bait and switch. Smokes deployed. Don't let it have this one for free. Trade it out if you have to. And going slightly more aggressive is the answer, it seems. At least in the mid round. One last side, off cross. HP down to half in a 1v2. Now put down to the last man. Alu, up close, already on short. Has to drop it out. Frost needs to consider this. Doesn't react quick enough. Scope not heard, and Alu will find the wall bang. Takes round number 3 to Yano. So while it may not start off competitive, you definitely do get a chance to still make it a respectable half. Far from perfect, but we are getting somewhere. Already 6. Economy as well, by the way. Amcal, they had a plenty of it. They had a couple of plays at 10k. Now they're finally being whittled down. But they still got a couple of rounds perhaps coming out here, depending how things will go. Right, with Frost, Kalash, and FAVBET all feeling pretty damn good. And for those just tuning, it is Kalash, also the coach of Exever, playing here. This is the error that we've got here, unfortunately. Had some confusion at the start of the series, how to play, and then we had some shenanigans. Weren't all too sure, and now apparently, unfortunately, stuck with Exever. But in-game, feed Kalash is what it says. That is correct. Anyone wondering? Good first shot. Going back for seconds, it seems. Take the angle there is, however, close scene. And Alu, once to disrespect to keep going, will spot 2 on the death count. Let his teammates know what is coming up toward that A side. And now they've got a crossfire balcony in sight. Mini pit and backside, close enough. Get past a W, nearly turns around for the second one as well, but a pit being held aerial. We have his time as well in the spotlight here. Drain, not his map, just nobody's map. And now he's stepping up here, and Yano kind of need somewhat to do so. It was Alu the start, aerial to finish. And Yano get close to tying up here, but still a fair few rounds to go. Range anywhere between 4-8 to 6-6 possible. And so, timeout. Amcal now having used 2 of theirs. Currently feeling a little bit of pressure here. And keep in mind, by the way, all of this starts off from Amcal not planting the bomb. Spending just a couple seconds too long deciding how they want to plant that bomb at the B side and then running out of said time. This ends up as their downfall here. It's been Yara now, I think 3 rounds in a row they've picked up from it. If I'm not mistaken. Not in a row, but 3 out of the last 4 at least, so close enough. Bit more pep to the Amcal step here as well in this round as well. It's mostly in around the minute mark that they have been going for these plays to get map control. At least to start off the map, and now they're slightly sped up here, realizing they gotta get Yano off their game as well at the same time. But Yellow has about a second kill of this game now, pushing down to B. Important. Smoke deployed. FAVBET thinking about countering down with one of his own, but unsure how much aggression there really is and if it's even worth it at the moment. Can't just wait it out. Or flash right through. Balls at the wall, we're going in. Alu awaits. Flashbang should get him. First one, still found. Molotov deployed from the box. And here comes counter utility as well. Alu swinging for seconds. That's more like it. Taking challenges and ready for a fight. Kill number 3, not his, but a rotation is here. Band-Aid on the B side, but they've done plenty already. A 4-on-2, you do not lose these rounds. But one, making it just one, making it none. 5-6, Yano are making this a close half the end here. Getting in the game. And all it takes is finally to stop that banana play from really getting that gallant entry immediately. A bit more control of the game, a bit more control of the map is all you need. That, and you add on top Alu, swinging with confidence. Doubling down, a slight bit of luck maybe as well with that shot with Smiley, but hey, he knows his lineup at least, so got that part down. And thus, we keep moving. Last round perhaps, 6-5, we'll find out what it's going to be. Weaponry ain't looking perfect round, Cal, so I am expecting slightly more aggressiveness, you know, a bit respect and all that. Let's open up at least with the damage, back at a 4th, a greeting and a banana. One that which will wield no real victors, this damage. AW got 38 and Yellow barely tagged himself. Now the only thing felt here. That was 1-8. Now, Molotov the counter that one of them is gonna last longer than the other, so Amcal will still have that control. Just gotta wait a couple of seconds. Response, gotta adjust the short. Get ready for an A play through apartments out of shot themselves with very little regard for long in this case. Walked out as well the block of library. They gotta try to make this look like a B split. They've got time to wait out that smoke as well if they do want to. Yellow spotting for anyone coming back. Banana, but Heno, at least stay alive. All you can ask for. Waiting out that smoke, a couple of seconds, it will fade. It is going to be that A split coming through. Eye's going to be on Aerial. Balcony for a minute, I'm not sure which one is actually on, but it doesn't matter. He is now dead, formerly alive. Now he's going to find himself one of his own. And down he goes. The entire site defense has been removed. Alice is wrapped around, but there's nothing he can do at the moment. He's still got one. Shows what he's got. One found. The second, he's dropped. Taking a position. He's been taken. Flirting with and going wide. Are Frost 1, 2, 3 for the round, and that is Amcal 7-5 in total. Not half bad. Ups and downs for both teams. This one still in the pocket for Amcal at the end of it. So, I will say, if Amcal doesn't fumble the bomb plant, I think this one just goes like 9-3. Call me crazy. It feels like that's just the momentum switch, and what you gotta kind of capitalize on as well, just enough. And thus putting us in a 7-5. Come back to give themselves a chance for the second half. Now, it needs to be good. One thing at least that maybe helps them here a little bit is that Yellow and Henu don't have to kind of hold B, because that is where things did go quite wrong for a good while. Kept getting caught off guard. Whether it is nades, whether it was the spraying and walking through. S-FAVBET instead kind of just did give them the old AK headshot every now and then. Made it a little bit difficult to hold. So here, that's not going to be not going to be the case anymore. They can instead be the ones to initiate those fights. Perhaps helps them get into the game itself. But at the same time, I feel like we didn't get to see enough of that banana control. So I'm kind of hoping that we see Amcal go for that instead, right? Give us more of the I hate to say, more traditional, almost Inferno, where it is that banana control where you're gonna be respecting from the start. Successful or not, still to be determined. First kill, almost coming through, and there it is. USB to finish it off, nades to soften. And a 5 out of 4 immediately for Amcal. Able to back off as well, go stack toward that A side. 4 players will be converging there. Quarter of 8, now 6 remain, and 2 out of the T side. Smille leaves Ariel down to just himself versus 4. It's not successful. And Amcal walk away with a fairly quick pistol. There's one they needed to get down on Banana, they got it. And from there wasn't really any success in a follow-up either. Quick timeouts. Try to solidify themselves here as well. Make sure you don't fumble this one. That really is all you can do. Don't fall to the force bite, don't fall to the pistols. While at the same time, Yano looking their absolute best to see what they can get away with. To start off, there's Fade 8 deleted. Plenty of damage, but to start off, take 9 entry. You've got plenty of util on Yano. Keep that in mind as well here. They've got options at the moment. They're going to make it look like they are wanting to take this control as well. They've got a flashbang or two as well. They could actually pop in here and say hello to Artfrost. Currently just waiting. Seeing if the CT side have a reaction of their own. They can smoke. That should initiate the fight. Artfrost is ready. Off angle, forward to the Molotov to force him out. They know he's close now. Sound cue has been given away. Ariel in the smoke. Along, head over into the FAMAS, and now collapse off the A site. Coming through, and it's one. Trying to steal this one away on the side. It's Ariel to close in on Collage. One to be planted, and maybe go out as well. Some damage, barely. Barely effective at chipping away, even slightly. Will help. Up close, an MP9 has been seen. That one about a take 9 from Ariel descend. Yano victorious in this one. They have stolen it away. Both teams getting away with that second round. Amcal started off their journey winning the force buy. Yano will as well with the T side. Ticks out of the apartments into the A side. Wanted to not flashback. Expect the effort, but unfortunately, he'll get run down. SMG's hold W, the combination that goes very well together. And from that as well, could you look at that? 8-7 comes out. Forced by Quelled. Amcal just trying to save the whatever they have available. 5-7. Desert Eagles. Evlar. Out with helmet, but they've got something. Every little bit counts, especially right now, when you've already lost a round. You've got something in that next round. Not too much, but something to deal damage. Just like so. 2 kills here to punish the hunt. You stay alive, but you've got a chance to still deal a bit more in this one as well. But Yana are coming for that tie scoreline either way. They want 8-8. Call me crazy, ask me what I think. I do think they are going to get it. I'll tell you something else as well. I still think we do need to see more from Yano. I'm looking at Yellow and Head. They're still 3 and 4. I don't think they've got a single kill of the second half. No. Mistaken, maybe. Maybe I am. But I am pretty sure they only had a 3 and 4 at the halftime as well. But Ariel, he's picked up a little bit of that slack. Alu, of course, as well. And Smille joining farming for the second half and at the beginning of it. Of course, last round, though, that was all Aerial pretty much. Oh, the first one they got. Either way, A-side stack. Smille, if he does probe around here, he'll find himself walking into a bit of a blender, and one he could communicate to his teammates as well fairly quickly. Smoke deployed Moto. Is there going to be a flashbang as well? Are they going to send Smille just to see what's up? There's a flash. Swing. Wants to know if it's a stack. That's 3 confirmed on site, and quickly turn around. On to B you go. And Mask the route is there. The only weapon it seems to be trying to pick up is a Mac 10. They've even afforded going to that apparently. But no thank you. Now just hold for the banana push as well. Hold for the flank. All is good. Phoenix in the meantime, but out in CT, and this one is going to be looking at that as tied scoreline. Back then being picked up. How we're actually going to see this in effect next round. Kalash, that's who this is. Those just joining us. Gotta look to get a kill with this one. Farm a bit of cash. No, Heno backs off. Alu might... I was gonna say might actually not survive, but I'm reading that wrong. I don't know why. Red, but goes to show my eyes are not that great. But there we go. We got the tied scoreline. Just 7-8 rounds ago, you ask me, do I think this is going to be a tie game? I say, hell no. Looks more like a just to repeat than anything, but that's why we play the game. If we knew the answer, we wouldn't have really cared, would we? Ariel. 7 damage. But he heard close as Fade just barely gets his hands on the weapon. Just in time. The apartment. Alu down with the bomb. AK dropped as well. That is Yano getting control. Still taken away from them. Next man down and 1 man remains. Tied up and can take the lead. That's where we'll see the opposite happen instead. Welcome back to the game, Amcal. Been a moment or 2, maybe even 3 that we've seen him here. And probably the moment as well with that. Oh, that round almost gets decided. If Ariel gets through that smoke half a second earlier, I do feel we do see a completely different sort of outcome here instead, because you can't, at that point, you may not see Alu being hunted down at the apartments. You might have just instead sped up a little bit more. Maybe you don't see the push from Flush apartments? Not sure, actually. I end up forgetting there, but doesn't matter too much. Quick timeouts. Hopefully nothing too major. I think we've sorted out all the issues we had at the start of the game. Well, what, 40-minute delay to start off map number 1. So if you're here for, let me just take a quick look as well. Delta versus TNL, you'll have to wait a little bit. Starting about 15 minutes after this map. So most likely around a 5 o'clock Central European summertime. Or otherwise in about 30 minutes or so, maybe. That's the way online Counter-Strike goes. Sometimes you have these issues, and even online as well. Or offline. Even at LAN you have these issues. Three players B, but they're not actually going to be making all too much use of it at the start of things off. Not a fan. Not really that much of a fan. If you're committing this many players already toward the B side at starting things off, why not just fully commit? Unless you have a really good read, they will be going toward that B side quickly. It just feels... I don't know. Not ideal, almost. It is somewhat lucky, perhaps, as well, that Yano have not just taken a more aggressive stance toward that A site. Not to go in quicker, so won't be punished immediately, but they still hold their 3-man B stack. No information, by the way. Finally seeing a smoke toward that A site with 25 seconds on the clock. In default, are forced to wait for a shot to nail it. Get away! Nailing it, coming back! It is too much. The pit player will have to stand on his own 2 feet. The life only gets a tag. Looking at a 3-on-3 for the retake here. A couple of seconds spare. The bomb does go down. No shenanigans from Yano with that bomb. I move quickly as well through the apartment. You've still got a man shifting. AW. A little bit of time. Wide on short now seen. Half the bomb, by the way, is ticked. Gotta be quick about this one now. Just Melee put himself in a real tough position. 1. Not 2, but Heno alone. All he has to do is buy a little bit of time. He's stuck in a corner. AW kid picked up, and I think he's just got this one. A few seconds to spare. 10 hits the board.
Counter-terrorists win.
Round secured. That kid is a couple of meters away. The round goes differently. Here it is with 10 on the board. Amcal are going to be reaching a no-tie scoreline. Not again, not yet. Yano's economy in a little bit of trouble. Half buys coming out with pistols. This is the sort of round that will work out. Just keep that in mind. Already seen twice in the series. Once Dust for Amcal, once on Train for Yano. Don't be surprised if shenanigans ensue, but right now it seems like those are going to be taken away. Not allowed to have shenanigans here. Aerial on the orb. This feels cursed for some reason, but let's see what he's got. Able to escape? The answer is no. A little bit wide to get away, but valiant effort. 3 kills with the half-buy. No bomb planted, nothing of the sort. Maybe could have used it, but all good. All good in the hood, as they say. And 11 being picked up. Amcal, 2 away from closing out the series. Well, I will have to say something. I just want to give you credit now to throughout this entire series. So far, I think pretty damn good. 22 and 5 on a map number 1 for Dust 2. Him and Arfrost both 22 in that one. Then 14 and 15 on Train, despite that being that loss. Oh, hold on. Oh my god. This is has gotten out of hand. Now we're just reading our numbers and the other just walked up, eh? It's a casual picnic here, apparently. Fair enough. Anyways, Phoenix has been consistent, so was Frost. Currently, Phoenix, I think, if I do the math, 53 kills in the series. Art Frost, 52. So hey, pretty good. And it's not over yet either. And unfortunately, the stats for Yana do shine in comparison to how quick and how easy that Dust 2 was. Yes. Hello. One more, but Smiley catches him. Oh, granted it back to one of the other hands as well. Allo can take that. But round number 9. Coming through to try and again keep this game alive. One last time out. At least with the side of Amcal, but not talking about Jano's timeouts at the moment. They barely use him, only one. Apparently someone can't stop honking their horn. Ah, damn these Italians. And people can't stop flipping their knives either. I don't know why we hear that sound so well. Is that... I feel like you weren't able to use or hear those knives we did not expect. Maybe I was incorrect. Even with involved nades. Oh my god. Holy hell, that is quite the something. The nades to start. Still got one more HE. That's on Art first. He's still towards B, so if Yana decided to go back toward the B side, I do think that is where trouble awaits them, but exploring the A side, just the possibility of it. I feel like they do want to send 1 or 2 players toward the top of mid. Just probe it around as well. We've already seen as well a similar round, they had a back 10 on Smille. Went toward the A side, saw what's up, a stack was spotted, and now they're gonna kind of do that same sort of stuff. The principle, the idea is there to send Heno out towards long, but he's down to 12 HP. This is an issue. A USP here from S-Fade. Heno's coming up the sides, will be spotted as 2. They'll know us now here. And suddenly there's a little bit of confusion. HE still awaits. The sound can come through. Keep an eye on it. There's more damage, but no kill for the HE. Spamming away. The spray comes through. S-Fade takes through. Aerial alone counter and plant the bomb. This is stolen by Amcal. A full eco. HE's only. And that is a round and map point, series point coming through. Baited by 2. And sprayed through by 2 as well. Map match in series point 12-9 is the score, and this one, it is rough, to say the least. A round that hurts. A round you don't want to see, but it's what might be the end of the finish side here as well in this series. Certainly seems like it, but not over just yet. Kills. Make it 3. CT side. Closer and closer now just to remain in this. It is done, surely, with this one. It started off real rough here. First half, Yellow and Heno didn't have enough of impact on the B side here as well. In the second half, I thought things were going to change. And now they have to. Yellow and Ariel down to the last 2. One's been seen. Making a bit of a run toward the B side. Just making noise. Not gonna bite the bullet. Not gonna bite into the bait here at the moment. Instead, some noise been made. Spotted. And Yellow needs to stand. He's quiet. He's missed. Spinning 360s to try to stay alive. And he might still do this here for Yellow as well. The 1-on-3. One man it goes. On site, he's made noise. AW will have that information. Yellow will not. It is timing. That will be the death of either one. Approaching. AW. He expected. Yes, he will. Trust his intuition. His gut feeling is what saves Yano. We are not done yet. 12 to 10, they claw it back from a 2-on-4 to 1v3 here. Allfrost trying to do his best to stay alive, and Yellow still raging. This is why you have him. Low on the frags, but that is pure impact right there. Amcal, scrap for cash, and this is a desperate buy. And a desperate play from the back as well. Holding from mid, Allfrost finds the first. Ariel down immediately. Surely not what goes down here. Holding for the mid push. Heno in the meantime. AW found. And the pressure is on. Almost in the corner. Stuck at the moment. It's Fade 8. Just trying to find his own timing. Smille catches the back again. And the 2 remain. Find Heno. He's struggling to stay alive. Both are at the moment. Pressure being put on. Last man known to be on B now. 1v3 this time from Allfrost needed. And down to 2, but at this point again, I say it's trapped for cash, and that might be exactly why they don't go for this, why he leaves this one instead. But Allfrost is still sticking around. He's looking for an opening of his own. There's a little bit of time. Problem is, no kit. Not checking for Smille. That's the downfall here, no matter how this goes from here on out. We're looking at 11 and 12. Looking to deal damage, though. Could work out. Or not. Yellow, I assume he will survive. I'm not actually sure on the HP here he'll take.
Terrorists win.
51 or something along those lines. He's good. For 56. One planted all the way back for long instead. And 24 rounds is what we have. My god. Not the expectation, but holy hell do we get here either way. And we have gotten here in one hell of a way. Last round, strapped for cash. Believe it or not, Amcal still strapped for cash. Coming to this one with the 2 MP9s, the Goats, and a little bit of a Hamas Tenacity Eagle, a combination around that with our first AWP kept alive. OT, no T, the question on everybody's minds, perhaps. Really useful. Simply thrown back and forth. A slow and tense round. A minute remains. Barely any blood being spilled, just the utility. All that is thrown. All that is spilled at the moment is the unconfirmed damage. Amkel making a soul read, headed toward the B side. Now, what could be the downfall or detriment of this round? Two-sided attack, almost you could call it, is the weaponry they have. FAMAS Deagle MP9s might make them go a little bit crazy. Yano do need to be cautious of those exact plays. There's everything to gain. They found it first and traded it out. FAVBET through the smoke. But gets there's the second covered for it. Overtime is coming right up here. Not done. We need more. 1v3 from yellow and we are going here. Yano will not let that go to waste. They will not let Smilla and Ariel's play go to waste either. They've been having a hell of a time here on Inverter to keep them alive. Picking up the slack out of this one. It's Offrost. Stat padding. Brother, go for it at least. Saving for KD, brother. This is not it. Goes scoring option. Still dies. Bomb takes him out, and that is 12-12. Overtime coming up here. This is insane. God damn. Far from done. Magic number now turns to be 16. We'd roll back the years to global offensive. That was the default. Now it ain't. Couple of seconds for players to make sure they're all good and ready to go. And again, one more thing. This again does push back our next game a little bit. Should have started about 45 minutes ago, but hey, but we've had some issues here today. We've had a slight delay into this series, and now we're finally going to be eventually, hopefully, today, finishing this one off. We're not going to continue for a long, long time here. Probably not going to be more than... Surely not going to be more than one overtime. Surely. But anyways. Delta and a TNL coming after this one, so if you are still looking for that one. It will be played just momentarily. Gotta wait for this one to finish. Wondering what we might be waiting for. Probably someone to take a bathroom break, if I had to guess. But I don't know. Either way, this is your time as well. Get some water, coffee. Any snacks or any food you might need. Hydration check. Essentially. Also very upset at myself. I've not made coffee in such a long time. I forgot how to make it. I made a real bad batch of coffee. It was not strong enough. It just tasted like water. Unfortunately. I don't drink it. I rarely do. Only in extreme cases, as in if I need to suddenly fix my sleep schedule and wake up with about 4 hours of sleep, cough cough like today, is when I do drink my coffee. Beyond that, not really, so I'm very sad to report that the coffee was not great. Quite literally just forgot how to make it. I'm still figuring out what's happening here. Who are we waiting for? What are we waiting for? Either way, doesn't change the fact that we are waiting for somebody. But no, it's not Ariel. ADHD strikes here with the quick switching. Gotta keep yourself occupied with something. But he's not spinning his knife. We can at least appreciate that. Apparently we've got some sort of sound issue at the moment. So we're just gonna try to fix that. Gotta try to fix that. Yeah, players are on it at the moment. So hopefully it's not too bad, right? You never know. You never know. Sometimes I, once or twice, may or may not have forgotten to charge my headphones before popping on. I've had to use a different pair as well. My old ones. Sometimes tends to happen, but I do reckon that most of these people probably are using wired headphones just for the sake of not having something like that happen. Maybe in-ears. I don't know. I've seen a couple of players actually using in-ears at home, which I think is quite the interesting one. Or interesting choice to make. Almost opened up as well a conversation at that time as well with the difference that makes between online and LAN environments where you have to use in-ears and then sound or noise cancelling on top of those. Because in-ears, let's be honest, not the most comfortable. And to those who don't know, not actually that great for your own hearing either. They do hurt or affect your hearing more than normal headphones. Just to anyone who does not know. That is one thing as well. But it's a fun little conversation as well. Who actually uses in-ears at home as well. To kind of negate any differences between LAN at the sort of mental game almost. If anybody knows any players, let me know. Because there are a lot of different things like that players do like to do to try to make sure that the difference is as minimal as possible. But for now, we're good to go. Overtime officially commences. I think Hannibal might have had some issues. I reckon that was him, but we don't know. Nonetheless, OT is a go. Utility out from Amcom. They're going to be taking a flight toward a banana. A fantastic nade ordered by the CC side here. And in toward the site. Oh, this is... Oh, what is this? That is a deserved approach. I mean, I guess, like, the mental game, you've been ordered to a break, you quickly come back and try to up the tempo, catch them off guard, but Amcal, they were more than ready, and you fall through smokes, jumping, not checking your corners. Buddy, this is not it. Not even a single one he'll get, not even a pity kill. But there you go. You've got 12 to 13. Amcal take the lead. It happens every time. The team that does not close it out immediately in overtime, they get the first. Hayes' Law, if you want to colloquially know what that is called, that's what we're going to be going with. Figure that one out. Alright, but in the meantime, opening spot for Stinix. Molotov and Smoke on the back side. Preemptively thrown to CT side of the whip and a half. Stinix as well takes one of his own. But the pressure being put on the CT side and trying to put more and more pressure. Viano left with two to try to recover this one. Bomb yet to be planted. That's the real issue. Trying to plant it safe. Guess what? Not happening. Yes, it does. But no survival. 19 HP, and they've got all the util in the world. HE out. Nothing. They've got another Molotov, but they've got another HE as well thrown, and Smille should be living on Boro over the time, but they're not even thinking about it! What is happening? A lot of thinking at least, but they're not thinking even here! Smille, how do you get away with this? How do you not get checked? That is insane! They have the utility, why do you think he's CT? That's not what the bomb is even planted! How is this happening? Ridiculous! Absolutely ridiculous! I am baffled. Now you gotta try to move on. Because at least they've got Kalash to do so. He's opened up and assist at least somewhat here, but in OT, you've got to shake that off. Game's already gone long enough. Lapse in judgment might not be what you're looking for here. Take your time, 40 seconds on the clock. He's gonna try to approach the B site. He's got a little bit of util as well to do so. Few players up close. Yellow might try to flash him in. Seems like that's gotta be the play, but it's gotta be 3 here. They're gonna smoke the first, maybe the second. That'll confirm it. Bomb gets strong, and suddenly all of Yano into B. There's one man still here. You gotta check for him. And if not, say bye-bye. That is the half. 14 coming out. Second half of OT. Amcal, how did they know fumble the 2 versus 1? Would have been a clean half. Should have been so much easier. You know, if they've got that one round to play with here at least, they're not playing against match point. They had enough of that at regulation from 12-9 coming back. A 1v3 from Yellow, a 1v2 from Smille to get them here to 13 as well. The clutch factor is coming through for Yano right now, and that is one hell of a thing that we kind of need as well from them. It's the conversation we had at the very start almost as well with the individual power of this team should be outputting versus what they are outputting instead. Yellow. This is the issue they had on the regulation as well. Yellow and Header were not giving us enough when it came to the side. It seems like maybe a little bit of that does continue. Away from me, though. This is not the right play. They'll quickly realize Checking the mid. No follow-up yet again from Ariel. There's a little bit of usual going out. And it looks to delay. Smille looks to take them down instead. But can't be stopped. Kalash instead. Heno to the afterlife. You've got a man up situation for the Yano side. There's the second. Stenix in the corner. Needs to fight his way out, but that does not get done. Instead, you got a 14-all scoreline. Like, we're going to be playing this one. Very close as well. Already had our first game of the day between Zero, Tenacity, and Unity. Overtime in that one as well to decide it. Although in the 2 maps. Here we're going all 3. Plus tech issues. So just now, quick commiserations to JRT, waiting for his own third as well for the second shift of games. Been about an hour since he should have started, but hey, that's Counter-Strike, baby. It is what it is. In overtime, both teams get 1 time out of back as well. Yano are going to be using this now. Amcal still retaining this for a possible future use of it. We'll see. But 14-all. I do want to see again. Right, the problem. Banana control for Yano. A lot of issues from the very beginning of the game until now as well. I think the only real times they've had, I'd say, real success on it is either going more aggressive or when Alo's rotating with the ult as well to hold the line. And since then, I'll say, relatively quiet. I think it was 10-5 at some point. Now 15-19, so definitely has been silent my side of Amcal. There's Util, jumps up, coming through for yellow, sees one, drops Util. And away they go. The initial control or contact they tried to get there, and they decided to back off. Let Amcal have this for the moment. Heno is going to be playing from CT, throw his own util in response to whatever contact might come through. But I've got issues. I've got issues with this one. They've used already so much utility towards the top of Banana to hold off for the first wave with Yellow throwing his own smoke and Molotov and such. They at least have a bit more of that util, I think. Then who dropped his own Molotov, picked up another one from CT. I think that was the case we did see. So you have a bit more to hold on toward that B side, but it is not perfect. However, the more Amcal decide to slow things down here, the worse it gets for them. Because guess what? There is still that Molotov. Throw that toward a pool, throw it deep toward a banana, slow it down. There it is, bouncing off. Amcal are going to be slowed down on their own approach. 20 seconds. Pool inaccessible. Yellow's gone. Hole and Hedo lines up 2 of his own. Keeps the Tyranno under contention. Smille on the rotation. This time doesn't probe anyone through the smoke. But a 3-on-3 to decide who gets to this point. First shot. It's a miss from Art Frost. Contact taken. Second phase will be coming through, and it's going to be Smille down. Util shifting away. Alo next. Waits for more contact, but Art Frost is just Smille. 5 in a new box, and another one to take it. It's a 1-on-2 now required. Mana Pool guessing wrong incorrectly. Alo down. It's Amcal to 15. A 4th shot to close out the game for Amcal. 12-9, 12-10, 11, and 12. All the way now to overtime. 4 opportunities. If you can't close this out, surely you don't even deserve it. Maybe it does Doomer take, I don't know. Might be. But it's an opinion. Anyone can have those, and apparently I've given them out to speak. Double nades. Chipping away, not bad. One opportunity. Hello. No scopes in the mix. Toward the site, we've got ourselves a post-plant 3-on-3 to decide the entire game.
Bomb has been planted.
A site retakes. Not known for their simplicity, I'll say that much. But you do have Util on the side now, and that makes it more than possible. But the first one is a headshot delivered by Stenix. All on top to try to burn him. Out of position. 23 remains. He's still alive in pit. Yellow finding another one. That's finally opened up the avenue in. An AW, one of his own. It's one more to go. Smoke of the bomb. Spray away. And on the field. Yellow 5 seconds. They can't find him. They can't find him. It's double overtime. We go again. Another clutch from Yellow, and this time it is balls to the wall bonkers. We are not done. Holy hell, man. We continue. You've got to be kidding me. A smoke and it feels they had his number. Miscommunication with the bombs planted. Holy shit! We are not done. My god. Okay. Losing sanity. Losing my mind, and I don't know if I'm the only one. I'm gonna wager no. Holy, 15 all in magic numbers. Suddenly no longer 16, but it's 19. That is 4. 4 chances. Amco has had to close things out here. Look at the result. You know they've not been able to close out even a single one of them. 3 clutches coming from Yano. 2 of them against that match point. And both by Yellow Insanity. Banana finally taking it. Going aggressive stance from Banana. And S-Fade, he's been the one to get these entries as well. Him and Stenix and Banana have been absolutely fantastic on the C side. Seemingly have had enough of them. And that's exactly the sort of change Yano do need as well in these situations. Get that opening. Alu towards Banana, rest on A. That's worked out previously. This is the best hold I think they've had in these rounds. CT-sided turret waiting. Rest of the manpower. All the way on site. Cloak. Stenix. Got an opportunity. Yellow's still giving him a chance as well. AW. Waits for the second. Heno's taking off another scalp. We remain at advantage on the side of Yano. A long control will be there if you're not going to let this one go. Heno, what are you doing? He is going to let this one go. Wrap toward the A side. Suddenly a whole lot more doable. Aerial in pit as well has been seen. Tank the nade, barely as well from it. And there's 1 and 2. The sights opened up for 10 seconds. Bomb goes down.
Bomb has been planted.
That was a gift wrap for them as well. They have that entry. They have the round in there. They had it in the bag. Another right after. So many match points. And right as we go to the next OT. Amkala will step up for another one. It just never ends. Aggressive stance towards Banana, not this time. Retakes, however. Full smoky ghost. For damage, you'll find a little bit of it. Lost him out to find an opening instead of the one side. We'll look to double down as well to see if he can chase down Smille. Maybe even Alu, depending on where he gets. But in the meantime, as well, the B side has something of a casualty. Smille's found himself to lurk towards A. Limiting the options of Amkel and Alu. Wants to limit them even further from this. Look at the challenge. Sees one. But give it a second. You've got a naughty Smille waiting for his own opportunity as well. He'll hear a couple of these steps. They will take for him. And take him down. SABRE find him. They heard more and more as well. In the meantime, oh no! Oh no, that is not what you're looking for. Big miss from Alu. Head over the site. 2 for 1 only. 17 seems imminent. And the game
Bomb has been planted.
continues now to go Amkel's way. In overtime, a number, I think this was 2? I'm genuinely getting confused. Now one of us 2. Don't let it get 17 first. Well, our Frost. Known to think 2 or 2. Ammunition running low. Smith, nice out on no scope instead. Both players go for style, go for flair, and only the AWP will prevail. Hold, not half bad, but needed more than 1 from Henu. And Alu as well. This shot or 2 absolutely could have cost, or would have changed things as well. And at the same time, they also have the read as well on Smille. To give them credit for that as well, they do check into underpass as well. Not let him get away for free. Here again, timeout. Yet another overtime. Yet another timeout. Note, I don't think Amkel have used a single one of these timeouts in overtime, by the way. Just to put it out there. Yano, in both OTs so far, they have used theirs. And so far, that has kept them in the game. That and 2 insane 1v3s from Yellow. 11 kills, but probably the most impactful at the moment. At least close to it. There's still this moment and go aggressive yet again. I loved it! It's the aggressive change you need to see at the moment. And it is why Yano, yet again, get away with an advantage. Not to say it's all done just because that, however, we already saw first half of the OT here as well. They had that 4-man setup. Alu had the banana as well for him back then. Now they are still going to leave Henu instead all alone toward the B side. With the man advantage. A little bit of unconfirmed damage via the utility as well thrown toward Banana. SABRE just down half HP. But that is not going unpunished either. If you look at Yellow, Henu both pretty beat up at the same time. The B side has definitely seen better days, and now Alu might be the best of days they have the moment here. Holding for it. Rotation from Yellow. They are going to be correct in the gamble. 3B. Is it to be? A ticking clock. They have to get past him, but they can't even get one. He shuts them down. It's 1 round at the halftime here for Yano. 3K and Smille, the first one to reach 30 here in the map. Taking more than 30 as well here. Massive round coming out for him. But this time to hold the read, it was good. Down the clock, 20 seconds, we go again. I look back at a younger version of myself. Just 10, 15 minutes ago, I say, surely we're not going to be here for multiple overtimes. I pity the man I used to be. So naive. The words of a younger, less intelligent version of myself, but I've grown. We're gonna be here for a while, it seems. Now, I'll say this again, just because it is going to be very relevant. They have had 4 match points. They have not closed out a single one. 4 opportunities. Trade comes through in the meantime. Own opening foul, but that still does favor the side of Yano. The CT side of Inferno as well. You do have a lot of gamble stacks as well. And it's just part of the match. Now it's played. Oh my god. How is that not punished? Traded and covered for. Arfrost gets away. Everybody whiffing. Kalash, however, now missing. On the B side, Alu's opened that up as well entirely. Rotation from FAVBET should have been heard. Now they know he's there. And Alu! Rampas got some blood feud still going on. Headshots taken. Bomb. Running toward the B side, and Arfrost thinking, should he go for this? Seems the answer is a big fat no.
Bomb has been planted.
Taking inspiration from his favorite Counter-Strike player, Oper Jame. We've been seeing him a lot in these very, very late round situations. I think Terrain was the... Oh, Terrain, he was alive at least like 5 or 6 times almost. A lot, maybe not that many times, at least 4 or 5 times, I think. Last alive in situations that I will say were unwinnable, bar for the very last round of the game, where he had a chance, but then he just gave away his position. But definitely has been one to survive quite a bit, giving his KD up and all that.
Terrorists win.
$17-all. I'll be reaching the end of the game. We'll never know. We will never know. If you ask a Magic 8-Ball, I'm pretty sure the answer currently is all signs point to no. Nope. On a banana, apparently. A lot of you yet again starts up. You've got trades coming through. Alu on the AK-47 force his own way as well. What's ending up on the losing side? He was toward the balcony. Out towards A. Arfrost first one found. A second as well towards Pit. They've completely stumped him at the moment. The Aerial on 9 HP. He's not going to stick around at the balcony position. Instead of walk back, smoke short, see what he can do. If he can lurk out, get something going on here. Walk through the smoke, you're a dead man. It chooses the other way instead. Smart man instead. 2 versus 4. A similar situation as before. This was what started the entire comeback. 12. Aerial then having found 1 and yellow didn't want to be 3, but now 1 on 4 instead. Give him something to work with. Go to the apartment instead. It's going to be a 2-2 split for the CT side. Our first, he's got mid. And a Kalash. Apartments covered for by him. A quick turn possibly as well from our FAVBET. See how it goes. Smoke down. Small gap. And a death man awaits. 5th opportunity. I said if 4 isn't enough, you probably don't deserve this. Will the 5th one finally be enough? I suppose time will tell. How crazy do Yano want to get? Album yet again. AK's weapon of choice. It is a choice in this matter. Same as last run, same as the one before. AK-47. Brute force. Pack tactics. Into mid. And S-Fade-8. Will miss the timing completely. You've got off Frost. Eyes on him. Waits on short. Smilla down. Advantage and 4 more kills. Make it 3. And Art Frost, guess what? Back with the angles. Oh, will sing short. A missed shot. A tag taken. No bagged. He'll live. Rackets control still there for the T side, but Amcal as well. Want to put a little pressure on them. Same time toward the B side. Utility gets used. Delay, delay, delay. Wait for the next one. Art Frost. That's not how you delay. Taking a challenge, giving Yano a way in. Now the CTs are split. This is Kalash. This is his kill. Nalu creeps up, awaits. Hasn't been seen, but he will show himself up close. They know he's here. You can have this crossfire. It's gonna be deadly. That's why you want to go. And on site, waiting. Henu, his turn for a clutch instead, and it's all or nothing. No Molotov, nothing to flush him out. Play together. That's the name of the game. Plenty of positions Henu could have taken. Takes the first one, and down he goes to seal the fate of the game. 36 rounds of Inferno it is. Something about Inferno deciders and overtimes again seems to prove true, but in this case, as the old saying goes, a very famous saying of 5 times is the charm. It's not a saying, my god. That is way too many opportunities given here. And Yano, they cling to the game. They cling to life, but in the end, it is not enough. Unable to take this victory here and unable to continue to a third overtime, but instead letting Amcal take this one into the final round with a nail biter and a half of the game. And it started off as well. If you look back on Dust 2 with a 13-6, I'm feeling, yeah, this is going to be probably a bit of a bit more one-sided. Then Yano come back on Trade. They give us a game. And on Inferno as well, they come back into it. There's some real fumbles in this one. So many clutches, so many mistakes as well happening as well, with bomb plans not being done. And individuals to keep the game going on both sides. But in this case, 5 tries to close out the game. Amcal 19-7 at the end of the day will get themselves a victory in Group C here. And again, this is just the close qualifier as well. This is the playing stage. We are so early still into this one. But Yano will have to continue to wait into the lower bracket here as well in Group C. But we got more to go. Group C for right now, for today, is going to be done. But instead, we're going to be looking at our next game of the day, starting at about 10-15-ish minutes or so. JRT will be taking it on the casting booth here, and I will be leaving because my Saturday is done. I've got nothing left to give. So with that said, Delta TNL in about 10-15 minutes or so. If you are interested in that over as well, make sure to come back, tune in. But for now, for me, that is all for the day. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you guys have enjoyed, and we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Hey guys, welcome back to CCT Season 3, EU number 1, and we're heading into Group D now, and we'll start off with the next level and Delta. We're going to start the match very shortly, so let's run through the rosters here, starting with the next level, and talk more about these guys, because they have really been impressing over the last little bit. I mean, they just made a grand final up against Passion UA, ended up going the full 5 maps in a BO5. But honestly, like, this Ukrainian squad has been so very good. Like, they're teetering on that edge of piercing into tier 1 right now. Still at the tier 2 level, but you feel like they're flirting with it quite a bit. So yeah, we'll get into the roster for the next level here. As I would say, my first highlight is Karen. Obviously, he's been such a fantastic rifler, right? Sitting at a 1.20 rating right now for them. But actually, before we get to that roster, let's switch gears and talk about Delta. Yeah, is that the right roster? I'm just looking here. Yes, it's Delta. I'm just trying to make sure for you guys. But yeah, Delta is a full Afghan roster. Not something you see all the time. In fact, might be the only one right now, at least the tier 2 level, that's making any type of noise. And I mean, the results have been a little bit lacking over the last little bit. It's not been the best results for them, even though they did have a nice little bit of momentum before, I would say, April. But after that, and since that point, it's been a little bit of a struggle. But there's still some highlights to be made. And if Tsuku Miao is actually playing, he will be one to absolutely watch here throughout this one. But outside of that, you know, Dune has been pretty good for them. Dosick and Mixmeister, along with Didoni, have also been, you know, good contributors, but I think there needs to be a little bit more on that side. Honestly, overall, I think that on paper, Delta might be outmatched by what is the next level squad. And let's switch gears and talk about the next level. It's not to mention, of course, if Tsuku Miao is not in the roster tonight, or this afternoon, tonight, whatever time it might be where you are, that's a bit of a problem. Anyway, we're switching over to the next level, and Karen, of course, is one that we have to talk about. He has been lighting up the scoreboard for the squad as of late. Plus 162 kill to death differential, 1.20 rating. Just honestly has been impressive, not only in terms of, you know, getting the frags, but also has been assisting getting the flashbang, utility assists, and has had a 49.2% success rate on opening duels with 22% of the attempts. So he's taking most of the attempts, and he's 50-50 on success, which is actually really good. Not to mention, of course, that he's doing the damage and helping trades become more of a possibility. And then finally looking at Flyrax, who has been very good with the AWP. He's right behind, of course, Karen, in terms of the stats at 1.12 rating and a plus 200 kill to death differential, which is boosted a little bit because they're saving the op more often than not, which can bolster that stat a little bit. But either way, this squad has actually been that good. They're in the top 50 both in VRS and in HLTV rankings. So I mean, I couldn't pump them up anymore, guys. I mean, they're doing really, really well right now. So TNL, looking at Delta, Delta's the underdog, without a doubt in my mind. We almost saw the underdog in Yanu in the previous matchup actually be victorious over Amcal. Went to double overtime, I think, or even triple overtime. But either way, it was Amcal that came out victorious in the end. So it was close. But I think ranking-wise, those two teams are a little bit more condensed and tightly they're more close in ranking, I should say, rather than TNL and Delta. Anyway, we'll see. Let's check out the veto and see what maps we're going to get to here. So we've got Dust 2 coming through as the pick by Delta. And if you're looking at the maps that they've played over the last little bit, Dust 2 has been not good. It's been 0-5 over the last 3 months, but they like to play there, and they've almost come out with wins a couple of times against Rage and Spray Jutsu. 10-13 losses in those ones, and 9-13 against Rage again when they played them. But unfortunately, the most recent result was 0-13 up against Ruby. So yeah, it's not the best, but I guess they're just trying to pick something that maybe the next level isn't that great on. And if you're looking at the maps that they, you know, don't really like to play, maybe Dust 2 is one of them, although 6 and 7, I wouldn't say that's necessarily that bad. Switching over to Train, which is fantastic to see. We've seen a lot of Train. I love the map, and I think that it's got so much to offer in terms of strategies and, you know, just in terms of entertainment as well. Train 4-1 here for the next level, trying to move it into their map pool, and it's been pretty effective so far. The only defeat they had was in the BO5 that they played up against Passion UA that I just mentioned earlier, and that was 6-13. And then you look on the other side, no Train at all. 0 Train played. by Delta. So this is very much a pick that will favor the next level in every way. And then Ancient, if we need it, will be coming through as the decider. And this is a map that there has been at least a little bit of success for Delta. So I think that they're happy to have a map that they've had a couple of win-ons recently against Depot and Rage. But again, you know, you look over on the other side and Ancient is 11-1 record for the next level. They've been tearing it up at the tier 2 level as of late. So for me, on paper anyway, this looks like a mismatch, but we'll see, right? You never know what you're going to get in the server, and I think that's what's great about Counter-Strike. You don't know when these guys are maybe going to have the game of their lives, something like that. And we are going to go right into it here. Dust 2, map number 1 between Delta and the next level. Let's see who is going to come out on top here. Again, players to watch here. Cairn and Flyrax over on the next level, and on Delta, well, you don't have the player I was talking about earlier, and that is Sukumiao. So that's going to hurt a lot. We'll see how they're able to play Homeboys subbing in for Sukumiao. He's already dead. A little bit of damage done there. Okay, something materializing here potentially towards the site for Delta. Attacked by Dodoni onto Cairn. 3 just like that. Dooley's connecting on Dodoni, so there's something to give the next level a man advantage. Dosick and Doom trying to set themselves up on the defensive side here. Oh my goodness. The style points and everything with the jumping USP headshot. Knifey gets the last one on Dune, and that's going to do it. The next level, despite facing a little adversity here on the pistol round, will collect themselves and get the first. Often those pistol rounds are where an underdog team can come out and get something done because it's very much 50-50 in terms of success rate, just finding those headshots with the pistols. But after that, if you don't find pistol and you need as many rounds as you can get, especially when you're this much of an underdog, it gets a lot tougher. Alrighty. Force spy coming through for Delta. Smoking a flash run by the next level towards Long, but they're pretty much giving Long up. This is what you're going to see on Dust 2 oftentimes is more of a mid presence and a cat presence where the Long position becomes a good game for cat. Oh my gosh, Knifey. It's in your name, but don't pull it out when you're over at Long. Just goes out with the knife in a full-out gun duel. Cairn going to get a trade back onto Duke. Oh, nice shot from the Galil on Homeboys. Flyrax deleted. And this could turn into a round victory here. Oh no, Delta. Dosick in the open trying to plant the bomb, and that's not going to do it. Now the bomb is down and they have to try to cover it. Coming from Cat is Mixmeister, but he gets nothing. And now, Cairn, nice headshot on Homeboy. He's the only one player standing, and Dodoni at least makes a case for himself with the frag onto Onyx. Problem is, he's still got 2 guns facing down against him. One of them an A1S. And it's the A1S to finish the job. 4K for Cairn. Honestly, a pretty good round for Delta, all things considered, in the force buy. Especially considering they didn't get that... especially considering that they didn't have the advantage in terms of firepower against those 2 M4s. But the problem here is no bomb plant this round. And that will make things a little more difficult economy-wise in this round, and probably going to lead to maybe a light pistol buy-up at most. As Delta are talking things over. Would love to know why Sukumiao is not playing here today. He's been in every single match over the last 3 months, and all of a sudden, when they absolutely need him most, well, I would say, he's not here. It's Homeboys instead. Actually don't have any information on him at all. terms of officials. Just a last minute sandwich. And yes, anyway, Dolly is going to get a couple here. Onyx drops the Donny. And it's only homeboys left, and not for long. They're getting really aggressive on the next level, as expected for the most part here in the first 3 rounds. But here comes the first gun round. We'll see what Delta can do with those AKs in their hands. And as I mentioned, some adversity being faced by Delta, excuse me, by the next level in the last couple of rounds, right? I don't want to, not necessarily that one, but in the first 2 in the pistol round. And that force buy against Delta. So maybe, just maybe, Delta can squeeze through a round victory. Spamming through that smoke. And it will be Dodoni. There we go. Opening frag on the corner. And I think, oh, Dawi, great trade, but unfortunately for him, Dune is right around that corner and we'll find him right on back. Oh, it is very back and forth, in fact. And it will be Delta coming out with a 3v2 edge. Knifey getting aggressive right into the crosshair of Dune. Dune has a huge advantage here if he realizes what's going on, but he turns around. And he gets spotted by Knifey, so Knifey's just going to slowly but surely work his way down there. Realizes maybe someone's up there, but it's too late. Doesn't have that advantage anymore. And will be brought down to a 2v2. Dosick and Mixmeister grouped up together towards Long A, moving as a unit with that bomb on their backs. Cairn will be ready to greet them from Cat. Peers around the corner. Perfect timing for him. Needs to hit his shots. There's the first, not the second, though. Mixmeister will get fragged by Knifey, though, who is supporting from mid all the way to long. Beautifully done there in the trades from both sides. And the next level get a 4th. But again, these rounds are a little laborious, honestly, for Delta, excuse me, for the next level to be getting. Is the next level getting these, by the way, guys? The HUD is lying. At least the replay is. Alright. 5th round play. Smoking to get top by Knifey. What? The Tony just walks out and sprays the angle. I mean, it's obviously a common angle to hold, but he hits it perfectly. And there's the opener found. Cairn finds the trade with a touchdown from the HE. Border strike there, and Onyx gets another one onto Mixmeister. So, I mean, some awesome opening moments to pretty much every single round, except for the round where they only had the pistols, and Roniko for Delta, which is good. It's a great sign for them. But it's not just about the openers. It's about how you finish. Nice shot from Dawi from mid. Dosick and Dodoni. Last 2 standing for Delta. Flyrax hiding in this smoke next to each other. Don't even know it. Now he'll know that Dosick is there thanks to that. But he doesn't realize where he went. Well, Cairn will support him, so it's okay. Everything's fine. Disaster maybe averted. But look who's managed to slip through the gap. Dodoni. All the way on to A. Next level has no idea. They will now. Probably be scratching their heads wondering how the heck he got here. As he waits on the site. There's so much use. That's the biggest problem here for Dodoni. There's a couple of incendiaries, at least 1, and 2 nades. It doesn't even, they don't even need it. They just go with the dry fight. Surprised they don't throw the incendiary over on the site to clear that angle out, but they're just so confident in their straight up duels that they go for it and they win it. Next level. We'll get that 5th round. Opening frags, though, as mentioned, I think in 3 of the 5 rounds have gone the next level's way, and there you go. Dodoni was the one to find that. It's just that they can't really convert off of it and use the space that they're gaining. I'm kind of surprised, to be honest, that they don't just try to push out towards long and use that initial pick as an opportunity. And I think some of the times when you're an underdog and you're going up against a big gun like the next level, you think, oh, well, we have to be more complex. We have to get these really good strategies in play. Maybe simplifying things makes your life easier. And I think in that situation, a simple take of long A might have been the better choice. Maybe they'll reflect on that when they watch the demo. Win or lose. Alright. The next level send 2 players towards long this time. Delta will have the AKs up. I mean, they've got the full loss bonus coming into play here, so that bomb plant helps them continue buying up. And there's the opener again for Delta. Consistently finding those, but instant trade from Cairn, and then Onyx and Cairn again get 2 more, and the 3rd for Cairn. He is just absolutely unkillable at far. A 4K down to 22 HP, but doesn't even matter how much damage he takes because he refuses to fall. 6-0 in favor of the next level. That is just... I mean, they did do what I said. They simplified things. They just tried to go for a straight long take, and Karen's just like, I'm better. I'm better, guys. Sit down. Six to nothing, and already every single tac pause has been used by Delta. They have 0 tac pauses remaining. Surprised to see that. Usually you want to kind of distribute those across the entire map, but I think they're feeling like things could be over very soon if they don't make an adjustment, so that's probably why they're calling that timeout. Or so many of them anyway. Max. Staring down to long doors with the AWP. Hasn't really been needed, honestly. It's been most of the rifles. And look at Knifey just going straight out into Longhouse and gets 2. No way does he take anything. Takes no damage. No damage at all taken by Knifey. I know it's just up against pistols, and now he will eventually fall because he takes a step too far. But that is just straight up bullying. That's what the next level are doing here. And that could be part of the reason why Delta are getting openers, but I don't want to say that necessarily, because Delta have gotten some very nice ones, especially one from Dodoni through the smoke, just pre-firing the angle. And now Mixmeister has to get one for himself. Oh, and a missed shot from Flyrax. Hold on a second. Delta might be pulling together their first round victory. Onyx and Dawi on a really bad spot too. Onyx gets spotted out, and Dune finds Dawi, which means Onyx at 25 HP is the last one standing.
Bomb has been planted.
Might still try going for this. Money is there. Oh, he spots the player out. Throws the incendiary. Like the clutch, but no! Goes towards the mid doors, and Mixmeister will, in fact, find himself a 3K on the round, Dune with 2. And that's the type of step-up performance you need if you want to come out and find the rounds against the next level. Dune and Mixmeister, because they don't have their top gun. You know? They don't have Tsukumiya. So someone else has to do that work, has to do the heavy lifting that Tsukumiya's been doing in the previous matches. Alright. Still plenty of cash for the next level, so it's going to be another similar effort required from Delta on back-to-back rounds. Smoke gonna get tossed there for double doors. Mixmeister, what can you do? What can you do? Things like... Seems like he wants to go through the smoke. Not a good idea. So he decides against it for now. Oh, they're watching. There's 2 players here. There's no way that that nade's on the market. He's dead. There you go. Good trade from Homeboys, though. Little flick. Flyrax comes right around the corner and shuts down Homeboys immediately after. No question, but I mean, next level's right there to shut them down pretty much on every single turn. (3v2). He has been gained here. Dosick up close, doesn't have the bomb. That needs to cross over, and Karen's suspecting something. He goes out, gets one, then flicks for the second. No way. No trade comes through, and even if it does, I'm not entirely sure they would have gotten the bomb planted anyway, because the next level were grouped up very effectively and the spacing was good. 7-1 in favor of the next level. Need to see more from Delta. More of what we saw in round number 7, for sure. Catching the next level lacking a little bit. But I think, let's be honest as well, the next level are probably feeling a little comfortable and very overconfident in some of their plays. Maybe not confidence is just, but here, oh no, Dune! A TK after finding 2! Oh, what a shame. That was the advantage right there. Homeboys, the smoke might not be expected, it's not. Yeah, nice decision there to just go and take this base. That means B site is gone, and it's down to a 2v2 once more. Maybe they can recover from that TK and find themselves another round. Force the next level to take them seriously, as I said. Just gonna get one and 2 through the smoke. Oh, not like that. Flyrax, take it easy. The next level, 8-1. And I mean, as I mentioned, there have been moments where you're like, oh, okay, maybe something can happen here, but Dune, it's not really, I don't want to say it's really his fault, because that happens a lot, right? Where you're spraying and you lose track of it a little bit because you don't know if your teammate's going to be able to get that frag, and then you try to spray as well, and it just happens. You can't really fault him for that, but it's just such an unfortunate time for it to happen. Donnie opening frag here. Look at this space being taken by Delta towards the B site as well. They've got full control of it. The Tech 9s delivering them potentially around. Now, have lots of util left, and they've got that advantage firepower-wise. Karen flexing his muscles a little bit here onto Mixmeister. Sees Homeboys at Big Box. The Donnie's there as well. Just get a little bit of a move on, but they do have the kits. Okay, but Dawson comes in and gets one on the flank. Homeboys, in the meantime, takes that opportunity to drop Flyrax. Now it's time is running up. They have to rush it, and they can't do it. The Tech 9s do indeed deliver victory for Delta. And a second round on the board. Hope is still alive. Check out that replay. Just the space they took, and I mean, they realized Onyx was there, I believe, before the smoke had bloomed. Because that was probably a Molotov thrown in that direction. But this is the key play. Dawson comes through and disrupts everything on that flank. And after that, it actually opens up the opportunity for his teammate to get a frag as well. The last, members of that time to actually go for the play they're looking for. Now, a little bit of a lighter buy, of course, from the next level because they don't have the money. They force up, but they don't have the money to get rifles for everyone. Trade comes through. Knifey and Onyx, a little bit light. Terms of firepower. Unless they hit headshots, then they're good. So again, I mean, Delta's ability here to get opening frags has really been the reason why they even have a couple of rounds here. It's just mid-round, late round hasn't been that great for them. Here they'll have the advantage because there's a couple of players with pistols. But even then, Karen's going to get that trade. And he has just been absolutely lights out incredible. 19 frags in 10 rounds. Almost a round. He gets one more here. Oh, good trade again from Delta. But there's that 20th, so he's a 2 frag. He'll be shut down by Homeboys. One v one. Onyx up against Homeboys. Onyx needs to hurry up here. He's looking. Excuse me, Homeboys needs to hurry up. Onyx can take his time. 15 seconds left. I'm not even sure why Homeboys isn't going back towards the site. Now he has to make noise. That's going to be heard. Definitely. Onyx now knows. There's no time. There's no time. He's wasted too much time. I don't think he can plant the bomb. He realizes it, and Onyx just has to stand in one place for the remainder of the round. What a misstep by Homeboys. Oh, the nerves got to him there. There's no question. had to go back up sooner. And just spent way too much time hunting for Onik, and Onik, with all his experience, says, I don't have to do anything. I'm going to wait until I hear something. Oh, that's just such a shame. In a round that, again, Delta looked pretty good in. It's that late round, that finishing touch they haven't really had. And even here, the opening duel, Dodoni can't find the frag against Dobby. He does a lot of damage to him, but that's not enough. Aaron. Oh my goodness. The flashbang is more damaging to Doom than and it was thrown by his team. Trades go back and forth. We're sitting at a 4v2 in favor of the next level. Mixmeister and Dosick. Last two standing. Good catch, Knifey here. Yeah, there it is. Actually had a crossfire set up. The problem is there are more bodies around the corner, and Flyrax will take care of Dosick, leaving only Mixmeister, and that doesn't last long either. The next level really are strutting their stuff here. In a 10-2 lead. Delta has looked outmatched. So the stats so far have not lied. Delta do have a sub in play here. Just for those of you that are tuning in right now, Homeboys taking the place of Tsukumiao. And it's not a good thing when your top frag is not in the server. Not to mention your opper. All right, we go into it. Second half of action. Reminder, this is Delta's map pick. We're going to go on to the next level's map pick of Train after this, which Delta hasn't played an official on yet. So it's not going to get any easier for them after this map. Comes the next level. Just going for a straight long take. Already up to the ramp. Haven't really been spotted. There we go. They're getting the spots. And no frags, though. Dodoni's actually the one to get them first. Now they try to force through that smoke, and I don't know if that was necessarily the right play. A little bit of spam coming from the fan after he picks up the dualies. Homeboy comes ahead on a knifey. As mentioned, those pistol rounds is the opportunity for Underdog to get the momentum going. Dicey there, but does support Onik, and so does Flyrax, in order to leave it down to only Homeboys, whose position is known, and that will do it. Despite a great start to the round, again, another opening frag for Delta. They can't finish. 11-2 for the next level. We might be seeing Train very soon. Delta. Surprisingly not going for a full-on force. Thought they would. They need rounds, but this is going to be enough. Maybe they will. This is another opening frag potentially for Delta. Not this time. Kater, Onik, and Dawi. Take care of 4 in a row, and Dawi will get the last. That'll do it. The next level. Cruising along here. 12-2 in their favor. They've got, count it, 10 opportunities to close this one out. Seeing the replay again, I mean, it's just picking apart the defense in that situation, as you would expect given the buyout. But now the guns are going to come out. They wanted to give themselves the best chance at victory, but that means 10 in a row against a team that they haven't consistently found any type of momentum against. One for aggression now. You gotta try and mix things up a little bit if you want to find that success. Now long. Good frag from Mixmeister, but right after that, again, another opening frag for Delta. They're losing the bodies. Look at the health for the next level, too. 21 and 7 for Karen, Knifey, and Onic. And actually, they do lose 2. There you go. So that damage actually made a difference with Homeboys finding a couple. 2v2 now. Knifey's on life support at 1 HP. Can Delta pull off another round victory and start that path to the discussion of a comeback? It's going to take a lot more than this to really begin discussing it, but at least they can build some confidence going to the next map or find their rhythm. Shake off those nerves. Duel happening towards long in just a second. Oh, Dobby wins it. The next level. Find the scouter. 44 seconds left now. Dune with an MP9 could still be a difference maker because Knifey's so low. He's going back towards the A site. Oh, he's expecting long. And if the next level goes slowly here, he's just a dead man. He is convinced they're going long. He's absolutely dead. Oh, you realize it at the last moment, but it's still not enough. Dolly with 16 HP clutches out the round victory, and it will be a 13-2 drubbing in favor of the next level over Delta. All right, well, what can you do, honestly? Delta, they gave it their best effort. Again, I think they actually had more opening frags than the next level. Not I think, they did have more opening frags than next level, but after that, it just kind of melted away. The next level would often get not 1 but 2 frags after they lose the first body and immediately flip that man advantage back in their favor. And that's just, I mean, you got one part of the formula there if you're Delta. You got the opener, you got that man advantage, which technically gives you more than 60% chance of victory in a round, maybe even close to 70 when you get that opening frag, but you need to follow it up. You need to make sure that you're not losing the body immediately in a trade. Anyway, look, I don't want to sit here, criticizing Delta too much. They're definitely an underdog team, and they don't have their full squad playing here. They have the sub in play, so it's going to be even more difficult against what is a very strong up-and-comer in the next level. I would even say more than up-and-comer because they're in the top 50 now. They're playing at tier 2, flirting with tier 1. It's very much going to be interesting where these guys end up going. But we do have another map to play, at least one. We're going to train next, so that's going to be the next level's map pick. It hasn't been played yet by the Delta squad, so maybe they have something up their sleeves. We'll have to wait and see, guys, after this break.
vanishes. Everything must fade.
I'm happy like a child.
All right, guys, we're back here and getting ready to go with map number 2 between Delta and the next level. That first map of play honestly went exactly as you would kind of expect, given when you look at the rankings and the type of stats the next level have been putting up versus Delta's. Yeah, the next level took care of business. 13-2 was the final score there on Dust 2, which was Delta's map pick. Even though they didn't necessarily have the best numbers on it, they decided that that was the map they felt like they had the best chance of coming up with victory on up against next level, and unfortunately for them, it wasn't the case. Now they go on to Train, and there's no real data for for Delta on Train. They haven't played it at all in terms of officials anyway. I'm sure they've scrimmed it or pugged it, but it's not something that we have any intel on. And then for the next level, it's a map that we've seen them trying to introduce into their map pool over the past couple of months. They won it 4 in a row. In fact, Leo, 9, Sangal, and Cybershock were all wins, pretty clean ones. Maybe Cybershock a little closer at 13-10. But the one loss they had was in a BO5 Grand Final up against Passion UA, 6-13 loss as well. So, I mean, obviously Passion UA is a little bit higher than the next level right now in terms of the rankings, but the next level, at the tier 2 level anyway, have really been quite effective at it. So let's see if they can come through and do it here in the pistol round. Delta hoping to have a little bit more success this time around. There's the first for Fly Rounds, though. Now Dawi comes through. After Doom gets one, Dodoni gets another. The pistol rounds is pretty good for Delta, honestly. Down to a 2v2, and Dosick just can't get a handle on that duel with Cairn. Mixmeister. He did have a nice little combo with Doom in the first map, trying to clutch it, but no! Cairn will get Mixmeister. That'll do it. Dawi also does sneak in that extra 300 personal money bonus. So that'll help his buy up in this next round. So again, you know, some good fight from Delta, at the very least. Unable to secure the round victory. Alright, we go in again here. Just walking on the next level. No hesitation at all. They are just going for the straight up bully here. Up against Delta, and well, it worked. Obviously, they know that there's not going to be a buy up in play, or it'll be a lighter buy. So they abuse that fact. Homeboy's got a good lineup here. Oh, if he holds the angle, but he does not. So that allows Knifey to get into the corner here. Homeboy's right outside of Ivy. Looking at Bomb Train. Not much to lose. I mean, $700. So he's just trying to take a fight, and well, Dawi wins it. Dosick hoping to find an exit frag here and pick up a rifle. Unfortunately for him, no one from the next level is coming in this direction. And that'll do it for the round.
Terrorists win.
Nothing to save for Dosick, but at the very least, he won't give an additional $300 over to the next level with a frag on him. So there is some silver lining. Delta, here we go. First buy up. Let's see what they've got. Train, in its current form, is pretty, I want to say, lean CT side. More balanced than the Train. There's still that CT side of lean, as there are with most maps. That util barrage is good into T-Con, but Karen got ahead of it and gets 1 and a second onto Dosick and Dune. Flyrax trying to activate as well. He slipped through Ivy. This is just a problem for Delta because the next level are swarming everywhere. Dodoni gets cut off before he can get to the site with Flyrax fighting against Cairn. A 3 and he finally gets dropped, but it doesn't matter because Dawi is right there for the trade. Cairn was ridiculous in terms of his performance on map number 1. He had 20 plus frags before, I mean, we even got through the 10th round of play. Cairn ended up finishing with 25 frags, 140.7 ADR, and a 2.36 rating. I mean, that's pretty much par for the course for him, honestly. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's a ridiculous performance. But what I'm trying to imply is that he's usually at the top of the scoreboard for his squad. He has been that star player for the next level. And already here with 6 in 3 rounds. Here comes the next level. I mean, look, Kieran's already out. He's already out of T-Con. He's not even stopping. Knifey. Looking at E-Box. He's gonna get tossed. Kieran's activate. Onic. Flyrax going through. Flyrax slips to the back dead. Oh, Homeboys with 2 though, surprisingly. Gets a couple with 4 bullets with 5-7. But Flyrax and Dobby will take care of business in the end. Got close, thanks to those 2-5-7 frags. So it's something, makes it a little bit expensive for the next level on the Delta side. You see here, Dodoni realized what might have been materializing, but Flyrax just too quick on the trigger. And he gets himself a 2-piece. Here come the rifles again. The AWP for the first time will be in Homeboy's hands. They have a couple of nice off shots. Try to put it together here once more. Oh my goodness, Flyrax just goes right through the U-tilt. Gets the frag onto Dawson, surviving with 18 HP. Don't keep on, so they're forced off of it, but still, I mean, they have that opening frag. They've attracted all the attention towards the A site, and this is an over-rotation from Delta. No one on the B site. And Knifey has already lurked his way on there. So he's got the advantage. That forward positioning, forward scout there for the next level. Now Delta's starting to realize, okay, maybe something's here, but Knifey just watching Con. He gets that frag onto Dune. Knifey's right there, and he is just disposing of every single player he spots. Didn't even need his team. They needed to plant the bomb, that's it. Knifey's like, I got the rest, guys. Just sit back, relax. Dodoni, last one standing on a mission to save, but they are moving almost behind the wall, and Onic wins the duel. Unfortunately, for Delta, not much has changed on the map swap. Sixth round of play. Delta, pistol upgrades, that's it. Got the smoke as well. They're going to throw that probably into T-Con. Seems a long time. Flyrax going to get the opening frag though, and here they come again. Just absolutely speed running. They're not doing any type of... I mean, they're doing an execute, but it's just smokes and nades thrown immediately into the sights, and then charging out and absolutely decimating the defense of Delta. Should be seeing nothing else through. If it comes through, then it is. Karen finally back on the board. Was quieted for a couple of rounds. Stuck at 6, but he's now up to 7. Everyone getting in the mix this time, though. Flyrax has 7, Knifey 6, and I believe Dobby 6 as well. He had 2 in that round. Yeah. You're going to see it there around the bomb train. Good maneuvering. Honestly, I mean, the next level, unless they're stopped, unless Delta finds an answer here, I don't think that this pace is going to change. They're just going to keep pushing each bomb site. They're alternating right now between A and B. Yeah, but there's absolutely no way they're going to take that off Delta right now. W plus M1 is the play for the next level. Delta realized. Throwing the smoke out there, trying to get back into the bomb site. Smoke not in the right direction. Karen still finds one through the smoke. Great no-scope from Homeboys. Dune managed to get a headshot on Karen. Now a 3v1 as Dune finds the second. There we go. Finally, Delta says enough of this. We can stop this abuse. But it's only the first step. Because then the next level are actually going to start executing proper strats, and it's going to be a whole nother world of difficulties for Delta. There it is, Dune, 3K, giving Delta the round victory, and that's very similar to the round we saw where Dune and Mixmeister combined for all the frags on Dust 2. Coming from Cat, that was the time when they were executing towards the A site. So at least Dune is able to help his team again get around in their belts. I don't know if that's going to be one and done once more. They haven't strung 2 rounds together yet. In a row, anyway. We'll see if that deters the next level. Are they going to slow down? They don't. They're push here. So a missed shot again for Flyrax. Didoni throws the smoke, and there we go. A little bit of a pause for the next level. And a Molotov thrown right into the smoke. So that's not going to do what the next level we're hoping for. Alright. Do they have any smokes left? They don't. They just have flashes and Molotovs. So this isn't going to be the easiest of takes. They're just going to have to win the duels, which they've been doing very effectively. Oh no. The bodies. Dune gets the opener again. Doni can't find the follow. Dune is putting on quite a performance here. Mixmeister getting in the mix as well. 4v2. Close to bomb train. I don't know if they'll expect that. There, going in. There's the headshot for him. A second one. Looking for a third. He's going to have to do it all. Running out of bullets in that magazine. Doesn't know where Homeboys is. Homeboys hanging around yellow train. He just misses spotting Cairn, who's going to recover the bomb. 24 seconds left. Karen's going to have to go back to the Homeboys. Got the angle and the frag. Delta have got a couple of rounds in a row. There we go. Something to celebrate on their side. They haven't yet broken the economy of the next level. That's how dominant these first 6 rounds were for them. But this right here, if they get one more, then for the first time in the series, the next level will be forced onto an eco. Or at least a half pot, because they've still got money. All right. Oh, nice shot from Homeboys. Overkill with the op to the head of Knifey, and then some good spam on Dosik's side, who actually materializes into a frag. Okay. 5v3 in favor of Delta. TNL getting ahead of themselves. And Delta finally punishing them. Tried to go down towards Ivy. I mean, the spam through the smoke, not much you can do there, but Flyrax does get one back on the Homeboys. They leave Flyrax behind over at Ivy, and Onyx catches Mixmeister pushing, and I'm not entirely sure why Delta would even want to risk in this situation, and they continue to do so. It's just not necessary. Well, in that case, Flyrax obviously was just in a forward position, but still, Delta should be more passive in a 5v3. Now it's turned into a 3v2 in favor of the next level. Sure, health is low for Karen and Onyx, but they have been razor sharp with their aim. Dune? Ooh. This could be a weird spot. Flyrax and Dune back to back, unbeknownst to them. Flyrax is just looking towards CT. Dune? He's going to turn around. If he does, he'll get a free frag on towards Flyrax. What's going to happen? There's the frag onto Onyx. Flyrax realizes now, and a freebie for him. Dune was not playing, expecting that angle to be held. Didoni, last one standing. What a peek from Pop Dog onto Flyrax. Now has the information, but the frag is good with the HE. Didoni, a 2K, and Delta got 3 in a row. Wow, some heroic efforts there from Didoni in the 1v2, but he pulls it off. Let's see that replay. Look, again, another great opener. And this is what I was saying before. They've got that first step of the formula with getting those openers consistently, but they needed to find the finishings. And now they're getting them. Dunes in the mix consistently. Dodoni with a great play, and then the nade toss as well. The next level, for the first time, are going to call a timeout. It's not their first eco yet. I was incorrect about that. That's insane that they could lose 3 rounds in a row and still have enough economy to buy up. But again, they weren't losing bodies and they were consistently just bulldozing Delta. But that has changed. Third round in a row for Delta. We're starting to make this a little more interesting. Flyrax running through with the AWP once more. He's favored going Ivy pretty much every single round, and that's not going to change here. Great opener for Dolly. But a good trade from Mixmeister. Again, they get ahead of themselves a little bit, and you see them on the next level trying to just take straight fights. They think they can just win the duel straight up, which they have been, to their credit, for the majority of this series, but eventually it's going to get figured out by your opponent. They'll just be ready for it. Onic, Knifey, and Flyrax do slow the pace down a little bit. Going to Long Dog. I think intentionally trying to attract attention towards the B side. Karen, in the meantime, does get due. That's in T-Con. Knifey's moved into Pop Dog. This is going to be an A finish for the next level. Delta does have a player in Con that can come and support towards the A side, and the Ivy player as well. Smokes are going to be good. Next level, rising off Con. There's the nade pop for Mixmeister, but it's not great. Any visibility. At least he knows he's a little more forward. He's running out of bullets in his magazine as well. I'm gonna get planted. Delta might call for the save. We'll see what they find. They have to first kind of test the waters a little bit. If they get a frag here, they can go for it. If not, that op is just too valuable. Gonna try going out. Mixmeister rattles off a shot. Dodoni takes a little bit of damage. Still haven't really found much of anything. Dodoni and Dawson are so low. They might call it off. No, they won't. They're just going to keep trying more. At this point, Dodoni's trapped. He has to fight, and he falls too. So a clean post plant for the next level ends that 3-round run for Delta. You know, I get it. I understand the temptation. Things haven't been going your way. You finally have a round win streak. You don't want to rescind it. You don't want to give it up for nothing to an extent, but in that case, it would have been a better idea for Delta to fall back and save the guns. At least after initial engagement. You know, take that initial engagement, see what can happen, and then once you have 2 players that just get sprayed down to like 20 HP, you say, okay, well, that's it. Let's go. Odds are very much against us now. Instead, now they're down to pistols only with only 2 rounds left in this half. Dawi! Spray on it, gets the Doni. That's pretty much cut round for the next level. There's still 2 players left alive, but the span is good. They know exactly where Mirage are hiding. Shades, they're in big trouble. Maybe before that, even this Dawi just going to continue spamming and spraying through that. Homeboys, what can you do? 5-7 in hand, 1 required. Lots of Dawi. Panics and spray. Does get 1 frag and a second. Homeboys, you doing this? 1v4 down to a 1v2, but no, Cairn. Too good. 14th frag on the board for him. Great effort from Homeboys. Can't complete the unlikely 1v4. So, the next level, looking to take a 9-3 lead into the second half. Whereas Delta, not the 4 rifle, and 9. It looks like the next level want to try and bully again with that opener. Well, it'll make it a lot easier to try and fight Mondawi gets 2 after Cairn is fragged by Dosic. 4v2 in favor of TNL, and now a 4v1. They are just tearing through this A-bomb site. Dodoni, last one standing. Nothing to save here. He's got to go for it. Just trying to clear everything out because, well, TNL have honestly been all over the place towards CT spawn, so I understand his caution. Dodoni, I mean, he's running a tough kit, has to get some quick frags. Won't happen. Does get a couple, but it, you know, even if he gets that third, I don't think he would have had enough time with the defuse kit. So it will be the next level, picking up a 9th round. But at least something positive for Delta to build off of, right? They got 3 rounds in a row. They faced some adversity. Dune looked great in that sequence. And you also had Dodoni contributing well. Even here, he gets a couple of frags, but it's just there was no time for him to walk as slowly as he did without a defuse kit in his hands. That's it. So we go into the second half of action with the next level needing only 4 more rounds to secure victory in the series. Send us to our next one. Our next matchup, that is. The next one will be up against, that'll be between SABRE and FAVBET, which I think will be a little more competitive. We'll see. Flyrex. Here into this pistol round. Great shot from Dodoni. Delta hoping that a pistol round victory can come through in this instance. Looking good so far. Bomb getting a flank and ranking with the dualies. Can't do anything. There does. Another one. Yes, he does. An up close and personal. Dude will finally end him. Onic, last one standing. 1v2 required. Crossfire is up and it's effective. Delta going to win the pistol round. 4th round on the board. And they stay alive here. Very nicely executed. They just charge out and honestly just take out the bodies towards Ivy. There were a couple of players posted up there, and even with Karen's efforts from the dualies, maybe if he has another player left standing on the other side, he's able to survive that. But no, he was pretty much by himself in that engagement. Will be a force fire from the next level. Kind of expected. They've had so much success. They're hoping that a force buy will be enough to deliver them a 10th round and once more reset Delta. Dodoni has other plans. Knife, he's gone. Another 5v4 for Delta. Onic, woof, nothing. Shadow advantage, I think, there for Dosic. And Cairn going to fall by the wayside as well. Great patience from Delta. Just waiting at Ivy for the fights to come to them. Good tag by Flyback. Bag by Dune, but bodies. That's it. Homeboys and Dosic in one of the most comfortable rounds for Delta so far make it 5-9. Again, just great patience from Delta. Looking like they might be settling down a little bit. Shaking off those nerves. And persevering despite missing their top frag here. Sukumyo not playing and Homeboy subbing in for him. Homeboy's playing pretty well, honestly. Some good moments. Just some pistols here for TNL. Ooh, they're trying to hide beyond the smokes here and slip through the gaps. Maybe get in on some flanks against Delta. It's not gonna work. Onic deleted. business with the MAC-10. All right, Delta. Already doubling up on their first half scoreline here, getting 6 and cutting into the lead. Now only 3 rounds back of the next level here on Train. And again, this is the next level's map pick. It was Delta's map pick where they just couldn't find anything for themselves, but here, might be able to turn it into something. You can't forget, though, of course, that this is 2 rounds off of a pistol round victory. The true test will begin here, now that the rifles are out for the next level. Delta just carrying over the weapons they had from the previous round. A bit of a bonus for them. Winning this one would be absolutely... Oh, Flyrax too sharp with the op. Mixmeister walks into the angle and Flyrax effective. Holding aggressively there from ramp. Dawi tosses the smoke forward. Go too far. A main util is going to be tossed by TNL. As they look to maintain control. Homeboy's right there, but he cannot win the fight. Now Dune's by his lonesome, and it looks like he wants to try and get the trade. It's really not happening. Molotov is off the mark. And Onyx will capitalize. Knifey. Just watching the smoke. Oh, pulls out the util. There's the smoke. Tony, can he get it? No. MAC-10's not good enough, and now a 5v1 in favor of the next level. Dosick. I couldn't even finish my sentence. Dawi takes care of the last. 16-8 for Dawi. That was a nice little game for himself here on Train, right behind Cairn. That's 17-9. I see the replay there. I mean, just this opening shot, Flyrax just setting the tone for the round, honestly. Giving his team the 5v4 immediately. Then they build off of it, frag after frag, going their way. Nothing in the way of an answer from the Delta squad. But they will have the AKs now across the board. So let's see. Oh my gosh, Onyx already up in towards those brown halls. Dune gets the opener on Dawi. That's a good space gain towards the A site. Cairn manages to get one back, but he's not long for this world either. Shot from the Doni. Flyrax misses his shot with the op, and in fact dives to the Molotov. Knifey is under a ton of pressure, and he can't do anything either. Delta storming through into this A site off an opening frag from Dawi, and Onyx is now left stranded and alone in a 1v3. Although health is low, and he gets one of those players. Very winnable here. Trying to isolate the 1v1s. He does, but he can't win the fight with Dosick. It will be Delta striking back immediately to get themselves a 7th round. This has got to feel good for them. They're forcing another timeout out of TNL. Delta trying to mount the comeback here. You get an upset map victory against the favorite, TNL. '18th round of play. TNL still have enough money to buy up the M4s. No AWP in the mix. But the way they're playing, I don't even know if that's going to be a problem, because they're getting really aggressive, as you kind of need to in a lot of instances on Train, especially in towards T-Con. But I mean, even still, Flyrax has been kind of connecting on a lot of shots with the op. Alright. Onyx, bit of spam there. Let's see if Delta goes for another quick play. Stalling out for the time being. Bomb still down right side outside of T-spawn. And util being managed by TNL to make sure everyone has a play piece. It's a good Molotov throw. Kind of have to on the T side just to get into T-Con. It's like a 2-tiered approach. First get in there, and then the second step is getting out. Flashbang tossed. Oh, good aggression from Knifey in the upper tunnels there at B. Finds the opener on Mixmeister and then falls back without taking a lick of damage. Could be another one, sure, soon to come from Cairn. as he was watching the ramp, but Delta decides against pushing into his crosshair. Biding their time here. Realize there's a very big opportunity of getting back into this series and don't want to rush through anything. 45 seconds left to get that bomb planted. Need to make a move soon. Now Knifey backing off, getting a little more passive in his hold. They're guessing it's A. They're gambling A. And that frag from Dosik's going to help them. Oh my goodness, what a play from Dosik. The U-tilt and the frag, ensuring that TNL move entirely away from the B site. 3 players forming. The smoke is good from Flyrax, but he can't finish the job. Doing homeboys on life support, and Sidoni, the healthy player, is the one gone. This is not going well for Delta, and it won't end well either. A 11th round picked up by TNL, despite a fantastic effort from Delta strategically. I love the way that Dodoni made that work towards the A site, distracted everyone from the TNL. Did enough to sell the fake and get TNL off of that site. Unfortunately for Delta, the HP bars were not healthy. And that ended up being the difference maker in those final duels. Alright, Delta. Still going to have enough to justify a force buy here. I feel like you kind of have to go for it, right? The way the momentum swung in favor. Even if it means you're putting yourself in a bad spot, should you lose this round, that's not the way you need to think. You gotta think, what if we win it? We get this. Dune taking some damage there. 48 HP. Still plenty of time left on the clock for Delta to work with. They are just right outside of Pop Dog. Oh my goodness. Dawi. A pretty great spot. Probably going to try clearing this, I would imagine, on the Delta side. Maybe not. It's kind of cheap. Yeah, now they realize it. He falls off. So no one really works with the rare. But I think Delta will be soon. Karen hangs around over at E-Box, and he has been absolutely lights out incredible. Continues to be so. 20th frag on the board. That's 20 plus frags for Karen, both here on Train and on Dust 2. And I mean, Delta are stalled up. They don't know what to do. 29 seconds left. Losing that initial duel has just frozen them in place. Good frag from Mixmeister, though, to get them moving once more. The problem is he gets traded immediately, and again, 18 seconds left on the clock. The bodies continue to fall. Delta cannot get anything going, and Dawi will find the last. The force buy falls short, and now Delta, well, they're going to have to force up again, but it's not going to be that pretty. No one has more than 2.9k. Getting an AK in the mix is just not even possible. You need that body armor. Sure, you can go for a glass AK, but that's just so unlikely to lead to victory. You have to go for the Tech 9s or the Mac 10s. They choose 4 Tech 9s in Mac. Charge in and get the opener. Dawson gets 2. Dawi and Cairn are gone. All of a sudden, Delta have a 5v3 in their hands and a couple of upgrades. Flyrax gone too. Wow, almost a benefit that Delta had to simplify things with a force buy situation. And it's now only Knifey left. What an explosive play. Dodoni and Dawsic go out there. As a unit, it's Dawsic getting everything though. 3k for him. That's an absolute drive. And Knifey is probably going to die. He won't get anywhere before he does. Yeah, but actually after he dies. It's from the grave as the Molotov takes care of Dosic. But Delta doesn't care. They got 4 upgrades for free. Now they can afford the AWP, the full util. Look at this, right here. Dawsic just running out towards E-Box. Catches Dawi and Karn looking the wrong way. Not even ready for his play. Delta At the very least, making this one quite a bit closer than the Dust 2. Probably going to get better for them, too. Likely a 9th coming here. Oh, no. Knifey, the Deagle headshot. And then another one on Dawson. They just had the USPs and the lone Deagle, but Knifey makes it work for 2. Upgrades available now for TNL. And they're just going to continue to push here. Dawi gets Dune. Oh, my goodness. How could it end like this after Delta gave it such a good fight? Okay, it's not done. It's not done. We can't say that yet. 2v4. Dodoni and Mixmeister still standing, trying to work their way back in towards the bomb site, but they don't have the bomb. Mixmeister does find Karen. Okay. 2v3, but he doesn't realize Dawi is so close by on top of Yellow Train, and now Dodoni is stranded and alone without the bomb on his back and only 52 seconds left to recover it and get some frags. He knows that his path back to the site, or back to T-spawn, has been blocked. So he has to fight through A, get the frags, grab the bomb, come back and plant it, which in itself could take at least 25 seconds. Gets the advantage against Dawi, but cannot win the fight. TNL, despite facing a little bit more adversity, a lot more adversity here on Train, they still secure it. 13-8 is the final score. 2-0 for TNL as they go 1-0 in Group D. Oh, man. At least we got to see something from Delta here on Train versus Dust 2 where we didn't really get much. I think, Dosic was pretty impressive. Dune had his moments, especially on that 3-round run. It's something. It's something to build off of at least, and that's always what you want to have, especially as an underdog. You get to play against this team that's considered to be better than you in pretty much every way, so you get to test yourselves, test your strats, test your abilities, and see if you can hold up against them and go toe-to-toe. And I'd say on Train, you got close to being toe-to-toe. It was a little bit still in favor, I would say, of TNL overall, but I'm impressed that Delta was able to compete, so maybe that'll bode well for their next BO3 in the group. We'll see. Now we're going to take a bit of a break, guys, but when we come back, we'll have SABRE up against FAVBET for the final match of the day here. Keep it locked on CCT. All right, welcome back here, guys, for the final match of the day in Group D, where it's the second match for Group D, but it's the final one that we're going to be casting here for CCT. EU number 1 on the day, SABRE is going up against FAVBET. And, I mean, SABRE is an interesting story because they're kind of, I want to say, somewhat of a new Ukrainian team, and we're going to see those players come up on screen right now. They used to be Nevermore, and they had some good success with that squad, but then they decided to form a new squad 9 games ago. They only played 9 games on this with this roster. Niter, Hodix, and Jackass were the ones who were brought over to this squad. Doni and MUV were the ones left behind, and then they added Sfemi and Fake Reality. Those are the 2 new additions, and Sfemi has been pretty good for them, sitting at the top in terms of stats. But overall, I mean, the results have been a little middling since they became SABRE, although, you know, they're losing to Zero Tenacity and Passion UA in particular, so those are some tough opponents that they went up against, but did have victories against Ruby and Iberian Soul. The Ruby win was a 2-1 in a 3-map series that was actually really tightly contested, so that was a good one. So I think they're still very much, you know, a team that can compete on the level of a FAVBET. But though FAVBET does have some name recognition on their side. So let's switch gears and talk a little bit about FAVBET and the squad that is over there. And one name you're for sure going to recognize, if you're old, young, whatever, is Bondic, because he has been around for quite some time. Back in Global Offensive, started playing in the 2013, I believe it was, but most notably, at least for me, I remember him as part of that Flipside Tactics roster. Maybe that's because I got one of his stickers at one point. I don't know what the case may be, but he has got a lot of teams that he's played on. His resume is quite long. Hellraisers for quite some time. Tai Lu was alone. Gambit Esports, Windstrike, Onyx. You know, he's got a lot of teams that he's been a part of, and now in CS2, only 2 teams. He was briefly part of Blessed, and now on FAVBET. So we'll see what Bondic can do. Obviously the IGL for the squad, and a very veteran caller, which is going to help, you know, all these players, Smash, Jakey, Tension, and Marix, find some success, or at least, well, they hope in their case. Head to head here, Niter up against Tension. Interesting to see Niter, you know, 1.07 rating versus Tension's 1.09. I think overall, if you look at the last 3 months, yeah, Tension has been very solid, right? Best kill to death differential as well at plus 223. And when you're looking over at his stats, he is, of course, the primary opper, and his op stats are fantastic. 93 rating out of 100 in that category, and he's got a good firepower. Mostly, I would say, though, you're looking at him as the opper, not necessarily a rifler coming through here. And Niter, on his end, I mean, has been pretty effective for the squad, although I think as of late, not necessarily the number 1 stats on the squad, but, you know, he's still looking like a player that can do some damage for them. So let's switch over now, check out the veto that's going to come through, and I think that overall probably going to favor FAVBET is my guess, given the amount of experience they have as of late. Inferno being picked by them, although their record hasn't been great on Inferno, 5-6 over the last 3 months. It's a map that, you know, they're overall comfortable on, especially with Mirage being, especially with Nuke being removed from the mix. And yeah, like last 3 months, like I said, 3-game losing streak there for FAVBET against Navi Jr., who are a very tough customer, Chimera and Partisan. So, you know, some tough opposition in that situation. And then you look over at SABRE. I don't know that we have Inferno. Yeah, we do have some Inferno stats at this current unit, and they're not good. So I understand the pick from FAVBET, having looked at the other side and saying, oh, they lost 4-13 and 0-13. Pretty good in that side. Anyway, we're going to jump right into it. Ancient will be the second map, and then if we need it, we'll head to map number 3. But we're already jumping into it, getting into that action. Map number 3, of course, going to be Anubis. And we can break those maps down once we get to them. Let's just focus in on Inferno here and see if SABRE can get some better results than they've had in the past, just suffering the worst of losses in Counter-Strike, a 13-0 up against Zero Tenacity. Bondic going out here with the Glock, joining up with his teammate towards Banana. You see that view angle. It's become quite popular amongst the pros, especially the oppers. Just like a Doom view angle. Gun right down the middle. attention. First frag on fake reality. But overall, a very quiet round. A very quiet start to the round. The first minute, just featuring one shot. And that's what led to the frag. Okay, now a duel happening towards the B site. Space gained by FAVBET. You have Jackass, who's hoping to work his way back into this site, but he knows that there's at least one player here, maybe more. His job would be to cut off the reinforcements. He could do that. This is the opportunity. It's a very fine line between hitting that shot and missing it. Jackass. Gonna be forced back here as that bomb is planted. Yep. USP not the best at penetrating those walls. Jakey managed to get an ITER. So far, SABRE yet to find their first frag here in this pistol round. They won't get it there. Smash right around that corner, gets that peeker's advantage and uses it effectively. 5v2, SABRE. I mean, Hodex and Svemi might just want to save the armor. Quite honestly, if they can get away. Hodex is trapped, so I think it's just Svemi. Hodex has to fight his way out. He does get one. And yeah, manages to survive. He should. Still there for Jackie and Svemi, but yeah, at least they saved the armor into this round. In what could feature a force buy because they got the body armor. But my guess is with only that couple of frags coming through, money-wise, it isn't great. And a force buy won't really give them that much. So I'm guessing they're just going to be very conservative here and go for the eco, which is exactly what's going to happen. Dually upgrades for Svemi. That's it. Everyone else just hoping that what they've got from that previous round will be enough. Flashbang for Jackass. Another little bit of investment. Stacking up to B. Gambling it as you need to in these types of rounds. That nade could have been worse, honestly, if it got any deeper. Now they're going to flash out and hope that they get an engagement play. They're going to happen patiently, and they're just going to walk through. They will get far. Mirage gets two. Hodex, and a second one as well. Bonding there is gone. Hodex, even getting a take, and almost wins the round for his squad with just a 5-7. Oh, goodness me, what a play. Jackie has to clutch it out after what looked like a sure thing for FAVBET, and perhaps a sign of things to come from SABRE. We'll see if those heroics can continue. Unbelievable that got even close. I mean, it's just a slaughter here. Then Hodex plays the angles well. Got so close. A bullet away to the head of Jackie from winning that round. Just one line. All right. Not bad. Those flashes thrown. The util battle is raging here at Banana, as it always will. Flashbang toss there for come through from Svemi. Throws the smoke right into the Molotov. That's going to force FAVBET to have to wait a little bit longer here before they activate. They have a flashbang, so they could force their way through, but util is kind of precious at this point for them, so I think they just want to make sure they deploy it in the most effective way possible. Especially with so much time left on the clock, you don't have to try and force a push through a smoke in that instance. Molotov and the smoke utilized towards A just to try and attract the attention there, because the hit's going B. They've got too much forward positioning in this direction to give it up, and with 41 seconds left, yeah, that's going to be the play. Let's deal with. There's one, and the second Mirage clean. He moves in, and likely to get the round. I think that's it. I really don't feel like SABRE are going to challenge at all. They're probably just going to save their guns. The problem is, will they be able to save their guns with a player lurking around in the shadows? I think FAVBET want to get aggressive here on the hunt. Or at least enough to send one player in, try and look for bodies. Because looking at their money, because of what happened in that previous round, and how much work was done by Hodex with the 5-7, a little delicate. Got to nurse that economy a little bit. And in the end, they're just going to leave Jackie here. Who's not himself going to activate too much. Oh, he starts to move forward. But just into CT spawn. There won't be any further duels in the round, and FAVBET do indeed find a third off of some great openers from Mirage. Looking back to the results, when Core 3 encountered Retakes and Svemi were part of Nevermore. Oh, excuse me. Not those three. I got one. Anyway, we'll get back to it. Spam gonna go through. I do have a point to make regarding Inferno. Excuse me, it was a Jackass, Retakes, and Niter who were part of Nevermore. And they didn't play much Inferno there either, and they only had one win. So they've only got one win over the last 3 months on the map, along with 4 losses. Jackass, catch one. Does it? What a flick from Jackie, and he gets the third as well! Oh my goodness! He is a one-man army. Demi. Scratching his head, wondering, hey guys, how did you not get the trade there? I think just Jackie too good on the awareness. Now he's gone into lane as Jackie. Niter. Could be engaging with him soon. I think Niter gets this because Jackie's probably going to expect the flank. If Jackie wins that duel too, that's absolutely ludicrous. Anyway, in the meantime, B-site here doesn't get it. Can't find his crosshair. And he will fall despite having a ton of opportunities to get bonding. Now does Jackie find the 4K is the question. What's he watching? He's looking more towards Moto at this point. Niter realizes that the M4 is kind of important to save. He's just going to fade off, and Jackie continues to hide in the shadows. Sure, Niter's wondering where he got off to. That doesn't matter. Just another great round from FAVBET, honestly. And Jackie in particular. He's supposed to be that one player just making a little bit of a disruption on the A site and then clearing the way for the B hit. Instead, he just kills everyone and makes it easy for FAVBET. Can't complain there if you're FAVBET. We go into round number 5. Look at this. I mean, just an insane shot on the second one. You saw it from the perspective of the other player, right? It didn't look like Jackie would have any chance at all. Then he flicks around and just gets that tap headshot. It looks even prettier when we get it from Jackie's perspective. 5th round going to be underway shortly. We've lost Niter, which means that we're going to probably need a match medic. I don't know if his gun's... Oh, no, never mind. His gun is still there. His money's good. Could be armor that's not there, though. Maybe we will need to have an adjustment here. We'll have to wait and see. Because obviously the gun was just dropped on the ground. See, so here's some typing in chat. So far, so good for FAVBET. A lot more reps for FAVBET in this roster than SABRE has. Although, as I mentioned before, technically still the core of Nevermore that formed SABRE around Fake Reality and Svemi. So you could argue that they're still an experienced team, but even then, not as many maps played as FAVBET have had. At least over the last little bit. Waiting to get everything resolved here. We're just probably waiting for that adjustment maybe to the armor for Niter. Ah, man. I love that butterfly animation. Butterfly knife animation. Used to have one myself. I had two, actually. I had a minimal wear Knight, and then I had a factory new... Oh my gosh, I can't remember the name of it. I had two butterfly knives. I used to flick them around all the time and just quick switch between my op and my knife, and that was a lot of fun. But I ended up selling them, and I still kind of regret it, but, you know, I have new knives now. I have a classic knife, Crimson Web, and I have a Falchion Gamma Doppler Phase 4, which is pretty nice. I do like those skins. Falchion knife, the Dopplers anyway, got a huge buff in CS2 because it's a nice large surface area for the reflectiveness of the Gamma Doppler skin. It's really beautiful. If you're looking for something nice that may be a little cheaper than definitely a little cheaper than a butterfly knife, I highly recommend it. Alright, enough of me blabbering on about skins. Let's get back into the action. Looks like the match medic has been done. Nitro has his armor back. And we'll have a kit and a smoke as well. We are good to go heading into this 5th round of play. Sabre, hoping that those couple M4s can help him out here. And already Jackass finds Jackie trying to get into underpass. Continues to spam away. Little bit risky, and yeah, he pays the price as Mirage is going to drop him. 4v4. FAVBET trying to make it 5 in a row. This is technically an eco for Sabre with a hero M4 purchased up by Jackass. Nitro, of course, bringing that M4 in from the previous round. I think an important thing to do here is making sure that if you lose the round, if you lose the space towards either bomb site, that M4 gets saved to the next one, because that will allow them to buy up more comfortably. Still can buy up without it, but if you see the chance of the round, make sure the rifle gets out of there, and ooh, now that's going to make it really tough because Nitro loses that in the 4th position. Now the Molotov is going to force reality back. In fact, it just traps him between two. So good on the util there, and Merrick's finishes off fake reality who had nowhere to go. Hodix and Svemi. Armor and pistols left. Opposite sides of the map. Hodix looking for some heroics. Let's break 5-7. Now with the Deagle finds one, but only one. They don't allow him to get those 3 that he had previously. With the 5-7 tension with the instant trade. And now Svemi, last one standing. Might want to keep the armor. Yeah. I mean, armor, Deagle, smoke. There's a good amount of value there. About 1650 in terms of investment. Could be off my math there. I think it's right. As it stands, though, there's no way to recover that rifle. Wondering why he doesn't go. I guess it got thrown away. Yeah, no, it got picked up off the ground. There was an M4, right, that Jackass had, but it got grabbed by FAVBET, is my guess, or just thrown away. One of the two. So he can't get it, and FAVBET do get a 5th round victory. Well executed towards that B site. Five to nothing for FAVBET, but here come the right maker, and most importantly, Hodix has the AWP in his hands. He can ring true. Make a dent in what is now becoming a sizable lead for FAVBET. Ooh, wants to get aggressive. Maybe he has the right idea. A couple of players here, Bondic and Smash. Bondic and Smash looking to get in the meantime. Merrick and Jackie are gone. Smash take care of Jackass, and a huge missed shot for Hodix. Oh, that could have been the difference maker. Could have given them the advantage, or at least a 2v2. Now it's a 3v2 with fake reality down to only 9 HP. bit of spam comes through, but in this situation, look, Niter is in a tough spot because I think that's what Fake Reality does. They're just trying to spam away so Niter can escape and they can save. It works. Probably breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief there as they can fade off, but there's just no choice. I mean, odds of winning with only 109 HP combined across 2 players and no util, or at least 2 pieces of util on an A site. That's the most difficult site to retake in all of Counter-Strike. Not going to happen. Why is it the most difficult site to retake, you might ask? Well, because there's just so many angles to try and clear. You have to go in Graveyard, you have Pit, you have Mini Pit, you have the A site proper. 3 different angles that they could be hiding behind on this site. And then, of course, someone could be in apartments. Or library. I mean, look, there's so many things that you have to think about when you're going in there that if you don't have the util, you're just done. Doesn't matter how good you are. 6-0 in favor of FAVBET. And I say that, and I mean in a disadvantaged situation. I need to be clear. In a 2v3 situation. If it's a 4v3, still hard, but much more feasible. Sven. Good aggression from Sabre. I like that they're taking the additional damage done with the util, and there goes Merrick. Didn't expect that push to come through. Now he can at least relay that information, say, guys, they've got banana control. You have to fall back. And FAVBET makes a quick adjustment. Bondic wants to try and fight back for more. Stands to smoke a little bit with the A1S. Uses a full magazine, but can't connect for any damage at all. Such good work by Fake Reality there. Although it costs him half his health, is the map control that Sabre were hoping to get, so they shrink the map here for FAVBET. Fake Reality still holding the line with Svemi. FAVBET likely going to hard clear this. They have to. Bondic looks one way. Next. And wins the fight. Svemi gone, and so is Fake Reality. What a re-clear by FAVBET. After losing control of Banana, they combine their efforts in order to take down both players. Hodix has managed to get one back here on the Jackie. Incendiary toss, 30 seconds left. A little early on the Incendiary, but he has to try and delay so that his teammates can come through and support. Smoke gonna pop through. And now a bomb plant, almost certain, but Tension manages to cast Jackass around the edge of that smoke, I think. No, excuse me, that was on Banana that he found him. Jackass was trying to get the flank going. Niter, nothing there. I like the gusto there. They're trying to go for something, but very unlikely to find success. HP bars really low for most of FAVBET, but Hodix still has a ton of work to do, and they're not going to give him anything. They're just going to tuck around those corners, and absolutely intelligent play there. You don't have to peek in a 3v1 with so little time left for the bomb to explode. And you know that the other team has to take the initiative, and Hodix will eventually just have no choice but to fall back. 7-0 in favor of FAVBET. Looking pretty good. Sabre have only really gotten that one round right where Hodix had the 4K. And that's pretty much it. Sure, here you got the opener from Fake Reality, and it was a great start to the round. Full credit to Sabre in terms of util and execution there. But after that, I mean, just FAVBET taking their time, not rushing anything, not panicking after losing the first body, and then re-clearing so very well. Bonding and clearing both Cubby and Wall without exposing himself at all to enemy fire. All right, well, I mean, a mixed buy coming through from Sabre. 2 MP9s, 2 A1Ss, and the AWP. Niter. Oh boy, he's got to get back. That util's brutal, and Tension catches Hodix trying to peek around that corner. 5v4 immediately for FAVBET. Niter is trying to come back towards the A site at default to support Jackass, who is right outside of Mini Pit. Oh no, but Jackie threads the needle on Jackass, finds the frag and makes it. Niter hoping to connect on something and finally does. It won't be so long. Smash takes care of him. Fake Reality gets one back. It is a 3v2 in favor of FAVBET going towards this A site, and they've got the lurk at B. That's where Svemi is. So if Svemi tries to come down banana, he's dead. More than likely. But I don't even know if he's going to want to engage here. He hasn't moved a muscle. And you see, they're already calling for the save before the bomb is even planted. They realize the situation, and it's just unfortunate for SABRE to have to save round after round after round because they're losing that space. Wow. All right, FAVBET. More one-sided than I honestly expected here in the early goings. I thought SABRE was going to put up a bit more of a fight. But FAVBET, well, there you go. At least SABRE getting that frag onto Merrick's. FAVBET just too strong in the strats and the execution. The chemistry looking very good.
Terrorists win.
And so we go on. 9th round of play. See the replay here. I mean, Jackie's been ridiculous. He only has 6 frags, but it feels like more because of that ridiculous 3K he had earlier on. Just a wicked tap. So little room for error on that shot. Not an easy one to get. It makes it look easy. Smoke thrown there for Arch side. FAVBET. Also deploying some utility to make life difficult for SABRE towards top banana. It's their Molotov thrown. But SABRE will at least once again gain control of banana, or at least try to. Doesn't really matter though with Jackie rolling around here at bracket. Pops around his bench, gets straight out, but Smash is right there with Bondic to continue to deal out the damage. Smoke tossed for Moto. A site lost and SABRE probably saving again. I say probably, it's definitely. Svemi, save after save after save for him. Probably a little bit eager to get more in on the action. Merrick's hears all of this. Merrick's hears absolutely everything. He's probably going to pop up and punish here in just a moment. Or at least have a look, because there's money available. He doesn't really have to worry about going for a chase. And there he goes. Activates now. Merrick's. It's on the tail of these two players. Tension with a quick scope on Fake Reality. And Merrick's the freebie. He is working his way up there the whole time. Gets the one-tap headshot onto Svemi. FAVBET continue to be in full control here of Inferno. 9-0 in their favor. Again, like we talked about the fact that SABRE haven't had that much success in Inferno. It's not a map they necessarily like to play. Even when they were Nevermore, only 1 win and 2 losses here. 0-2, and it wasn't pretty. I think they only have 4 rounds combined over the last 2 losses on the map. And so far, I love that. Jackie killed 2 chickens in this tournament. Oh, man. Chickens. You should be pressing E on the chickens and having them come with you as war buddies. Jackie going to get that frag off the Jackass. Niter trades it back, and some good aggression from SABRE, even more than we've seen in previous rounds, which allows them to get that trade. The thing is, they are going to fall back off of that, which is the right decision, because things were about to get a little dicey. I'm surprised the Tension of all people hunkered down here in Underpass with the AWP. So it's not really a weapon you want to have in that situation, because the rifles can overload you on that angle, but he's okay. No one's close by. Might have just been a temporary little hiding place for him to escape the chaos. Now, SABRE are full on gambling towards A at this point. If FAVBET goes A, they're good. This could be their first round victory. If they don't, it's another save. Luckily for Sabre, with 30 seconds left on the clock, the call for FAVBET is the A site. This is their best chance at finding a round yet. Now they have to convert. 19 seconds left. FAVBET are going to be in a little bit of a scramble to try and get the bomb planted. They think it's B! They think it's B! They had the read! Nitro gets the flag. It's okay. They're coming back. Nitro stands. They get 2 frags, but the problem is that people lost the bomb. Nitro thinks the bomb is no, so they denied. So this fake reality. All is okay. Sabre almost outplaying themselves in that situation, but they just realized the last second. Nitro at least pulls back, gets 2. If he gets none, it's over. It's over. FAVBET stormed through the site, but Nitro, in the important situation, does manage to get that, and Sabre secure their first. That would have been absolutely heartbreaking, honestly, if Sabre didn't realize what was going on quickly enough. Okay. Well, Tension's going to get the opener here, and then the nade connects onto fake realities. He's trying to make his way towards Kara. Banana. Flashbang thrown for FAVBET. Ooh, Hodex had a chance to make it a 4v4, but misses the shot, and then Smash walks out to find Nitro. FAVBET trying to get right back to their winning ways with a 10th round victory. Hodex at least connects this time onto Jackie through the smoke, in fact. Smash getting that flashbang toss. It's a good one. Great pop flash. Then he can't see a single thing. Ball back into cover. Pops around with Barracks, then tries to re-engage and does effectively. 3v2 in favor of Sabre. Now it's 3v1. Hodex gets 2 more with the up. The missed shot is but a memory of the past. Irrelevant now, as Sabre have found themselves a second. It looked tough for them. Felt like FAVBET were going to creep up on them again and take another round, but Hodex does the job with the big green. Right here, opening frag from Smash again. And then Svemi in a very tough spot, right? Great pop flash thrown, has to go behind cover, peeks around and catches a player just looking the wrong way. Obviously covering the flank, but not realizing that Svemi was going to come around there. So now we're heading into the final round of play of this first half. Sabre trying to keep FAVBET off of double digits, and that's a great way to start, but Bonda gets the immediate trade. They want to go to B this time. They've had a lot of success there. And Svemi hasn't really had a chance to see much. Probably itching for some duels. Svemi. Gonna have to wait a little bit longer. He's got support now. Nitro's right there. So crossfire up. Minute on the clock. FAVBET once more not rushing into anything. I mean, and when they watch the demo back, I mean, assuming they will, they'll be like, okay, well, it did work against Sabre. They almost rotated back to the other bomb site. They almost had them on the patient game in the previous round. Flashbang toss. Spam going through. Nitro is worse for wear, and so is his teammate. Nitro, though, still managed to get 2 despite the fact and the third. Nitro, can he do it? Well, he falls here in a 1v2 now for Tension. Hits. I thought he might have hit the shot there. He didn't fire. Now he hits the shot. But he will fall in the end to Hodex. And that'll do it. Sabre winning a third here on the tail end in this first half. Really convinced Tension was going to fire sooner on that engagement, but just didn't have the opportunity to, it seemed. Anyway, good for Sabre. Finding something at the end of that first half. 3 rounds in a row. Took some heroic efforts for sure, and Nitro was at the center of it. He was our player in the head-to-head that we highlighted. And he's showing why. Huge impact coming through from him. All that being said, it's still Inferno. it's a balanced map, but can lean CT side. And FAVBET did that on their T side. So there's a tall hill for Sabre to climb to get back into this match. All right, we're gearing up, getting ready for the pistol round. Kind of an important one for Sabre. Next map will be Ancient. It's played 19 times by FAVBET over the last 3 months. 9-10 record though, so kind of up and down in terms of their success there. And then you look on the other side at Sabre, also not the greatest success rate, both on Nevermore. Oh, I shouldn't say on Nevermore. On Sabre, anyway, is this roster, but on Nevermore they were 5-2 on it. So there's a lot of success there. Unfortunately for them, that success came at a lower level of play, so not necessarily up against the, the Sabres, and that more of that tier 2.5, tier 2 competition. Actually, I say that. I take it back. there were some good wins on Ancient. Ignore me there. All right, let's get back to this. 107 on the clock. Here we go. Fake Reality running out there, trying to fight with Jackie, and actually Jackie is going to win only one duel. Hodex gets the trade immediately. 4v3 in favor of Sabre. Sabre want to get off on the right foot here on their T side. Merrick's with the dualies needs to maneuver his way back into those apartments. There might be a kit on the floor somewhere here, but if there isn't, they need to go fast. Oh my goodness. Merrick didn't have a chance. Fake Reality takes care of Bondic, and now Smash will suffer the same fate. Fairly clean pistol round coming through from Sabre, as they get themselves a fourth on the board immediately here, and I think a force buy has been called already by FAVBET. They want to try to strike back immediately, and it's honestly... Or excuse me, a force buy has already been called... Yes, by FAVBET. What am I saying? It's just that I got a little bit crossed up, guys, because the HUD is messing with me. All right. 1:31 on the clock. Sabre with a significant advantage in this round. But taking their time, relaxing. Feet up in their chairs, waiting for the clock to strike. Probably 45 seconds would be my guess, so they can make their move. Smoke's going to delay things a little bit, and that might force an adaptation out of Sabre. Yeah. Great deployment. What is very limited util from FAVBET. And it's burning more time off the clock, which makes these pistols a lot more potent. Sabre are really second-guessing themselves here. They want to go back. They want to go to A. 27 seconds now. They're trying to run towards the A side and pull rotation. And, well, it could actually be the final destination for them. Yeah, it will be. They've actually gone towards A and taken all 5 players back into the site after getting control of it. That is a brilliant decision under a lot of pressure, and they will have plenty of time to plant that bomb. Okay.
Bomb has been planted.
Great decision. It all works out for Sabre. And FAVBET, having forced them in this round, say, no. If they don't go B, we don't go fight. So Sabre going to have to take the initiative here if they want to. They shouldn't, because money isn't that great, but they know that the reward of winning these duels means that FAVBET will have a much lower chance of victory in the next round. Thing is, if they frags, then that's rifles gained for FAVBET. But they're doing pretty well. Oh, Bondic gets one onto Niter.
Terrorists win.
Bondic can't retrieve the gun, though. So it ends up being even trades back and forth. Not really much of a difference in the end. But SABRE have a 5th. FAVBET will not be investing in this round at all. They're just going to save what they had from that previous round and use it again. Pretty effective there on the Anti-Core SABRE. As we go into round number 15, folks. At the very least, this one's getting a lot closer, right? We were sitting at 9-0 in favor of FAVBET. This is 5 rounds in a row for SABRE since that point. Smoke going to get tossed here. That's for our side. And SABRE looking to work their way potentially in towards the A side. But they got 3 players at the bottom of Banana. And there's not much util, of course, for FAVBET. So this is a huge disadvantage on a map like Inferno because you can't compete at all for Banana. A couple of flashes tossed. And yeah, I mean, FAVBET just have to take a gamble here and stay on this B site and play more passively without having that util available to them. That smoke came out a lot earlier this time than previously, and I think that's just because of the audio cues that were coming through. But now they're left with only the smoke and the nade, and I'm not even sure that's over on that site. It's in Bondik's hands. No, it is. Bondik is actually towards CT. Does use another smoke. It's going to burn another 12-ish seconds off the clock now. Unless SABRE just decide to go in off a flashbang, which is very much a possibility. Fake Reality's got one here. A little bit of a boost over the smoke to try and spot things out. Fake Reality throws the smoke for CT. 30-second execute is on the cards, and that last smoke used at a great time. It'll force FAVBET to SABRE. Be a little uncomfortable. Oh, the double nade frag from Bondik! Is it enough to delay them and get the round victory? 11 seconds left. Bomb will be planted. 3v2, and look at the damage! Hodix and Jackass down to 25 and 15 HP respectively. Only 40 combined makes these pistols look like rifles. Speaking of rifles, there's a couple picked up here towards Banana. FAVBET a chance to strike in an unlikely round. Jackass and Hodix have to hang on here. They do get a couple, leaving it all up to tension. And they still manage to come out with the round victory. Wow, that was so scary for them. Jackass with 1 HP of health still is able to pull it off. And again, that was not a round that FAVBET invested into. They invested in the previous round. So if they won that, it would have bolstered their economy, given them a 10th round. Could have been a complete momentum shifter back in their favor. Instead, SABRE continue their uprising here up against FAVBET. That said, the quote-unquote easy rounds are done. FAVBET is going to have a full-on buy here. 4 A1Ss in the AWP going in their hands. Up against 4 AKs and the Galil. Oh, nice opener from Tension. Svemi and Nitro get back. For Svemi, it's a TK that won't matter too much thanks to Hodix. Getting that frag on the Tension. 3v2, they gain site control here of the... In fact, technically a 2v2 onto the A site. Mirage makes it a little bit easier to take with that frag onto Svemi. They don't know that Jackass isn't here. So Jackass is going to take a safe route into the apartments. And you have Merrick's and Smash playing the buddy system. AWP for Hodix, who's been so good on it. 16 frags so far. Molotov goes in towards Pit, and now he's the last one standing. Against Smash. One time, kick it away, Smash. No, he's not going to win the duel. Hodix pulls out the pistol, gets the headshot, and SABRE are very much in the running here. 7th round picked up. Only 2 rounds back of FAVBET, and let's not forget, it is a 7-round win streak. It was 9-0. FAVBET had this one almost in the bag. And SABRE comes out in that last 3 rounds of the first half. Just managed to scramble 3 rounds together somehow, some way. And then into the second half, off the pistol, they get to kind of expected. But then this one there, that's the big one. That's the one where FAVBET are coming out with the rifles. And you think, okay, this is their chance to instill their rhythm on the match once more and really gain control. No, doesn't happen. Gets close, but doesn't happen. even if, like I was saying towards the end, if the rifler managed to take out Hodix there, I don't think there was time for the defusal. Just running back to the site and calculating all that into it. Hodix is the difference maker. He is the one that has really changed things for them. 17-6. The fact that he doesn't have a negative KDR as well, or kill to death differential even, and he does 9-0, it's crazy. Because everyone else does. You see the amount of deaths they have. Obviously with the op, you're trying to save more often than not, but still. Mirage coming through here from SABRE. Another pistol armor round on FAVBET's end. Light buy for them. Waiting for the follow-up to really get the guns out again. Oh, man. Oh, SABRE, look at this. Already out towards Arch side and engaging there. And Niter's going to win the duel with Tension. He has to be careful. He could get traded out here, but no. He's good enough with that MAC-10 up against the pistols to ensure a second frag comes through and barely takes any damage in the process. Now he's going to keep moving forward. Taking those fights. Fake Reality drops Jakey, and now it'll just be SABRE taking care of business here. As they are up to 8. 1 round back. I would have never believed you if you told me 15 minutes ago that they were going to come back here and get 8 rounds in a row with the way FAVBET were playing, but here we are. 1 round away from being tied up. And also, more what I expected. Like I was saying earlier, I didn't think 9-0 was going to happen for either side. Oh, my God. Paper was a closer matchup than we were getting. Anyway, FAVBET trying to get their first round victory on CT side here, and that is going to be huge for them. Merrick's with 2, Tension with 1. Get aggressive. It works. Fake Reality managed to get a response, but it's still a 2-man advantage, and Fake Reality and Jackass need to group up together. They're still decently far apart. Now they will meet up, but where do you go from here? Technically a 2v2 if they decide to go A or B, but that means you're going to have to get, I would say, both frags without losing a body to make it an even 2v2 overall. And that is a very difficult ask. One way or another, a clutch is going to be required from SABRE to win this round. So close to tying things up. Jiggle peeking, wants to get that intel, throws the smoke afterwards. They get ahead of it though. Now the incendiary's out, spam through the smoke, connects for a chunk of damage onto Fake Reality, and before he can plant the bomb, Bondic takes care of him and Jackass. That'll do it. FAVBET are indeed going to make amends for what was a ridiculous 8-round win streak pulled off by SABRE, and they finally get one back. 10 on the board. It is... Honestly, that last gun round was surprising, honestly. Coming from FAVBET, I thought it was going to be a little bit stronger, but they melted away. But this time, not going to happen. Tons of damage being dealt by SABRE and FAVBET, but SABRE going to be on the winning side of it. Fake Reality getting 2, and he's up to 14 on the board, trying to catch up with Hodix. 1-man edge. Heavy lean now for FAVBET towards the B site off of those opening engagements. They're expecting SABRE to come back into this one, and well, they might be right. Positioning looks like go for this clear, and Tension peaks at the perfect time, just as SABRE were trying to put together to go for that push in towards top banana. Tension does take a little bit of damage on the tail end, but he manages to retreat. And now the numbers are even again. 3v3. Smoking to get tossed for CT. Perfect. Oh, the flashbang is not good. I think that was a flash from T side. Tension, as a result, has a massive advantage. And there's a flash from CT. Either way, Hodix is going to make amends for his squad. Tension gone. 2v2. Bomb going to get planted here. Bondic hiding in the smoke. And Jackie's trying to come in from CT. Up against this op. Ooh, it's going to be tough for him. He knows it. Trying to bait out the op shot. But Hodix isn't biting yet. There's the flashbang to transport Bondic. Oh, and the op shot is missed. That could be Bondic to try and frag him, and he does. Hodix is gone. The last one standing. They know where he is now, and Jackie cleans it up for FAVBET. Defusal should be good because there's a kit there. I was going to say, Bondic, don't touch that, even though even 10 seconds, what has, I think, been enough. Let's get the guy with the kit to defuse the bomb. FAVBET take it. 11th round picked up there by them, even though this is how it starts. I mean, 4v3, Fake Reality looked great, and they're just a team flash. It's an unfortunate spot. It might have just bounced in the wrong direction. Or maybe just timing was off. Either way, FAVBET have restored a decent lead. They've also forced SABRE back onto the lead. Say that, it's more of a half buy. They've got a decent head. They're just walking through Molotovs and nades at this point, trying to take the space, and it's not working. Semi gets dragged by Tension. Oh, jumping in the air, but caught off guard. Now there's a rifle on the ground, and Jackass flanks Tension. There's the A-site loss. SABRE storming right back in and getting a bomb plant. An op and an AK. They're spoils of war here. And you see FAVBET, money-wise, it's not perfect. A save might be the right call. That's what they're going to do. As always, disadvantage situations going to that A site is not favorable. Mirage does manage to catch one. And a second. Maybe a third. I mean, look, money's not great on the SABRE side either. They're probably going to be able to buy regardless in the next round, but they keep their economy healthy, and Jackass way too close to the bomb. He dies. Hodix quickly grabs the op off the ground, and that's all they're going to get out of that round. Again, they're fine to buy, but that makes this one even more important here. So the lead cut back down to 2. Jackie continues to kill chickens. And so does they didn't do anything. Well, what can you do? Hodix going to get the off frag on Bondic. He's doing something here for his squad, helping them get another advantage, and Jackass extends it to the 2-man edge. SABRE continue to climb their way back into this match, currently on a 9-2 run. Hoping to make it a 10-2 run. Tension. Everything's been tested. Hits the shot, but an instant trade by Fake Reality. Great spacing there. Merrick's right there in order to get one more. So it's down to a 2v2. But Fake Reality continues to be strong. Second for him on the round. Only Jackie left.
Bomb has been planted.
He looked so impressive, did Jackie, in the early goings of that first half, but slowly has just kind of gone invisible. He's going to try for this. He's got the full util set. Needs to use it. I mean, obviously it'll give away his position. There's the nade, but the smoke has to come from Banana if he wants a chance at this. Is he even going to go? Nope. Was hoping to spot something. There wasn't much time left on the bomb. And decides that the better course of action is to save the last 2 pieces of util along with the AK into the next round. And so, SABRE indeed will be on a 10-2 run. Once more, only 1 round back of FAVBET here. You saw here Tension. Good shot, but I mean, better spacing from SABRE. Even though it did go a little back and forth there, it's still SABRE that continued to have the edge in that round. Time not going to be called by FAVBET to talk things over. They're going to invest into this one off the saved guns. As they should, with enough money to buy up for everyone, and even, I think, have full util as well. I mean, sure, you have to settle for a FAMAS for Smash, but I would argue that's not really settling as much anymore because the FAMAS got a nice little buff. So they've talked things over, decided on their course of action. We'll see if they get maybe a little more aggressive. And I mean, let's not forget, SABRE, a lot of their success was, on their CT side anyway, on the latter part of the half. And that's where we are here in the second half for FAVBET. So maybe they'll be able to find that CT side success as well in this situation. A lot of speculation there. Comes to fruition. Damage done, and Merrick's actually going to spray down Svemi. 5v4 opening frag of Banana. That's Banana control as well gained for FAVBET, and off of it, they're sending 2 players back to A. They said, that's enough, guys. That's enough to deter them from going down Banana any further and go back to the A site. To deal with SABRE. It does go back and forth, but in the end, it is an advantage. Well, not as good as the one as you might expect for FAVBET at only a 2v1. Hodex throwing that flash to try and fake that he's going through the smoke, and I mean, you see it. Smash doesn't know where to look. Where could he possibly be coming from? Now, with that fake plant, they know he's on the site. He's got a minute left, and he's going to use it. He's going to B. He's out of here. Maybe going to wait to try and get a frag before he sprints to the B site. Or is the here in library? He does hit the shot on Smash. There we go. There's the frag he was looking for. Throws the smoke arch. Could hang around here even. And he will. Does Merrick's bite? Not yet. 26 seconds left. This is brilliant from Hodex. He is absolutely MVP for SABRE on this map. Win or lose. I'm planted at B now. Hodex, 1v1. AK versus Op. Merrick's walking into the Op crosshair, and Hodex clutches it out. SABRE have tied it up at 11. What a run from them. What a play from Hodex in a situation that looked dire. And not to mention the trades that came through with 3 players setting up a crossfire on CT side in that situation. SABRE was able to do enough to keep the numbers close. And that, in and of itself, allowed Hodex the space to go for the clutch. And he played it so well. I mean, just brilliantly. Waiting after throwing that smoke. Trying to see if the player would push through. And before that, the patience to see if anyone was going to come around and try to clear a library. And the confidence to hit the shot. I love it. Used every bit of that clock effectively. Reality fully blocked. Flashbang thrown by Smash, but it's not enough for Merrick's to get a 2K. The trade is good once more, and SABRE gained Banana control, which has been very difficult for FAVBET to hang on to throughout the entirety of their CT side. Big pop there. Get through the smoke. The nade does quite a bit of damage, and Smash managed to connect on one with the 5-7. It's just pistols now for FAVBET, but they've at least brought it down to a 3v3. Tension and Bondic thinking about pushing through the smoke. Thinking they're going to. Here they come. Oh, no. They back off at the last second. A couple of smokes to use, and they want to deploy them here to give themselves the best chance at victory. This is the half by Eco. So they want to go for it regardless. And in a 3v3, why not? AK shots. Jackass, but good enough to get a 2K in the end. SABRE will be the first. I can't believe I'm saying this, but they are the first team with an opportunity at map point. 9-0 for FAVBET turns into a 12-11 in favor of SABRE. Now FAVBET were on the pistol round there, or the eco, so they will be buying here and giving themselves the best chance possible at pushing this into overtime. But I mean, this has been a complete reversal of fortunes. And you can thank that guy right there on your screen. Well, not anymore. There he is. Hodex. Niter is right behind. If you're a fan of SABRE, that's the guy who's brought it all back. Can't forget Fake Reality's efforts, of course. It's not just a one-man show. It's just that Hodix has had those clutch plays, the individual efforts that have really made the difference. All right. Last round of regulation. Last chance at redemption for FAVBET here on this map. Was their pick. It was looking like the right choice at the beginning, given Sabre's lack of success right here on Inferno, but man, oh man, insane recovery. Next map will be Ancient, a map that Sabre has picked into. They've been good. Quite good. Last week, more and Sabre stats. Anyway, here they come. Sabre moving on to the A side, trying to close this one. Only 10 seconds left down to the very wire. Checking one bonding, another. The setup is too good. FAVBET finally putting a stop to the run for Sabre, and they tie it up and push us into overtime. Oh my goodness, if only they could have pulled it together a little bit sooner, they would have found their way to victory in regulation. Instead, now they have to fight into overtime to try and regain a little bit of respect for themselves, given the way things have gone. Unbelievable. Already had an overtime on Inferno earlier on in Group C. That one took 3 overtimes, I think, to finish. 2 or 3. Amcal and Yanu faced off against each other. Amcal ended up winning in that one. They were the favorite in that case, too. I would say overall FAVBET probably the favorite, but I mean, if you look at the numbers, it's kind of even, which is why going to overtime isn't necessarily a surprise. It's just the fact that the way we got there is the crazy part. Both teams having insane T sides. Just gonna get things all sorted, guys, before we get into the overtime. All the players getting their affairs in order, preparing for what could be a long overtime as well. We'll see. Sabre wants to finish the job they started, right? That comeback, ridiculous in and of itself. I think it was 8 rounds in a row before FAVBET managed to get that 10th, and after that, Sabre continued their round win streak, or I should say, their streak of victories overall. A 12-3 run to get them to overtime, even though they were the ones at map point. Which, being down 9-0 and then being at map point first is an achievement in and of itself. That chicken is stuck in purgatory. Right below the knife of Bondic. He can't move. He is frozen in place and praying for the chance to move. Okay, now I'll be able to move around. And so will the rest of the players. We are now into the first overtime. 12-12, all tied up. Last match of the day here in Group D. Not the end for Group D at all. Still need to play that winner's match and the loser's match. But that'll happen on another day, not today. Let's go, OT. Can Sabre finish what they started, or is FAVBET going to recover and salvage a map that should have, for all intents and purposes, been theirs? SABRE charging up mid, already into bracket. No one really challenging, but there is tension with the AWPs towards A site. Majority of the CT side. This is that shot though. Loses his teammate, recovers for one, can't get the second because Hodix is faster on the no-scope attempt. 3v3 A site control has been lost. FAVBET util-wise, not great either. But it's overtime. You can go for it without really worrying because the money is still going to be there in the next round. Thing is, it's going to be difficult with only a flashbang to retake this A site. They need to be good on the shots. Not miss a beat, especially towards the player of Niter. Oh my goodness, what a peek from Niter and a headshot onto Smash. That might secure it right there. Second, probably the third. There it is. Niter with a 4K on the round. 3 at the end to wrap it up in a pretty bow. And SABRE right back to their winning ways on their T side. 13th for themselves on the board. Started off well. Tension gets that opener. Misses one, which allows Niter to get in position to find Jackie. But even though Tension recovers to get one more, it's Hodix who's been the man of the hour, honestly, with the AWP. Hitting no scope, getting himself to 25. And the great part for SABRE is that it's not just Hodix who's activating them. Niter's looking good, and so is reality. 1:35 on the clock, second round of overtime. Hoping that Lightning can strike twice here on the A site in overtime. Lots of noise being made by SABRE towards the B site, but it feels like FAVBET have the read. They're like, this is not where they're coming. This feels like a fake, and they would be right. Flashbang going to be tossed here. Could still go arch side here for SABRE, but they are surrounding the A site. Smash is waiting on Moto, and he catches two of them off guard. Looking for a third now. Almost gets fragged himself from the apartments players. But FAVBET should have control of this A site, not to mention they got the bomb at their feet. Jackie, yep, hits the headshot. Nice flick there to the head of Jackass. Can't survive against Niter, but Niter will be the last one standing after Mirage finds the immediate trade on Hodix. 1v4 required from Niter. With 26 seconds left, all FAVBET has to do is hide. Tension fires off a shot, but he was just holding the angle from bottom. And Niter only gets one before he falls, so there you go, FAVBET. Right on back to make it 13-13. Timeout going to be called by SABRE. Only have one in overtime. Each overtime you get a singular tactical pause. SABRE just want to talk things over about how they're going to deploy themselves here in round number 27. Pretty much in, not pretty much, we are in MR15 now. Feels like days of old from CSGO. Toss by Fake Valley. Again, Fnatic control being contested a little bit from FAVBET, but not good enough. It feels like they don't want to commit. Like they just want to get the util tossed and then give up the space. Yeah, I mean, just flashes and nades and Molotovs, and they completely fall back. They're hoping, I guess, that it's enough for SABRE to rotate back to A, but this time, not at all the case. A util toss by Jackass in towards that A site. He's doing a great job here. Kind of forcing the play. I mean, he was trying to get Niter out to do damage, but Niter dies to tension. The thing is, they've already rotated quite a bit of presence from FAVBET towards that A site. The problem now is they're not executing quickly enough towards B. FAVBET have realized what is going on. Do have the boost here on SABRE's side over the top of that smoke to try and get visibility. It's not one, Smash another, and then a 2 came from Smash. He is delivering at a perfect moment. Hodix the last one standing. He was so good in regulation. Now he needs to be even better in overtime to try and give Sabre the edge going to the second half of it. Hodix. Oh, there's just so much util for him to try and dodge here. It's running out for FAVBET. 22 seconds left. Speaking of running out time for Sabre. And it won't end well for him. Smash is going to secure the 3-piece in the round and also help FAVBET take a lead heading into the second half of overtime. FAVBET looking for a taste of a map point. Take a victory in one of the next 2 rounds for them to find out. And the great part for FAVBET is they're not going back to the side where they did get 9 rounds in a row. Although Sabre did the same thing, sort of. They got 8 rounds in a row. So, I don't know. We'll see. I suppose getting a couple of round victories on their CT side is quite successful, given the way that CT side went in regulation. We move on. 28th round of play. Looking at the numbers over on the FAVBET side, Merrick's intention at the top of the scoreboard with 22 frags apiece, kind of sharing the load there. But everyone else in the mix on FAVBET as well. It's not really as top heavy, I would say. But then you look over on the Sabre side and it's the opposite. It's quite top heavy between Hodix and actually just Hodix, honestly. Niter and Fake Reality are starting to catch up, but you see Jackass and Svemi pretty far behind with only 10 frags apiece. And that's maybe the difference maker here in the map. That will help FAVBET come to victory because they've been more of a cohesive unit and haven't really relied on the hero plays as much as Sabre. Round number 28, Nate sailing in towards window room. Speaking of nades, a ton of them being tossed here down Banana. FAVBET wants absolutely nothing to do with B at this stage. That might be to their benefit because 3 players for Sabre are stacked up there. They're just going to take back control. The smokes are perfect. 3 of them thrown in unison there for a great execute onto the A site. Might overlook mini pit. We'll see. Hodix trying to get around. Throws that incendiary at a perfect spot to be disruptive and keeping a couple of players at bay. This is going to be a brawl. Merrick's gets 1. Niter the trade. The edge. Merrick still standing here, but his teammates are falling around him. A 3v3, tons of damage done to Fake Reality and Hodix. And now with that bomb planted and the smoke still up and another one coming, it gets harder and harder for Sabre to crack their way back through into this bomb site. There's a desperate Hail Mary nade thrown by Sabre. So T guys, send it. Merrick just spams the smoke and sees, I think, an arm come through it right as Hodix was trying to get through. And yep, I mean, frags will come through. Sabre doesn't really matter in this instance for Sabre. They're just fading off. At the end of it, Svemi keeps an M4. It's irrelevant. Round going to be won by FAVBET. 15-13. They do finally have a chance at map points. A couple of them available. Goodness me. Great execute onto that A site, and Jackie getting to activate again. He's really slowed up since that hot start, but I mean, this is when it counts. Merrick's was the one who really stepped up though. Stayed alive, got 2 frags, even with his teammates falling left, right, and center, he was still keeping his composure to secure the round. Jackie already window room. Niter expecting it. Insta frag there. No damage taken by Niter either. 5v4 for Sabre. They need to win out here in this second half of the first overtime to keep hope alive. FAVBET just assigned to full commit to B. Not a bad idea. Effectively a 4v2. Just waiting a little bit longer. They're lining up their util now. Here comes the util barrage. Likely at the 45-second mark. There it goes. Here they come. Can they win the duels? They win one against Fender. They still have big reality to worry about, but the smoke is geysing off his angle as Smash tries to bulldoze right in towards Church and wins the fight. That is very nice from FAVBET. They turned a 5v3 into a 3v3. Excuse me, a 5v4 into a 3v3. And now it's an advantage. Tension hits the op shot on Jackass, who's just trying to slip through. Can't do it. Niter and Hodex have a ton of pressure on their shoulders. They have been the best players in this attempted comeback. Now can they do it up against 3? Hodex is gone. It's all Niter. Only gets 1, and that is it. FAVBET, despite it taking overtime, they do eventually get the win. They were up 9-0 in regulation. It melted away. That lead was gone thanks to a brilliant effort and comeback from SABRE. But SABRE, after all of that, fall short in the overtime. What a shame for them. Only get 1 round in the OT. Well done by Smash, and Merrick's stood out, and Tension as well with the AWP. All 3 of those players were really effective when the pressure was on, honestly. So great for FAVBET to finally secure the victory. Now we go to Ancient, and it's good for FAVBET to get the win here, honestly, because yes, they play a lot of Ancient, but it's been a rocky road on that map for them, 9-10 over the last 3 months, versus on the other side, SABRE, who, I mean, if you look at their stats here on the current roster, I don't think the numbers are that good. Yeah, you're looking at a 1-2 record, and they have a 2-game losing streak up against Passion UA and Ruby, which are, you know, I would say Passion UA, very tough customer. Ruby, maybe not as much. Maybe you kind of expect them to be more competitive, but they don't get the win there. But if you go back and look at their stats as part of Nevermore, then it's when things get a little bit rosier. They do have a win against Ruby there, against Partisan and Amcal. So 3 pretty solid wins. We'll see if that's enough for them to carry things into a map number 3, because a win will be required on Ancient for that to happen. We'll be back, guys, after this break. All right, welcome back, guys, to FAVBET up against what was Nevermore is now SABRE, as a new squad that's been formed around 3 core players and 2 new ones. And man, it looked pretty great on map number 1. After a very hot start from FAVBET, up 9-0, things got very hairy indeed for both sides. Honestly, didn't know if FAVBET would be able to recover, but they managed to win an important one. Round number 24. To push to OT, and then an OT that looked like a pretty strong team, a little bit different on their CT side, honestly. They won 2 of the 3 first rounds, which didn't really expect on my side, given the way things had gone on their CT side. Then they convert on their T side very effectively, and there you go. FAVBET are the ones who get that first map. Now, we go on to the map pick, and of course, that was FAVBET's map pick, so that's the one they kind of struggled on. Now we go on to the map pick here for SABRE, and this is a map that, as Nevermore, they had a lot of success on. 5-2, already talked about it before. Have won, I think, did win 3 of their last 4 on Nevermore, but now are on a 2-game losing streak as SABRE. So we'll see how that factors into things here. Passion UA and Ruby were the losses. It was 6-13 against Passion UA and 9-13 against Ruby. So, you know, it's something to think about, to keep in mind as we go into Ancient. But when you look on the other side on FAVBET, it's not much of a prettier picture. I talked about the amount of games they've played, 19 so far in the last 3 months. But the thing is, if you look at the last, what is it, even 8 rounds or 8 maps they've played, and only 1 win in the mix there against Chimera. Everywhere else, it's just loss after loss after loss, and it has been quite a struggle for them, even though there are a couple of maps that stand out there. The one against BetClick, I believe it is, ended up being 24 rounds, 11-13, and then against OG, that was a triple overtime loss, 20-22. So there's at least something there that they were able to build up, but converting to a win has been exceptionally difficult for them on Ancients. So definitely the roles reverse here, and the advantage now will be in SABRE's hands. Even if they have a 2-game losing streak, they've been more confident and more effective on the map, at least the core of the team has, than FAVBET. So we'll see how it's going to pan out. We'll jump into the server in just a little bit, guys. Talking about that previous one, though. Oh, just getting an update, guys, that FAVBET need 3 more minutes before we get going. So actually, it's good because I wanted to talk about the stats from that previous one and kind of the players that really impressed. And just checking it out here, I mean, Hodex, obviously. I mean, I was talking about him almost the entirety of the map. He's the one who got them into overtime, really, with his stellar play and regulation. Maybe slowed up a little bit in overtime, but still, I mean, they wouldn't have been there without him, so I can't really fault that at all. 25-14, plus 11 kill to death differential, the only player with a positive kill to death differential as well, and an 86.1 ADR along with a 1.3 rating, also the only player above a rating of 1. So I mean, he really stood on his head. He did absolutely everything he possibly could to help them get to victory, but it just wasn't enough. And I don't want to take anything away, even though, you know, you see the ratings below 1 for the rest of the squad. Niter and Fake Reality really did step up as well. And I think a lot of the reason why their rating is below 1 is just because of how things went in that first half. It was really, even though CT side rounds were the same in terms of rounds won on both sides, it was way more dominant for FAVBET when they had their CT side round victories. And that's why those ratings are perhaps a little bit lower for Nitro and Fake Reality, but they really did make a big difference leading to the overtime, and even in the overtime had some big moments. So kind of a shame that SABRE, at least for them, that they weren't able to secure it. But then you look on the other side and it's much more evenly spread in terms of the frags. Although Tension and Mirage started to stand above the rest, especially in that overtime, Mirage continued to deliver important frags. In the last round, in the second to last round that they ended up winning, Mirage was the one who was getting that 2K and making things happen in a situation that seemed kind of chaotic, right? Like with everyone that was swarming around, it was an all-out brawl to take control of that A site, but he was the one that stood head and shoulders above the rest in order to deliver victory to their squad. Tension as well with the AWP was good. Okay, I'm getting some word, guys. I'm just going to finish my thought here, but we might take a break in just a little bit, guys. But essentially, just wanted to say that Tension with the AWP was also matching Hodex blow for blow, which wasn't easy given the fact of how well Hodex was playing. But Tension was delivering important off frags, maybe not in the same kind of sequences and clutch situations as Hodex was, but still, I mean, coming through and delivering when his team needed him. And of course, Merrick's and Smash even had their important moments with the rifle. Guys, it is going to be a little bit of a longer wait before we get started with map number 3, so we are going to throw it to break. When we come back, we'll go right in game to get started with Ancient. And here we are, landing on Ancient in our second map of play in this series between FAVBET and SABRE. FAVBET hoping that they can 2-0 this one and end it before a map 3 is required on Anubis. Although, map 3 on Anubis will be pretty tightly contested, I imagine, because both teams like to play there. The question becomes, can SABRE channel some of their past successes here in order to find victory? Niter, Hodix, and Jackass in particular on Nevermore love to play on this map. Fake Reality's gone. Smash a nice little headshot to open things up. Although the bomb is going to get planted. Nice smoke pause. Is it though? Yeah, okay. I was going to say for a second, Niter is getting spammed from 2 different angles, still managing to survive, and Hodix actually delivers the next frag of the round, evening out the numbers at a 4v4. But we try to work back into it, but over in Catacombs, Hodix is delivering another frag for himself, 2k for him. He's picking up where he left off over on Inferno. Hodix still not going to be able to help his team win the round, though, as Bodic and Smash combined. It's all up to Niter, and he falls as the bomb should have time to be defused here. It's the full 10 seconds required, but it's right down to the wire. It's not enough! Oh my goodness, milliseconds left on that bomb defusal, but they cannot do it. No kit was available to them. And SABRE, despite losing 4 players in a 4v3, still win the round. Oh man. FAVBET. If they had just stuck to the defusal a little bit sooner. Honestly, could have. You know, with those 2 players hunting for the frag. Just could have had that third one just immediately go to defusal. Anyway, the problem for SABRE now is, yes, they win the round, but they lost all the bodies, so they have to reinvest across the board, even though it was. We'll see if it makes a difference. Sniper and jackass. Oh, absolutely not. Guarantee. What are you talking about? We're perfectly fine. Smash. Going to get a frag here. 2v2 now. Damage done against Smash. I think he's going to drop that. Dropping the M4 for his teammate who's fully healthy. Merrick's certainly up to the task. Smoking and get tossed for Cave. That isolates Niter and Hodix. They could just smoke off the bomb and defuse it. But Merrick's with that smoke. He's walking in towards Cave. He goes to... No, not his... Merrick's is going to get the headshot. Now he's the last one standing, though. He's going to use that smoke onto the bomb and fake the defuse with a kill somewhere. But he's not going to be able to find it. And now he's fading off here. Ooh, surviving is going to be difficult. He really has to get far away from that B site. And he will eventually get it. Just out of reach of that bomb. It still nicked him as he's going into catacombs. But man, SABRE continue to just hang on in the latter part of these post plants to win the rounds, but certainly anything but clean. Merrick's keeping that M4, and I think because of the way these last two rounds have played out, FAVBET are going to force up here, which is certainly a little unusual, because usually you just go for that one force buy, and then that's it, especially if you're down 2-0. Usually the only reason I can justify this in a third round, and it's 1-1. But anyway, Merrick say, do this. And they absolutely have an opportunity. The 5-7 is going to ring true for tension. Then the big reality fall by his hand as Niter is the last one standing. 4v1 Niter does work, and no way, no how. Crossfire is what he walks into, and Jackie will deliver the killing blow from the back of the head of Niter. Jackie defuses the bomb as well. Oh, he's got it now. Yeah, we didn't get the HUD to activate because he just pulled off it briefly enough for his teammate to go get an upgrade. That was the reason why he chose to do that. Anyway, there's the first round for FAVBET. The force buy works out. Shouldn't have criticized it. But now the force buy wars will absolutely continue. Because SABRE realizes that the situation economically still can't be that great for FAVBET, even though they had 3 players surviving and they got the upgrades. Economy is fragile. But the guns look great. I mean, 2 AKs already? After the way this got started? Fantastic with FAVBET. Wall of flames there at ramp that now fades away. Svemi manages to slip through onto the site thanks to that smoke, and he taps on his shoulder, getting him down to 71. Continues to try and fight forward. Now he's going to get fragged. Great re-peek. And the flashbang was fantastic on Merrick to support the retaking of that site. Merrick and Smash are going to get a couple of frags as well. And Niter can't even plant the bomb. The attempt was there. It's all up to Hodix now. SABRE scrambling on that to try and get something done, and Hodix, oh my goodness, and the 1v5 gets 2. But that will be quickly ended by the rifles. 2-2. Tied up. The madness continues here on Ancient, and FAVBET actually looking pretty good considering the record that they have on the map and the struggles they've had of late. 7 losses and only 1 win over the last 8 maps played. Certainly feeling perhaps a little confident or bolstered by their win there on Inferno, despite losing the lead. Coming back and recovering has given them a little bit of a shot in the arm. Fifth round of play. About to get underway with time it was called, but that has now expired. Looking at SABRE, it's Glocks. Glocks and a Deagle. Jackass has invested into a singular flashbang. That is it. Should be another round going the way of FAVBET. Tension with the not oft used 5 SD. Hoping to farm a little bit of SMG money off of that. Sabre looks like they want to go for a play in towards the A site from A main. Great nade thrown, though, on the FAVBET side. Hodix on the receiving end, and that'll push them back completely from A. At least for the time being. Into mid. All those Glocks. Right for the picking by Bondic. Gonna connect. Tension finishes off Hodix anyway, and yeah, the bullets are enough. Everyone is falling by the wayside here for Sabre, and it will be a clean round for FAVBET. All 5 players survived. They built up their economy, and that's 3 in a row on their side too. Looking quite strong in the process. Sabre will finally have a full buy-up available to them. It'll be AKs for everyone. I say full buy-up, but we have to keep in mind that util is not necessarily there, so rifle-wise, great. Util, only half of what they would like to have. Incendiary and flashbang tossed in towards mid. Fake reality on the receiving end of a nade, so is Jackass. Util on both sides has been pretty great so far. Jackie trying to bank his smoke off the wall, and it's perfect. Ramp now under control here for the time being. 3 players for FAVBET over on that B site, 1 in Donut and 1 over in Catacomb. So perhaps a chance here. Oh my goodness, Tension, what a shot onto Nider. That's going to scare Jackass off. Or excuse me, Svemi off. Doesn't want anything more to do with Donut. Gonna group back up towards that B site. Two players in cave. Bit of a gamble for FAVBET. Giving up that control. Great incendiary toss forward there by Merrick's, and now they're going to have to engage with that player coming in the direction of cave from Jaguar. That gives a lot of space. There's a gap here in the Merrick, huge frag onto Svemi, and then Bondic gets fake reality. Big down knock in that trade is absolutely catastrophic for Sabre's chances in the round. Now Hodix does manage to get another one, but he's got a 1v4 clutch to try and achieve. He does get the first to bring it down to a 1v3, but you still got Merrick's, who's now got an op off the ground. Tension and Smash with the rifles. And the bomb was in his reach. He does get it back. That's it. They catch him off. Can't get the plant, and neither can he get the frags. FAVBET win another one in a row, a 4th for them. Starting to feel like that round win streak that they had on Inferno on their CT side, with the way some of these rounds are being won. That's a nice shot from Tension. And then Merrick's just doing a great work over in cave into Jaguar. And I think the biggest problem there for Sabre was the missed shot on that B site. Once it happens, the round's done. Alright, Sabre just going to try and send it here. Jackie doesn't realize he's standing in Molotov, but I mean, Tension's doing work for supporting. He actually managed to get a frag before he falls. Tension, 3. After that one. Gonna make sure. No. Still so good with that deagle, even in the losing efforts. Bondic will get the last. Dominant round victories continue for FAVBET. Surprised to see Sabre go so fast there, because we're very effective in terms of the patience that they showed on Inferno, and even early on here with those pistols, right? Not rushing things, taking their time, giving themselves the most opportunities possible, but I do understand sometimes they want to change up the pace, and in that situation, with the Tech 9s, you're hoping that it's going to be enough, but was not. Tension, too good. Money situation, very different from local squads. FAVBET have built up a nice little cushion, and Sabre on the other side have nothing. They have the loss bonus, certainly, at 3,400, meaning that if they get a bomb plant in this round, they can buy up the next one regardless, but they want more than that. They start off with 2-0. They thought they could at least convert a third, but it doesn't happen. And I mean, full credit to FAVBET for making those first 2 rounds very difficult for Sabre to convert. That's why their economy never really got a chance to truly stabilize. And I think it was a risky call for FAVBET to go for 2 force buys in a row, but absolutely calculated, and it worked out. So over here. Reality doesn't get one, but he does enough damage to allow Svemi to get the trade. But the thing is, it goes back and forth, and again, we have a man advantage in favor of FAVBET, even though they don't have control of this B site. There's that bomb plant they were looking for. Hodex continues to be good. Off shot through the wall, connects on the Jeki. Svemi kind of trapped here between 2 angles. Bondic, along with Smash, keeping him at bay. He doesn't really have anywhere to go. Now, with that smoke cave, Hodex tries to go back to support his teammates. Femi does it himself, but Hodex is gone right behind him. Niter, waiting in cave. Try and support Svemi. The nade is perfect though from Tension. Svemi's gone. Niter, last one standing. 1v2, no smokes. They're just going to have to stick to defusal and hope that they win the duel. Can they find it? Spam comes through. It's good. Niter will do enough to keep SABRE on a third round. Every single round victory that SABRE have found has been absolutely down to the very last second of the bomb exploding. That's been their secret sauce, or at least the result of some great efforts in the latter part of their post plans. Oh my goodness. But you don't want that to have to happen every single time. It's not, let's say, as repeatable as they're making it look. And again, because it's so close, look at the money. $0 for Niter and Fake Reality. Now Fake Reality just takes a bullet right to the chest from the op of Tension. And a 5v4 in favor of FAVBET. And again, you're looking at the KDRs here for SABRE. Only one player above it. The same one as before, Hodex. Not really activated. Fake Reality is also struggling at the beginning of this one. Hasn't yet found a frag. Niter strikes back for 2. Pulls out the util at the wrong time, though. If he had stuck to the gun, maybe it would have even been a third frag for him. Just didn't expect the third player to come out that quickly. And Bondic makes it work for a follow-up as well onto Jackass. 3v2 shortly. But Hodex will get that frag over on Bondic to even out a 2. HP advantage certainly in FAVBET's favor, but Tension with the op misses the shot. He's got the information. He can relay that over to Smash and say, hey, need some help. Come on over. Flashbang. Great spray from Svemi. And now it's a 2v1 as a result for SABRE. Smash is very close by. Does he come around the corner here? He will. Svemi will be the one to frag because Hodex is trying to plant that bomb. Ooh, it's tossed too far. Smash wins the duel, though, up against Svemi. Hodex doesn't realize he's on attack. Now he does, but it's too late. Smash clutches out the win this time in the 1v2. And FAVBET on the winning side of a tightly contested round for, I think, one of the first times. Most of their round victories were pretty convincing. Maybe one before that was a little tighter, but when it got down to the wire, it was SABRE coming out with those 3-round victories. They were the ones in those clutch moments. But as I said, it's a formula that's difficult to repeat on a consistent basis. Look at that from Smash. So well played. I mean, it's so well held too, but he took down the high HP player first. Getting that win. All right, FAVBET doubling up on the scoreline of SABRE. Smoking to get tossed by Smash in towards Donut. A little bit of spam as well from the M4. FAVBET having a fantastic performance so far on Agent. They haven't been out of a single round yet. .56 seconds left on the clock. SABRE taking their time. They have walked on to B. It's being given to them. Jeki from long will do some damage and only gets 1 though. He's traded on by Niter, and now Bondic gets wide swung by Niter as well, who finds himself 2. Niter's been really good over these last, I would say, 3 rounds, doing damage. Jackass Swings around. Mac 10's very lethal up close. And again, another Mac 10 frag comes through. Svemi gets himself one as well. And Smash has now left Tension by his lonesome with the AWP. What a round for Sabre to pull off after it looked like FAVBET would finally be able to really pull away. Doesn't happen. Just the Mac 10s. Ended up being the Galil who got a couple of frags. That was Niter who ends up going down here. But the Mac 10s were the one doing the damage before his Galil finished the job. Alrighty. Fourth round for Sabre. What a play. Yeah, there's the one I was talking about where the Mac 10 of Svemi was doing the damage. But it was the Galil that got the last bullet in. Either way, Sabre have to be content with that one. And that's the first round that they were able to completely isolate FAVBET and come out with a clean round victory. That also has to feel good. Force buy coming through for FAVBET. M4 off from us with a 5.7 and a CZ completing the buyout. On the other side, Sabre, they've got the upgrades from the last round. 3 M4s, an AK, and an AWP. Merrick's already taken down to 8. Jackie at 42, and Smash has lost his life. The early damage has heavily favored Sabre. Tension. The opposite of the previous round sees the shadow, but fires just a touch too early. Thought he had the timing right. Couldn't get it. Rotation now from mid towards the B site here for Sabre. Fake Reality. Still looking for his first frag. Coming through cave. Maybe this will be the round where he gets it. Reality goes through. Svemi gets the first. Onyx, along with Merrick's, are trying to come through here, but they can't. Nothing doing at all for FAVBET in this round as well. And Tension can't even get away with the op. Fake Reality, there it is. First frag on the board. And it's the 5th overall for Sabre that makes things close once more. Final round of this first half. Look like FAVBET, we're going to try and pull away with things. Overall, we're the better team in the first 9 rounds, but Sabre's changing that now. And I mean, look, the money is so bad for FAVBET, they can't even get more than pistols up here. Unless they sacrifice all the util, which is unwise. Push here, might work, good flashbang. The second player's there, Bonding will find that as well. The pistol's ringing true for FAVBET. Walked under his desk. So how is it going down like this? Fantastic aggression. Not a single body lost for FAVBET in a round where they only had the pistols. So well done. Absolutely applying the pressure immediately and making it difficult for Sabre to feel comfortable at all at the beginning of the round. They didn't expect there to be 2 players there, especially with the pressure that was applied towards those B double doors. Then Tension picks up the AK and says, all right, this should be enough to finish the job. It absolutely is. And he's got his 14th and 15th frags on the map. Wow. FAVBET, after I would say the first 2 rounds where they didn't really look implicated in the round, they get back into it in such a significant way in round number 7. I should say round number 12. 7th win for them, though. All right. Second half. Pistol round. FAVBET hoping to get their pistol round victory here on Ancient after Sabre found it in the first half. Here's some chatting. Might be a tech pause. We'll see. Yeah, looks like there's just a bit of an issue they're trying to resolve here. Yeah, looking at that scoreboard again, I mean, Hodix actually did slow down quite a bit. Niter's the one who stepped up to try and support him. And he was key to the 4th and 5th round victories with his Galil. On the other side, FAVBET Tension was ridiculous. Smash as well. 15 frags for Tension, 13 for Smash. Only 4 deaths for Smash. As opposed to that first map, a little more top-heavy for FAVBET. And for SABRE, it's the same, because that's how it really has been for them throughout the entirety of this series so far. I still feel like, Mirage hasn't necessarily had the opportunities and hasn't been in the position to engage much. And I think he's that hidden gem right now for FAVBET that could be a difference maker once we get going once more. All right. I've just been talking to myself for a little bit because I accidentally muted myself, but it's okay. It's all right. I was going to say we should have a little bit of a discussion here, and I think what we will discuss is let's talk about maps, honestly. And I feel like map-wise, in terms of rotation, things I'd like to see maybe taken out of the pool, or maps I'd like to see taken out of the pool. Mirage, perhaps. It's been in there forever. I know that's always like kind of a hot take because everyone loves Mirage. Pros love it. They don't want to see it go, but I think that's exactly the reason why I want to see it go, because it's a comfort zone, right, for a lot of players. And I think we got to remove that. I think we got to have new maps coming in and make players have to think more about the strategies that they're employing. Mirage is almost like, it's almost routine, right, for a lot of these players. And I think it's cooler when we have a new map where we can see new strategies, new executions, things like that. And then maybe, I don't want to say Dust 2. I love Dust 2. And it's been in and out of the rotation so much that I don't know if it's necessarily one that should be targeted. But as it stands, I don't see what else would be swapped out versus the rest that's looking quite good. Ancient looks great. Anubis looks great. But I think Ancient and Anubis are good points as well, because I love that they added 2 entirely new maps. And they worked. You know, they're 2 of the favorite maps that players and teams like to play now, which for me is fantastic to see. And I just think that some of the classics that were removed in the past, maybe, I think Cobblestone has always held a special place in my heart. So for me, Cobble would be one, not the new one though. They changed original Cobble way too much. Like, they just panicked and just changed everything. And it never made its way back into the active pool because it just wasn't good with the changes that they made. Even though the original had its problems, especially towards the B side, I know there were a lot of issues in the way that played out. I think those could have been fixed without completely revamping the way A works, the way CT spawn looks, all that stuff. It just was really strange, honestly, to me. But yeah, if they rework Cobble and bring it back to the pool, absolutely welcome that one. Cash has been a bit polarizing, I think, for a lot of people in terms of whether they want it back in the pool or not. There's obviously a new version that's been released, but the question becomes, you know, is it a map that we want to see? It hasn't really changed that much in terms of its layout. There's been a few modifications here and there, but I think it might feel more like rinsing and repeating unless there's some more changes that are made to the map to make it a little bit more, I don't want to say balanced, just fun to play, because sometimes Cash could have been a bit of a slog. I enjoyed it, don't get me wrong. It was a really great map to both cast and play, but there's a lot of improvements that could have come through, and I think they tried to make those improvements, but overall maybe it still has a little bit of ways to go before we see it as an official map once more. So we're still waiting to get everything sorted here, guys. But yeah, love to get your thoughts, which maps you guys would like to see in the chat, or anything you want to see out. Do you agree with me? Mirage, does it overstayed its welcome? It's been around since CSGO became competitive, right? I say became competitive. Since we started playing CSGO, you know, the majors and everything, the official tournaments. Maybe it's time. I think it is. I think it would be great to see even a new map. Maybe not Cash or Cobblestone, although one of those would be great to have back. Another new map can make its way into the pool. One map that I think overstayed its welcome by a long shot was Vertigo. I was really, really happy to see that one go. Credit to Valve, right? They did everything they possibly could to try and make that map work, but at the end it just felt like a Hail Mary, like, hey, let's just open up the map in towards CT spawn from bomb site A. Like, that sounds like a great idea. No, it was a terrible idea. It made everything more chaotic. The catwalk was, I don't know. I felt like A never really played well, and being on that map, yeah, Vertigo, they gave it a shot. It didn't work. I don't want to ever see it back at all. It just wasn't great. I know there were some teams that liked it, and I understand that. At a certain point, I'm like, okay, Vertigo's all right, but then they started to make even more changes, and just, it never really fit in, which is, you know, unfortunate for the map, but there's so much else out there. There's so many other map makers trying hard to make incredible maps, and we see that from the operations, which we haven't gotten those in a while, and yeah, that's another discussion. I might get to that in a bit, but honestly, there's just so many incredible map makers and maps that could change the way Counter-Strike plays in a lot of cases, and that's fun to see, like, things mixed up a little bit more, and more open maps are fun as well because it gives you a lot more to think about and prevents you from closing out all the angles with util, right? Anyway, I'm just blabbing on, guys. All right, guys, sorry, I was just pausing to listen to production in my ear right now. Essentially, we're just waiting for a player to come back. There's some internet issues that are coming through, so that's why the delay has happened. But let's talk about operations now. Honestly, for me, operations were always a ton of fun. I love the missions. I loved the skins that came out. I'm very much a fan of all the skins. I'm a collector. I love to get some cool, shiny skins in my inventory and some new ones as well. But I think while the armory was nice to see, like to have all those skins rotated in, I feel like the investment cost-wise is insane in order to try and get new skins and things like that. I think it's, well, I'm in Canada, so it's like $21 before tax for one armory pass, and then you're slowly getting a drip feed of stars, but you need to have 3 or 4 or 5 to really start getting that. It's like $100 every single time just to try and get a chance at some cool skins. It just feels like it's a bit too much, honestly, in terms of cost, and doesn't really offer any missions that we used to have. So I, for one, would love to see an operation come back. It's cool to see the new skins, like I said, but having the missions to play with your friends as well, and sometimes people who might not play Counter-Strike that much would come back and want to play the operations with you, you know, or might not play Counter-Strike as competitively as me or some of you guys out there, but would play the more casual missions and have some fun with them and help collect stars and make it more of an, I guess, engaging experience than the armory passes, which is just like, hey, we're grinding stars and that's it. So yeah, that's my little rant on operations. Okay, I've just got word that all players are back and you guys don't have to listen to my mini podcast anymore. It's going to be done in just a little bit. But yeah, I hope to see operations back. I can't wait for after this major to see what maps are going to be swapped in, if any. They could decide just to keep the current map pool, but I think there's always an opportunity to make things interesting and swap things in and out. Train has started to be welcomed with open arms in Europe in particular. I think North America is a little laggy behind that. Honestly, and I hope they embrace it, because honestly, it's really a fun map to experience as a whole. So anyway, we're back into it, guys. That's the end of that. 7-5 in favor of FAVBET. who have been very good here on Ancient. Good enough to have a better scoreline, to be honest. But SABRE have hung in there tooth and nail. They've clawed onto victory for 3 of those 5 rounds. Came down to the last 5 seconds of the bomb exploding there for 3 of those 5 rounds, as mentioned. Test. Pistol round. Gets a good angle. Takes a shot. Second overloaded. Here it does. Eric's finds the first one. Niter through the smoke, standing with the dualies. Can't get it done. Bomb goes down. Svemi with the USB. Ooh, Fake Reality doing the damage. Mirage hold on thanks to Fake Reality. Niter wants to get in on the action. Finds Smash, leaving only Bondic in a 1v3. They're going to stick to defusal while dealing with Bondic, and it all works out for SABRE. Fantastic recovery, and Fake Reality, who only had 1 frag in the first half, triples up on that with 3 in the first round of the second half. That could be fantastic news for both himself and SABRE, as he can relish in the success of the round and the shots finally connecting for him. Maybe it'll build up a little bit of confidence as they move forward here. Perhaps going to be able to convert a lead out of that pistol round victory. That said, bomb plant means force buy for FAVBET, and we've seen how effective they can be with more limited buy-ups, and this one with 2 Galeals along with the Tech 10s and the Tech 9. Rex going around towards double doors B. A little bit of spam both ways, but not much damage to speak of just yet. FAVBET grouped up almost entirely towards the B site, and now they are. No lurk in sight. What do they have in util? 2 flashes, a smoke, and 2 nades. One of those flashes is going to be really critical to opening up that first duel. Only 1 player on B. If they just go straight up B, unbeknownst to them, they would win. Almost certainly the duel. Someone would get a trade to find Jackass. Now Jackass trying to hug the corner here over in Cave. This is the best place. No, gets nothing at all. That means that there's only 1 player left near the B site. It's Fake Reality. He had a great pistol round. Wrap up 3, and then Bondic, despite a TK coming through against him, does get the important one on Svemi, and it will be FAVBET on the force by striking right on back and nullifying that pistol round victory for SABRE. 2 round lead restored, no money available for SABRE, as they didn't really get in the mix in terms of the fragging either, because one of those frags, let's not forget, was a TK from FAVBET. It's only 2 players getting that $300 bonus. Now down to the pistols. The pistols have delivered some exciting rounds for us here throughout this series. So do not count SABRE out of this just yet, especially Codex. He has been the Eagle and the 5-7. Oh, there it is again! 2 frags for Codex! Still alive here, finally dealt with by Smash. But he's already gotten a couple of frags for his squad. I think one thing FAVBET needs to try and do here is ferry these guns away, or at least guard them. Because if they go back towards the A site, which may be the right call in the end because no one's actually on the site proper, those guns are all left behind. And I guess they feel like they don't have time to mess around with juggling guns off the area, out of the area, so they just leave them there and go for the straight fights with the remaining players. In fact, SABRE's not even going to go in that direction. Just the threat of someone being there is enough. Janky takes care of Niter. It's still a chance. Those Eagles can be pretty potent. Svemi and Jackass. What can they do? It's a force buy situation, though. That's the biggest problem. That means if they lose the Deagles, they won't have anything to buy up in the next round. I think they're kind of realizing that. Jackass knows there's some guns down, so he can go recover that. That's great. Yeah, M4 there. Maybe he'll call Svemi over or try to throw a gun in towards Cave or in his direction. Thing is, Svemi is kind of trapped. He's waiting here, and Catapult's going to be cleared. Oh, nice shot. One. There's two. Not three. All right, damaging the economy for sure, and I don't know if Smash is going to survive the bomb explosion.
Terrorists win.
He will. He's okay. More than okay. 58 HP remains. Jackass saves the M4, and the damage done, though, by the Deagle of Svemi. Look at this start, though. Look at that start. I mean, unfortunate for Sabre they can't build off of that, and great work by Jeki, along with Smash, to keep their composure. Svemi then does this, and leaves only one player standing, so it's an expensive round for both sides. FAVBET more so, because they had full guns out. Have to reinvest into AKs once more. Sabre now, regardless, would have been on Eco. They still are on Eco. They do invest in a couple of pistol upgrades. Deagle and P250 for Codex and Svemi. Jackass has the M4 saved from the previous round, along with that body armor. Hodix gone this time. No impact on the round here. FAVBET want to find double digits. Merrick's gets the frag over on Fake Reality. 5v3 for FAVBET. And the flashes go through just for good measure. This is likely going to be round over. Jackass wants to keep the M4, so he doesn't really engage further in this round. He's save. Maybe the pistol players, yeah, you see Niter, just a USP, invested nothing in the round. But I think what's important for them at this point is keeping those pistols as kind of body shields for the M4. We're not going to see much of a hunt anyway from FAVBET because the money's not great, so they just want to keep their AKs up. But still, Sabre playing it safe and wisely so.
Terrorists win.
Checking out the chat here. Light, thank you for the compliment to my Pikachu. It's a nice Pikachu. (10-6) in favor of FAVBET. Here come the guns again for Sabre, although Fake Reality has to settle for the MP9. Pistol round success he found did not really lead to anything more as of yet. Here comes a quick execute into the A side by FAVBET. Hodix might have been under the bed, held that spot, and then misses the off shot, skating through the smoke back into Catacomb, leaving Svemi very exposed here. Svemi tries to get at least one. He won't do it. Jack finds that frag. You know, a lot of damage. Find one, but no, they're really on the outside looking in. And this is a difficult retake with limited util available to them. They're going to try and rotate around and get some donut control to allow for more of a pincer attack to happen here on this site. But it might even just be them playing. We'll see. Nope, they're going to go. Fake Reality gets one and the second. There we go. Activates effectively. 3v3 now, but brought down to a 2v1 very quickly by FAVBET's reaction time. Bondic with 13 frags on the board, looking to make it 14 now. Misses the shot on the first attempt, but will not miss the second time. Converts the frag. There's the 14th for him, and the 11th on the board for FAVBET. A big one to get because that was the investment from Sabre. Now they have to second guess themselves and say, what do we do here? Our money is not great. It's a possibility of a 12th round coming through. It's still close enough where they might be able to find their way back into it, but that will quickly change. So they have to make a decision. And it looks like, from what I saw before the replay started showing here, they're going to force it up. And I don't necessarily mind that. No, they're not. Okay, they actually made a really smart choice. Decided to go for a couple of M4s and then keep a healthy economy behind it. So that's actually the best case scenario for them because they still give themselves a chance of victory. And the next one, well, Might be the next one soon. They will fire. Tension. Headshot onto Svemi, and a follow-up onto Jackass, who had the M4. He was the one piece you thought could do some damage, but it just doesn't happen at all. And FAVBET, they've got 12. Forget it. Forget it. Big Reality's not going for this. You've got to save the M4 for the next round. I'm surprised he's even fighting here with Bondic at this point. Probably just trying to keep him at bay and keep him away from that B site, but that's what the pistol player should be doing, not the rifle. Rifle needs to tuck around the corner and save, because frags at this point, while they can be impactful, it's not the most important thing being down by a scoreline of 12-6. You need to keep your economy healthy. Bondic is just running away with the guns. That's what I was talking about before, just juggling the guns away, making sure that the other team doesn't have a chance of getting them. Even if they try to retake that space afterwards.
Terrorists win.
And FAVBET, 12 rounds in their favor, only 6 for SABRE, and this time around on Ancient, they will be the first ones to get up to map point. And now, not only map point for them, series point as well. One more falls their way, and they will be 1-0 in Group D and push SABRE to the losers match. Possibility of elimination from CCT EU #1 in Season 3. Over into let's see Eagle coming up after this one. Great flashbang. Overwhelmed now. Svemi will be as well. Svemi with a 2K. And the Westman smoke. He spots him, double takes it. Jackass gets one before he falls as well. 4v2. Only Niter and Fake Reality standing in the way of a FAVBET series victory. Molotov goes to attention. Won't get that frag, so that's a chance still, and what a swing from Niter for the second as well. Hope is alive. 2v2. Smash will get one onto Niter. That leaves only Fake Reality left. Makes it a 1v1. Taps the bomb. Mirage coming through it. Gun is out now, but Fake Reality gets the frag, and SABRE are still in this one. What a play from Niter, and then Fake Reality at the end clutching out the 1v2. It doesn't happen without Niter before that, though. And they've got a 7th under their belts. It is going to be them running it back once more up against a full buy from FAVBET, but that is one step in the right direction towards a potential second overtime in this series. I know it feels a little early to call that, but man, they just refuse to say die in this series. Covered Monty yesterday in Thunderfoot, and they were also the same way. They had these huge deficits and just were so difficult to deal with, and ended up winning every single time. Or I should say, except for the last map. They were winning, they made that comeback, but they didn't actually advance. It doesn't matter at all. 12-7 in favor of FAVBET. The point is, SABRE are thorns in the side of FAVBET right now. Another 5v3 available for FAVBET to try and close this one out. Fake Reality, who has really awoken here in this map. 8 frags so far. Big one for the 2K. Is he going to get it? No, he gets none. Hodex does manage to connect on the Jackie to keep it somewhat close in a 2v4. Merrick's intention quite low in terms of health. No matter against the Oh, look at that util. Hodex is so uncomfortable here. He goes down to 36 HP. Hodex gets a shot, and he just sails away, barely missing, fragging him. Then he misses the shot. Another flashbang. He can't even see half the time, not to mention the damage that he's taking. So well done from FAVBET. They're trying to close the door right in the faces of SABRE. Hodex. Players, he's done and dusted, and so is SABRE. 13-7 in favor of FAVBET. They take the map and the series, a map that they have struggled on. 7 losses over the last 9 times they played it, but this is their second win over those 9 times. Wow, so well done for FAVBET. SABRE, on the other hand, probably a little disappointed. This is their 3rd loss in a row on a map that used to be their bread and butter, one of their best maps in their pool when they were known as Nevermore, with that core of Niter and the rest of the squad that was part of that. It's slipping my mind right now, guys. I'm going to get it for you in just a bit. Yeah, Niter, Hodix, and Jackass were part of that core. So they were good when they had Muv and Donnie on their sides, but now it seems like it's a bit of a different story trying to adapt to playing with the two new additions. But absolutely well done from FAVBET. They go on to play in that winners match up against LTM, I believe it is. I might have messed that up completely, guys. I'm gonna go and we actually are we gonna look at the bracket before we get going here, guys. I'm not even sure. Perhaps we have it. Production, do we have bracket? I don't think we do. Okay, it's not updated yet, so we won't be able to put that up for you guys. But at the same time, it's TNL. Wow, I butchered that. TNL is the team they'll be facing off against. It's okay. We all got it sorted in the end, but what a matchup we had here. Honestly, I thought Ancient would start going down to the wire. Just the way that FAVBET played in that first half, the fact that they were still able to pull things together, even in rounds where they were losing, it felt like they were implicated. Crazy. I think that they were the better team on Ancient by far, and Sabre just couldn't keep up. I don't think they expected to get that type of competition out of FAVBET on the map. But with that said, guys, it is going to wrap up our coverage for the day. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be back with more CCT EU #1 tomorrow. Hope to see you then. Bye now.